of sports' biggest personalities, but I've never met more vibrant, amazing people than the seniors served by Meal Meals. As a volunteer, you deliver a hot, nutritious meal and a friendly hello to someone just like your mother, grandfather, or next door neighbor. These seniors are inspiring people with incredible stories to share, and they love to see you. The smiles you get back are priceless. Delivering with Meals on Wheels is easy, and you don't have to drive like me for it to be quick. You can volunteer your lunch break once a week or just once a month. With 1 in 6 seniors facing hunger and many more living in isolation, your lunch break can make a real difference. So, America, let's do lunch. Volunteer your lunch break at americaletsdolunch.org.
This message brought to you by Meals on Wheels America and the Ad Council.
Okay, Simon, what are you wearing right now?
Nothing.
That's right. And what do people normally wear?
Clothes.
Exactly. So now mommy's going to teach you how to dress yourself. Clothes keep us warm, they look good, and if we go out without them, the neighbors will talk. So it's important to know how to get dressed. Here's how it's done. Underwear always comes first, name tag at the back, then pants, then shirt. Get the first button in the right hole or you have to start all over. If you're wearing a tie, it goes over, round, round, through, and pull tight. Tuck your shirt into your pants and zip up your fly. Socks going first, then shoes right on right, left on left. With shoelaces, just take the ends, cross them over, switch the loops. The rabbit goes down the hole, pull tight, and you're left with bunny ears.
I love bunnies.
Good to know. Now remember, spots don't go with stripes, socks don't go with sandals, and if you've tucked in your shirt, wear a belt. Got it? Why are your pants on your head?
Most parenting is hard to do in just 2 minutes. But spending just 2 minutes twice a day making sure they brush their teeth is easier and could help save them from a lifetime of tooth pain. For fun 2-minute videos to watch while brushing, visit 2min2x.org. That's 2min2x.org. A message from the Partnership for Healthy Mouths, Healthy Lives, and the Ad Council.
So you see, son, good manners are very, very important. Someday, many years from now, when you're a grown-up, you'll be a man. And when you are, you should be a gentleman. Do you want me to go through it one more time?
Yes.
Yes, please.
Yes, please.
Exactly. Always say please, thank you, you're welcome, and excuse me. Sit up straight, hold doors open for ladies. If a door's shut, then knock first. Don't burp, don't swear, don't speak with your mouth full, don't reach across people's plates, keep your elbows off the table.
What table?
And don't interrupt. While we're at it, don't stare, don't use foul language, don't call people names, but do remember people's names. Always share your toys, play nice, and cover your mouth when you cough or sneeze. On the bus, give up your seat to anyone who has trouble standing bottom line. Treat others the way you'd like to be treated. Got it?
Got it.
And stop picking your nose.
Most parenting is hard to do in just 2 minutes. But spending just 2 minutes twice a day making sure they brush their teeth is easier and could help save them from a lifetime of tooth pain. For fun 2-minute videos to watch while brushing, visit 2min2x.org. That's 2min2x.org. A message from the Partnership for Healthy Mouths, Healthy Lives, and the Ad Council.
It's the Worldwide Sports Radio Network.
The New York Knicks are expected to sign Mike Brown as their next head coach after a wide-ranging and at times maddening search. Is Brown going to be up to the task where Tom Thibodeau was not, according to the Knicks brass? Or is it just a lateral move? Free agency is here in both the NBA and NHL, and we will head to the round table and whip around both leagues and examine all the trades, extensions, and players on the move before we dive inside baseball later tonight on a fresh, new live Wednesday edition of Jabba and the Mouth.
Give him a significant. They're going to have a ton of money. Why not put it in one of the top 3 offensive players in the league? We're going to be looking at Aaron Judge and saying that he can't win the big game. Michael Jordan said, I played 82 games. You don't see LeBron doing that.
This is a game where you got to go perform.
I told you, Giant fans, and Saquon Barkley, at this point, I'm gonna fight them all. A 7-nation army couldn't hold me back. They're gonna rip it off. Taking time. Say whatever you want about Patrick Mahomes. He's the best quarterback in the NFL. Really? And I'm talking to myself at night because I can't forget. And back and forth through my mind behind a cigarette. And the name's coming from my eyes. Can't let it alone.
do it. You're listening to Jabba and the Mouth.
Uh-oh. You just heard Fish. He's back. He was on vacation, hanging out with the woman. Who knows where he was? I know he was at Yankee Stadium. He was hanging out with some Jabba Chamberlain fans. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, you're listening to a new show of Jabba and the Mouth. I'm your host, Errol Marks, my co-host, Jabba Chamberlain and Speedy Petey. Go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Check out all our shows throughout the week, including Jabba and the Mouth, every single Mondays and Thursdays at 7:30 p.m. All you have to do to tune in and check out our local listings for all our shows is go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. You can call us, ladies and gentlemen, if you have any time to reach out to us during the show. You're more than welcome to. Our number is 631-672-3108. Ladies and gentlemen, we were supposed to have Kendall Simmons on the show, but obviously he has some family issues, so we are not going to have Kendall Simmons on the show tonight. We'll have him on probably at the end of the month, but my heart goes out to him and his family. Hopefully everything is okay with Kendall. Fantastic personality. Last time he was on the show, he was great. So I'm excited whenever he comes back on the show to get into some football conversation with him, with the Steelers, the Bills, and then obviously the Patriots. So the Patriots making some huge moves in the offseason as they brought in a cocaine addict. I'm just kidding. I don't know what he is, but obviously he does his own things. Hanging out with, what is her name again? Oh, that's right, Cardi B. So he's hanging out with those hip-hop artists, and who knows what they're doing in their private life. Anyways, Mr. Jabba, what's up, man?
Just enjoying the heat.
You're enjoying this?
Yeah, it's not too bad. I mean, I've got about 18 different tan lines working right now, but got some things to blow up, and gonna hang out with some friends and family and chill and grill out, eat too much, and do the normal stuff. Got the good old 4th of July gear ready to go. Got me some new trunks. You always have to add every year to the.
You have a swimming pool at your house?
No.
So you're going to a friend's house. You're hanging out at a friend's house.
Yeah. We're kind of going to be all over the place. Like my son's going to be at the lake with all of his buddies. They're too cool to hang out with parents anymore. They just want money for fireworks at this point. So they're going to do all that and hang out, and we'll just kind of bounce around from friends and family. And
tell them not to hang out with JPP, because we all know what happened to JPP.
Yeah.
Hanging out with fireworks and shooting them up. And if you're Fish, and by the way, thanks to all the fans reaching out to me and asking me where Fish was. Fish was out. He's celebrating his anniversary with his wife. Enjoyed the 5-day vacation. He's back for a Wednesday show. No, we're not going to have a show tomorrow. It's, I guess, 4th of July Eve. I'll be with my mother, taking care of some things with her. So we decided to move the show to Wednesday. Obviously for family reasons, but happy 4th of July to all the friends and families out there listening to our show right now. This is my favorite.
Please.
Yes, this is my favorite holiday of the year. I don't know why it is, but for some reason it is. Everybody likes Halloween. They like Christmas because of the gifts, even Thanksgiving because you can blow up like a balloon. I have no idea why I like 4th of July, and it has nothing to do with fireworks because I don't light them. So it's something about this holiday. Maybe it's the beginning of the summer, even though I can't stand the summer, but it's great. And I'm going to be hanging out with the Beef for the 4th of July. So maybe Speedy will be hanging out if he's not in La La Land or Speedy Land, because sometimes I wonder if he's actually here, and maybe in Mars or Jupiter, because sometimes I don't even think he's listening to me. But what are you doing anyways? What are you doing?
What am I doing?
Yeah, what are you doing? Are you paying attention to the show, or you just your head's up your ass?
You're telling stories.
I'm telling stories, but you never pay attention to them. You're in another world. I have no idea sometimes where Speedy is. Speedy is not here. Yeah. Has anybody played Twister before? Has anybody played that game Twister? Could you imagine Speedy playing Twister? Seriously. Because he doesn't listen as it is. Could you imagine him try to twirl and try to maneuver his body around your legs or your scrotum? I mean, Speedy would probably really be good at doing that. But nevertheless, I don't think he listens very well. So we'll see. Maybe we'll play Shoots and Ladders on this show.
Oh, solid.
Yeah, I like Shoots and Ladders.
Old school.
Yeah, I
Old
love
school.
it. Oh,
So if you go to a 4th of July and
Mhm.
you have to make a choice,
mm-hmm.
are you a hot dog or a hamburger guy?
Hamburger. I'm a burger guy. And by the way, I'm pre-diabetic now, as my doctor told me the other day. So I got to be away from all these sugar drinks. So what I'll be doing for the next 4 months is drinking, yes, ladies and gentlemen, water with a little Mio. You will not see me drink any more sugar drinks. Now, I can eat other things, but I've been very careful over the last 42 hours, and I plan to stay that way. Because I went on that trip and I ate a lot of junk food. And over the last couple of months, because the DJing season, the entertainment season has begun, I go to these parties. There's ice cream, there's candy, there's cake. And I love that. I'm a sweets type of person. And, I got caught up. But I'm sure I can get the numbers down. But obviously,
are you a tea drinker?
No, I'm not. I don't like hot drinks. I don't like coffee. I don't like tea. I don't
Well,
like hot
you can have cold tea, like sun
Yeah,
tea.
I don't like the taste of it. I just there's something about the taste. And when I was a kid, when I was sick, my father always stuck tea down my throat, and it made me hate it. Just like I hate gravy. Everybody asks me when gravy's out with potatoes and
Nope.
certain jerky.
I agree.
I can't eat gravy because what my grandmother used to do when I was a kid is she is like Italian, off the boat Italian. She used to stick gravy, potatoes, and turkey in front of my face and make me drink a cup of milk after my meal. And I couldn't, my grandmother, that's an Italian thing. Anytime you have a meal, they always stick milk in front of your face and you got to drink it. And I was
always after the meal though?
You could drink it during the meal. Would you like to mix milk and turkey and mashed potatoes or any of that garbage? It'd make you sick. And I would sit at the table after and I want to barf because I had that gravy taste in my mouth. So I hate gravy. Every time I look at gravy, I want to Errol. It is disgusting. It makes me sick to my stomach. So everybody, if you're celebrating 4th of July and you see gravy on the table, don't think of me. That's all I'm going to say. Don't think of me, because if you do, you probably imagine me throw up all over that table because I get sick to my stomach.
Do you watch the Nathan's hot dog eating contest?
Oh, always.
Oh, I mean, the way they get fired up, it's a great way to start because it's early in the morning, so you're getting stuff done. Mm-hmm. It's just a great way to start when they bring the dudes in, and you got Booker Badlands, he's rapping, and you got all kinds of it's great. And then Joey Chestnut's back in it.
I call him cheese nuts. That's what I don't call him chestnuts. I call him cheese nuts. And we saw Joey Chestnut actually at the Super Bowl. Actually, Fish walked up to him, noticed him, and just like announced him. And he asked Chestnut if he wants to come on our show one of these days. So maybe we'll reach out to Joey Chestnut and see if he would be interested in jumping on the show after the 4th of July, hot dog eating contest. But that's cool. I think
let's make a fun prediction. I say he wins, but let's make a guess. And and then if who's ever in the chat too, let me look. Let them, and whoever gets the closest, we'll do something for him.
All right. How about this? I'm going to predict 72 hot dogs. Is that good? 72 hot dogs.
Poops has 68. Fish has 64. I'm going to go 70.
I'm going to go 72. Speedy?
65.
All right.
Jake already took 65.
All right. So I'll one up 66.
66. And I got 72.
So we got anywhere from 64 to you had 72, right?
Yes, 72.
Perfect.
Yeah, it'll be fun. I'm interested to see what's going to happen. Speaking of what's happening, well, the New York Knicks finally pick their coach. It's been a crazy ride for the last month. After the season, they fired Tom Thibodeau within 48 hours after they get eliminated by the Pacers. And people were questioning, do the Knicks actually know what they're doing? ESPN reports that the Knicks have hired Mike Brown as their new and next head coach. Brown was recently fired by the Kings 31 games into the season, but led the Kings to their first playoff appearance in 16 years in 2023, where they had the number one offense in the NBA. Brown is a two-time coach of the year, winning with the Kings that season in 2023 and also with the Cavaliers in 2009. Brown made one NBA final appearance with the Cavaliers in 2007 and also won 4 NBA titles as an assistant coach with the Spurs and the Warriors. Brown was the only coach that got multiple interviews with the Knicks after meeting with James Dolan and Leon Rose yesterday. Timberwolves assistant coach Makai Nori, Pelicans assistant coach James Borrego, and former Grizzlies head coach Taylor Jenkins were the only other coaches to get interviews by the Knicks. Brown has 454 career wins and a .599 career winning percentage. Among active coaches that have coached multiple seasons, only Joe Mazzulla and Steve Kerr have a higher winning percentage than Mr. Mike Brown. I was shocked. I was shocked that the Knicks picked Mike Brown. I'm not going to lie to you guys. Now, do I think he's a bad hire? I trust in Leon Rose. Leon Rose has made a lot of different decisions over the last couple of years, and he's made the right ones. He brought Jalen Brunson in for $58 million. Now he's the captain. He's Mr. Clutch. Am I going to take shots at Leon Rose when he made that move? No. He gave R.J. Barrett an extension. He used R.J. Barrett to get OG Anunoby. OG Anunoby is one of the best wing defenders in the league, a Kawhi Leonard prototype. Now, he has been very good when he's been healthy. So is that a home run? Absolutely. He signed, obviously, a guy like Mitchell Robinson, to a 4-year, $63 million contract. Is Mitchell Robinson one of the best centers in the league when healthy? I would believe he is. Now, he's not an offensive player. He's one of the better rebounders, offensive rebounders in the league, and one of the best blockers in the league and rim protectors. So was that a bad move? No. He made the trade for Karl Anthony Towns. Now, is Karl Anthony Towns one of the best offensive big men in the league? Yes. Does he work well with Jalen Brunson when they're both on the court? No, because both of them don't play a lick of defense. But that is why I believe they made the move to bring in Mike Brown. And here's the reason why. Mike Brown is a different style of coach. He is a defensive-minded coach, as Tom Thibodeau was a defensive-minded coach. But what makes Mike Brown a little bit more interesting when it comes to defense, he plays man. That's what he does. He sometimes uses the zone defense, but mainly plays man. That means if Mikal Bridges, he sets up Mikal Bridges to defend Tyrese Haliburton the whole game, that's what Mikal Bridges is going to defend the whole game. There's no changing up. There's no rotation. It's none of that. It's man on man. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the reason why Indiana beat the New York Knicks in the Eastern Conference Finals. But you look back of all the coaches over the last couple of years with the New York Knicks and how much they have failed. Jeff Hornacek being one of them. Jeff Hornacek was he was a decent NBA player. He was a three-point shooter. He played on that Utah Jazz team with John Stockton and Karl Malone, went to a couple of finals, but choked. And he was a terrible head coach with the New York Knicks. Derek Fisher, who likes to sleep around with other people's wives and girlfriends. Derek Fisher, he won a couple of titles with the Lakers, Kobe Bryant, Shaquille O'Neal. He got his first coaching job with the Knicks, and within years, and I mean years because it was really 2.5 years, he was fired. I wonder if the Knicks are still paying him. So, because he's never got another job. And then you go through the line of guys that have succeeded. Charles Woodson was a good head coach. He really was. Now, the problem with Charles Woodson was he didn't have the fans, respect. He was a good coach, but he wasn't that bright light coach. He wasn't that name in the stars where everybody says, oh, we got Charles Woodson. He wasn't like that. Now, Phil Jackson, we thought by bringing him in as the GM or whatever president of the organization, you would have thought that Phil Jackson, one way or another, because of how bad the Knicks have been coached over the last, 20 years, he was going to come in and take over the coaching duties. It didn't work. It didn't work with Phil Jackson. As a matter of fact, he was falling asleep at the combines when he was trying to scout players. So it didn't work with Phil. But over the years, the Knicks have been up and down with head coaches. Tom Thibodeau was a successful coach with the New York Knicks. Nobody's taking that away from him. The problem with Tom is he could never get over the hump. He went as far as he could with the Timberwolves. He did. And he only went to the semis with the Timberwolves. Could never get to the Western Conference Finals with the Timberwolves. He went with Chicago to the finals. And who did he bump into? He bumped into the Miami Heat. And with LeBron James and Dwayne Wade and Chris Bosh and Ray Allen, it was never going to work. They were never going to get over the hump. And that was really the last year Derrick Rose was really as elite as he was when he came into the league. The problem over the years with the New York Knicks is the transitional players that they bring in and how the coaches do not work with those players. Mikal Bridges, after the season, as I heard, went in to the executives with Leon Rose, James Dolan, and World Wide West and relayed his thoughts to the organization and where he thinks the organization is heading if they keep Tom Thibodeau. He was the guy, and I believe he was the first that opened up his mouth and said he's tired. He was tired. Now, this is the same guy, Mikal Bridges, who the Knicks traded for 5 first-round draft picks, 5 of them, to bring him from the Brooklyn Nets to the New York Knicks. Mikal Bridges was a big part of the first and second round of the playoffs. And then what happened in the third round in the Eastern Conference Finals? He fell off. Why? Probably because he was tired. And that is the problem right now with the New York Knicks. And it's been the problem with the New York Knicks year in and year out. Tom Thibodeau wears these guys out. And it doesn't even matter to him. He will play 7 guys all season. If you look at the Knicks starters, all 5 starters were in the top 11 in the league with minutes played in games in the regular season. That is a problem. I don't care what anybody says. Look at Josh Hart. Throughout the playoffs, it looked like as the playoffs moved forward, he was getting tired and he wasn't the same player. He wasn't that defensive, offensive player that the Knicks were expecting to get from either in the starting lineup or even coming off the bench as the 6th or 7th guy off the bench. He wasn't that guy in the finals. Why? Because he was tired. Then he was making mistakes. He was fouling people, and he was putting himself and putting the Knicks in bad positions to succeed. Mike Brown, I think, will be a decent fit. Now, I don't know what Mike Brown's going to be in New York, but he is a winner. Everywhere he's gone, he's won. You could say whatever you want. It's not easy winning an NBA championship. Is Mike Brown a guy? I think he's better than Joe Mazzulla. Joe Mazzulla took over for Brad Stevens and Udoka. Udoka. I always mess up his name. Houston head coach because he was playing with somebody else's woman. Yeah. But it seems like that's the trend right now with coaches and executives. As we all know, Isaiah Thomas is doing that as well. Yeah. But the fact is, the New York Knicks needed to make a move that makes sense. Now, Leon Rose, over the last couple of years, I'll go back to what I was just saying in the beginning of the monologue. Everything he's touched, practically, he's hit. They're slam dunks. Now, Mike Brown, coming in from multiple interviews, tells me that he very much impressed World Wide West and Leon Rose. Nobody cares about James Dolan. Nobody gives a crap about what James Dolan is doing, except when he goes on a mic and he plays his stupid guitar and his fiddler. He's fiddler on a roof when he's over there at Madison Square Garden.
Do we really care about that either, though?
No. But when you have a career winning percentage of .599, that, ladies and gentlemen, tells me that he is a quality head coach. Now, will the Knicks win with Mike Brown? Only time will tell. Madison Square Garden is going to be very loud about this when he gets introduced, probably on Monday, because they're not going to introduce him on the weekend because it's 4th of July. It's a holiday. Expect it to be on Monday. When they introduce Mike Brown, he's not going to be the world beater that everybody wanted. There were a lot of people that wanted the kid. And somebody like him was a guy that was coaching right under Tom Thibodeau. And that was, I always mess up his name. Johnnie Bryant. Johnnie Bryant is a guy that has been a successful defensive mind with the New York Knicks, with Tom Thibodeau. He was the second guy over the first 2 or 3 years with the New York Knicks before he decided to go and part ways with the Knicks and go over there to Cleveland to work with Kenny Atkinson. Everybody thought Johnnie Bryant was the guy. Then Mike Malone. He gets fired before 3 games or 4 games before the playoffs. He was the big, sexy name that every Knicks fan wanted. He didn't even get an interview. The Knicks didn't even interview him. So, obviously, the Knicks had no thoughts of bringing in a guy of that magnitude. the reason why I think Mike Malone didn't get an interview is a lot of people compare his coaching ability to a Tom Thibodeau, an aggressive guy that doesn't really say much, and he plays that shift and that rotating defense that didn't work here in New York. But again, Mike Brown's a different style of coach. The way he runs his offense, it's going to be a different style of offense. The pick and roll at the top of the key will probably be changed. He'll probably move and spread out the offense. He's going to play like a triangle offense like Steve Kerr did in the Spurs. He comes from the Spurs organization. Greg Popovich, he's going to run a triangle style of offense. It's not going to be completely a triangle, but a triangle style of offense. And why does that work with the Knicks? Well, one of the main reasons why is Jalen Brunson. He's a one-on-one player. He's an isolation player. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is what you can use during a triangle type of offense. Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, even Kevin Durant, when he was over there in Golden State, that's what they like to run. They were either running the offense through Kevin Durant, Steph Curry, or Klay Thompson. Whoever was hot and whoever was not, that's the guy they were running the offense to. I just think that that's the way the Knicks are going to play their offense. That's the way they're going to run their offense. Again, I am not excited with this hire, but when you look at his numbers, and as you put it up, Speedy, very nicely, .599 winning percentage, and he's only behind Joe Mazzulla and Steve Kerr over the last, multiple years.
Among active head coaches right now in the NBA.
I mean, that says a lot about his coaching style. He was also in Western Conference with Sacramento.
Right.
Sacramento had a young De'Aaron Fox and a Sabonis, and I think he was the guy that decided to part ways with Tyrese Halliburton. I'm not sure.
Yeah, he was hired, I think, slightly after that. Yeah.
So I think that when you look at the position that the Knicks have put themselves in, especially in the Eastern Conference, when the Celtics are not going to have Tatum probably until the end of the season, maybe not at all next year, and they're not making any big moves. They traded Porzingis. They traded, obviously, Drew Holiday. They're going to play what they have right now. And then you have the Cavaliers. The Cavaliers have done really nothing. They added a couple of pieces, but nothing exciting. This is going to be the same Cavalier team. And by the way, who worked with Kenny Atkinson a couple of years? And that was Mike Brown.
Yep.
Who knows Kenny Atkinson more than Mike Brown? Mike Brown knows his style. He knows what he likes to run. He knows how he runs his offense. He runs his defense. So I know Jalen Brunson and Josh Hart wanted to keep Tom Thibodeau. Those guys, what I heard, were the only two guys that were vouching for Tom Thibodeau's return this coming season. The problem is, as good as both those players are and as talented as Jalen Brunson is, I think the organization wanted to move forward with another coach that would give them a better chance to make that run to the finals, which they haven't done since 1999.
Yeah, we talk about all the time how a lot of these veteran NBA coaches have just been dismissed randomly by certain teams over the years because it's become, like, last 10 years, obviously a player-run league. And there's a lot of these surprising firings that do end up happening. And Mike Brown, I think, was a victim of that with Sacramento this past season. The Kings started off slow. They started 13-18, and it wasn't all their fault. And like we were talking about before the show, Scott Perry's in that front office, and that front office is not very well run as it is. Obviously, they haven't been able to sign players. They haven't been able to keep players on that team. Like you said, they traded Halliburton and they got Sabonis, which was nice. But again, it hasn't gotten them, besides the one season, which Mike Brown was coach of the year, to be that team of the future. I thought they would be evolving into that the next year. I picked them in the Western Conference Finals that year. It didn't amount to anything. And obviously he gets fired and kind of scapegoated by the Sacramento Kings. It's a really bad front office. And I talked about it with Rick Carlisle too. Now, I don't think he's Rick Carlisle good, obviously, but Rick Carlisle had to change his coaching style to adapt to the young players with Indiana when he got fired from Dallas. And obviously he didn't work out with Luka Doncic. He had to change. And I talked about that in football too with Jim Harbaugh. Jim Harbaugh going from the NFL to college, back to the NFL. I think Mike Brown is that type of adaptation. He's learned with Spurs, who at the time he was kind of a veteran team, and the Warriors, they were kind of a younger team in transition when he won with the championship in 22 before he got the Kings head coaching team. So I think he's a little bit of an adaptation type coach as well that can work with the Knicks backcourt type of presence, which is similar to the Golden State Warriors backcourt. Now, Warriors more offense driven, the Knicks probably more defense driven in the backcourt, but Jalen Brunson, like Steph Curry did. You got Klay Thompson, 3-and-D guy, OG, 3-and-D guy. This is a very similar type of structure to what you could bring to the concept of the Warriors. And
I could see why they bought Jordan Clarkson. I think they knew Mike Brown was going to get hired because of the way Jordan Clarkson likes to run through the offense. Now, Jordan Clarkson is a good shooter. He's a good offensive player. He doesn't play a lick of defense. I think what the Knicks are going to do now is they're going to use Mitchell Robinson. Mitchell Robinson, don't be surprised now if you see Mike Brown start Mitchell Robinson and Karl Anthony Towns. They move Karl Anthony Towns to the 4. Mitchell Robinson will be playing the 5. And all Mitch is going to be doing throughout this season, as long as he stays healthy, is guard the hole. That's what they're going to do with him. Make sure that he's an offensive rebounding machine, which he obviously, if you remember the Spurs and when he was over there with the Spurs, and with Mike Brown, that's what the Spurs were doing with their big men. And the same thing, what we saw over the years with the Golden State Warriors when they were using their big men. Right. They were using, and I'm not talking about Draymond Green. It was Looney. Looney. I mean, Looney was the type of guy that was just guarding the hole and he was rebounding. That's what they used him for in a shot blocker. Mitchell Robinson's a better player, a better big man, and I think that's what you're going to see more with Mike Brown, which you did not see with Tom Thibodeau over the last, I would say, 2 years, even with the big men they have. When they had Precious there and they had Mitchell Robinson, they were not doing that. They weren't running their defense like that. I think it's going to be different with Mike Brown because he's going to play man defense. And that helps Karl Anthony Towns, and it helps a guy like Jalen Brunson, 2 guys that don't play a lick of defense.
Yeah.
Do you think – oh, go ahead. Go ahead, Speedy.
I was going to say, I was going to emphasize the ball movement aspect because he comes from the Spurs.
Yeah,
and
it's going to be a triangle offense. They like to move the ball. It's going to be a pass-friendly
motion
offense.
Motion
and off-ball motion. That's the biggest thing I think that Golden State doesn't get enough credit for. I just say, oh, it's just the three-point shooting. It's their off-ball motion, the way they move away from the ball that makes the Golden State Warriors offense tough to defend. And the Spurs were the same kind of way. The Spurs probably emphasize more of an inside game with theirs. Obviously, Tim Duncan with the mid-range shooting and the guys that were Kawhi Leonard with the mid-range shooting when he developed his game more. But they always emphasize ball movement. It wasn't the isolation offense. Not that they couldn't do it on occasion, but that was the thing that I think the Knicks are lacking at certain points too, where the Knicks, especially with their wings during the postseason, were stagnant offensively. That's why OG had his disappearing acts at certain points.
It was the defense.
Bridges.
It was absolutely the defense and the transitional defense that Tom Thibodeau was running in the playoffs that pissed off Leon Rose and World Wide West. I don't know if anybody watched the second round of the playoffs and had a chance to see Leon Rose on the sidelines when he was out there and when the Knicks were falling behind, the faces he was making by the transitional defense. It was bad. It was really, really bad. And the Knicks got out of the second round. And they actually, as much as everybody thought that they dominated the Celtics had a chance, besides the 3 or 4 games that the Knicks came back from, the Celtics had a chance to win this series. Right. It wasn't a complete blowout. Even though the Knicks won, 4 games to 2? Yeah. The Celtics probably, if the Celtics didn't choke the way they did in 2 or 3 of those games, the Celtics win the series, and it wouldn't have even been any close. The Knicks came back because of what they did in the fourth quarter. It was really the luck of the draw. I don't think Mike Brown's that type of coach. Mike Brown is going to play with the lead, and he's going to use his guys to do the things defensively that he likes to do and how he runs his defense.
Yeah, and you mentioned the inside, too. Like, I think the random guys he's gotten to work even in San Antonio, not even just Tim Duncan, Boris Diaw, Tiago Splitter, he coached over there, were good rebounders. Golden State, you mentioned with Looney, too. Looney was a guy who's got 10 points, like 20 rebounds in a game sometimes, too. That's what the Knicks need out of the depth of their big men, too.
Chaba,
waiting.
Well, I didn't know. I did.
We were just trying to add some of the takes that we wanted to get out, but go ahead.
No, I do you think too, like in the picking of a coach, is kind of what personnel you're working with, or like you brought in Jordan Clarkson and how that pertains to Mike Brown. Do you think any of that, like as seeing the personnel and what you have and what you saw that could have worked, it worked at times but didn't do it enough? Do you think that played a part in who they were picking and how they went about it in kind of the manner of like, hey, this is kind of what we saw, this is kind of what we want to do? And did that play a part in basically the final decision to bring Mike Brown in?
Absolutely. And I'm going to tell you this right now. Before they announced that Mike Brown was going to be hired by the Knicks, they went to Jalen Brunson, they went to Josh Hart, they went to Mikal Bridges, they went to Karl Anthony Towns. They wanted to ask all their stars if this was going to work, if this fit was going to work. And I'm saying before they even announced Mike Brown was going to be the coach today, I think they already knew it 5 days ago. And that's why they brought in Jordan Clarkson, like you said. Absolutely. Why they brought in Jordan Clarkson is because Mike Brown probably knew and wanted a guy like Jordan Clarkson to come to the Knicks and be his secondary point guard. Because I do believe now that you bring in Mike Brown, they're moving Miles McBride. They're absolutely moving him. There's no reason why they're going to keep 3 guards that are playing the point on this roster. Mike Brown does, and by the way, the one thing I can tell you about Mike Brown, he likes to play young guys. That's something that Tom Thibodeau does not like to do. Mike Brown does like to do that. If you remember on the Cleveland Cavaliers, there were practically all young players on that roster with LeBron James and all those other guys. A lot of the young players got a chance to play, and he rotated his offense through 13 to 14 guys. I expect the Knicks to use between 13 and 14 guys all season. Jalen Brunson is not going to be playing 45, 44 minutes. I could see Jalen Brunson playing 36, 37, Karl Anthony Towns playing 35, 36. That's where they're going to be playing. He's not going to run these guys out there and run them out early in the season and where they're huffing and puffing and they're not ready for the playoffs. That's not the way Mike Brown likes to run his offense and his defense. It's a different offense, and it's a different way he's going to be coaching moving forward for the New York Knicks.
I disagree a little, Errol, with what Thibodeau did to this team and why Brown's going to be different, right? They're both defensive coaches. They're both notorious hard asses. Brown forced his way out of Sacramento after getting Coach of the Year because he couldn't stop going after De'Aaron Fox for being lazy and just like telling him that this you got to see in this game, and he would like put him on blast in the media. Tibbs never did that to his guys in the media, but let's face it, he's going to coach him hard. Is there any team ready for a team that's going to be for a coach that's going to coach him hard? It's a team that just had Tibbs, so I'm not worried about that from Jalen Brunson and the crew. I think they're actually going to take to him very well. They're the type of group of guys that can take that constructive criticism because no one's harder on Brunson than himself, right? De'Aaron Fox, not the same guy. Let's face it. But that's the thing. The thing about the playing them until they retired, I disagree with that. I think the thing that Tibbs did that was so wrong was that he played him so much, he never got the bench minutes to the point where the guys like Hart and all the other pieces knew where the backup players were going to be in the defensive rotation. They didn't know where they're supposed to space when they were on transition. So that's why the transition offense looked like crap. Because Tibbs was putting guys out there that didn't know what they were doing.
You're going to tell me a bunch of professional players that have played in the NBA multiple years don't know where they're playing?
100%. 100%. If you haven't played all year with them, you don't... Dude, no way. No way. Bullshit. They don't practice very much during the regular season.
What are you
know
talking
that.
about?
They don't have time. They have game after game after game. They practice once every couple of weeks.
Every morning. They practice
every couple of weeks. They have a real practice.
They practice.
They have walkthroughs.
That's a practice.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. You're going to tell me.
You don't learn how to get spacing off of the three on a transition.
Guys that we've had on our show telling me
everyone would agree with this. Everyone would agree. You can't come in cold, never play, and look, Tibbs did it the year before.
Thibodeau, now you're sticking up for Tom Thibodeau.
No, I'm not. I'm telling you why Thibodeau was wrong.
No,
he was wrong because he didn't get these guys minutes.
You're telling me Mike Brown and Tom Thibodeau are practically the same type of coach.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying they're the same type of hard ass. I said they're the same type of hard ass. No,
the great coaches are hard ass.
Well, that's true.
Riley is a hard ass. Greg Popovich was a hard ass. The only reason why he was nice after he changed when Tim Duncan came to the team. Ask the Admiral how Popovich coached him over the years before Tim Duncan came on the roster.
I know. And Brown worked for Popovich and learned championship ways and that kind of style of coaching. And I don't have a problem with that. He's so different, though, Brown, in how he plays the young guys. And you mentioned it, Errol. That's the big difference. Now, what you saw Tibbs doing in the playoffs was the equivalent of how I used to get chewed out as a JV football coach of drawing plays up in the dirt. Because when you haven't gotten guys like Speedy, DeLon Wright, did he play at all for like a month and a half?
Yeah.
He came in, gave them energy the first game that he was in, and guess what? By the time those guys are in after a while, if they have to play with the starters, they haven't played with them in practice. The guys in practice, the stars are playing with the starters. They're going against some of these backups. When it comes to actually playing with them in the rotation, in the second quarter, in the late third quarter, early fourth quarter, you saw the Knicks just not able to do it. Tibbs didn't want to play that lineup, and Brown will. So I think that's why they went with him. I'm excited about it. I think that he's going to get the bench ready. And there's just one other thing that has to be mentioned about this. No one coaches guys harder than Tibbs. No one plays guys more minutes than Tibbs. Whoever they come from that's going to be next, it's going to feel like they're on vacation, that they have all this energy at the end of the season. It's going to be so much better. From that part you're saying, Errol, that's true. Maybe it'll keep guys happier. Will it make them... I think the bigger problem was that he was basically drawing it up in the dirt with guys that he never played. That's my thing with Tibbs.
Yeah, I also look at, like, with Mike Brown, I think the familiarity aspect of bumping around different teams too, and still getting respect across the league too, is something that I think this Knicks team definitely needs to get to. Obviously, I think they get respected across the league. I think they're now established as not the laughingstock Knicks that they were 5 years ago and stuff like that. But I think from the player standpoint too, trying to take that next step to guys who want to come there, because the Knicks are doing that now. Jalen Brunson has been doing that since he's gotten there. They got Bridges, they got Anunoby. This is all, like, these aren't the homegrown teams that you're seeing all the time. Oh, you're building the same core all the time. This is a team with a lot of trades and a lot of new pieces.
The Knicks fans are not happy with this move. I everything that I've read on social media, they're not happy. I think they were probably...
Who do you think they wanted?
I don't know. Obviously, it was probably Bryant. That's the way...
I think that's crazy. He was coach of the year 2 years ago.
Yeah.
He was coach of the year 2 years ago. He is by far the most qualified guy out there. He's not a sexy name, but neither was Tibbs. It's the type of guy the Knicks, this Leon Rose group, who we should all have faith
yes
in anything they do at this point.
Right. That's the one thing I believe in, is Leon Rose knows what he's doing. He's not an idiot, and he knows that if Mike Brown came in and he wooed him, which he probably did, he understood what this team is all about. And again, Jalen Brunson isn't Steph Curry. He's not. But what Jalen Brunson does very well is he understands how to draw fouls and go to the hole and make plays in the open court. That's something like Mike Brown likes to do. He likes to create spaces and understands what Jalen Brunson's strengths are and what obviously the other players like Karl Anthony Towns is as a big man on what he does very good. The one thing I can say about Karl Anthony Towns this offseason, and he needs to clean up, is stop shooting those 60 or 70-foot jumpers at the three-point line. That is not going to work. If the Knicks plan to run again with the same roster they have right now, they have to get Karl Anthony Towns more involved offensively and run the offense sometimes through him. It was mainly run through Jalen Brunson, and then when Karl Anthony Towns was the only guy on the court, when it was the only big-time superstar on the court, it was run through him. So I want to see both guys work together, and they'll be able to run the offense through each and every one of them if need be, if one's hotter than the other. Tom Thibodeau, even when Jalen Brunson was not hot, he was still running the offense through Jalen Brunson. He needs to, if somebody is hot, run it through that guy. If Mikal Bridges is hotter than Jalen Brunson and he's hotter than Karl Anthony Towns, run the offense to Mikal Bridges. If OG Anunoby is hotter than every single one of those guys, Karl Anthony Towns and Jalen Brunson, run your offense to OG. I remember, and I against the Celtics, I don't know if it was game 4 or game 5, the Knicks couldn't hit a lick. And in the fourth quarter, OG Anunoby hit like 6 straight points. Remember that? 6 straight points. And then all of a sudden, he decided the Knicks started to, Jalen Brunson came back, and Jalen Brunson hasn't been on the court for like 3 or 4 minutes. They started running the offense through him instead of OG Anunoby, who was hot. That didn't make any sense. And that's Tom Thibodeau. He has more trust. He has too much trust in Jalen Brunson and Josh Hart. By the way, how many times did we see Josh Hart take the ball up and try to go to the hole and make mistakes while he was doing it? Pass the ball, throw the ball away. That is not the way Mike Brown likes to run his offense. I think it's going to be a different style. What we didn't see with Tom Thibodeau over the last 5 years with Mike Brown. I think that's why the Knicks decided to go with him and not go with Bryant or Jenkins, because obviously they thought they were more of a Tom Thibodeau prototype than a guy like Mike Brown who's going to play his own style, his own way. And like you said, Fish, I think that the Knicks understand where they want to be, and where the Knicks have a chance to be next year is in the finals, because the Eastern Conference is going to be the weakest it's ever been. There's too many injuries. How many times did we see it in the playoffs? How many guys went down in the playoffs with the Achilles tendon injury? We saw it in every single series. Seriously, we saw it. Mr. Dame Time, he tore his Achilles. He could be out for the season. Jason Tatum tore his Achilles. He's out for probably the season. And then obviously Tyrese Haliburton tearing his Achilles in the finals. He's out for the season. You're talking about superstars going down and could be out for the season. And now the Knicks are sitting pretty because they're healthy. They were super healthy in the playoffs. And now you have a chance where you're the king of the hill now. You're the team that people are going to want to beat in the Eastern Conference. And the Cavaliers, they're choke artists. I've seen enough of the Cavaliers over the last 3 seasons, no matter who the coach is, even Kenny Atkinson, who's a great coach. They just have too many choke artists. When they get into the playoffs, they just are not the same team they are in the regular season.
No,
They're just not.
No, and you also look at the identity that the Knicks have brought. They've had playoff series that have been good, obviously progressing from where they were in the past, where they couldn't even win a series most of the time. But again, they still struggled a lot more than they should have. And I think that's the other identity that you want, somebody like Mike Brown, who's under coaches and programs that have dominated playoff series too, with the Spurs and with the Warriors too. The Knicks haven't had that sense of like, where is that consistent like throttling sweep that we've seen in the playoffs? Like even the Pistons series this year was a 6-game series, and a lot of those games were close. The Knicks had the physical endings with 2 of those games. Obviously Towns hit the big shot, but again, it's not enough of that for the Knicks to be able to take that next step. Now, obviously we talk about all the parity in the NBA now, where you haven't seen that level of dominance in one series, even with OKC that won the title this year. They had a lot of 7-game series, but the Knicks have the talent and, like you said, the circumstances to make that next step, with the Eastern Conference being the Cavs, them, and who else?
So, do the Knicks fans want to see Kolek this year? Absolutely. Yeah. The Knicks fans wanted to see Kolek all season last year, and he barely played because Tom Thibodeau does not like to play young players. Kolek is a ball handler. Some people think that he's quite capable of being a starter on this team if he earns a spot on this roster. Why wouldn't Mike Brown give Kolek a chance if he gets hot shooting the ball? So he's quite capable of moving. He's a great ball handler, by the way. I've seen his pre-workouts on the basketball court when he practices. He's kind of like Steph Curry on that magnitude. He goes out there, he's dribbling with 2 balls, crossing over with 2 balls. He likes to practice using both hands in many different ways, if you know what I mean. But nevertheless, I want to see Kolek play. I want to see what the Knicks have on their bench. These young players that they drafted. How about the 2 French kids that they're bringing in now? I want to see these guys. They were on the national team for the French team that won the silver in the Olympics. These guys are actually good players. This French team, which is a lot of people think, besides Team USA, could be the elite team, the team that could beat the United States in the next couple of years. That's what I want to see. I want to see these young kids develop and maybe become something that we wouldn't believe they would be after all these years of the Knicks draft picks and finding and searching these guys and falling short. Quickly was a good player. That was a Leon Rose guy. And then Leon Rose traded him in that R.J. Barrett trade, and they brought in O.J. Anunoby. That was a big move for the New York Knicks, developing him. Look at Obi Toppin. Obi Toppin played a big factor with the Indiana Pacers. It didn't work in New York because he didn't get along with Tom Thibodeau. And then he goes over there in Indiana and played a big factor as their 6th man off the bench when they needed that aggressive dunker or that aggressive, shot blocker. Obi Toppin was there. I think this is what you want to see with Mike Brown. Speaking of the NBA offseason, and this has been a crazy couple of days. The Grizzlies gave Jaren Jackson Jr. a 5-year, $240 million extension with a player option in 2029. I'm going to go through this first. Let's go through each and every one of these. Let's not even mention it. Jaren Jackson Jr. is a great defender. He is not a $240 million player. He's not. And anybody that believes that he is, now obviously if he doesn't get $240 million from them, he goes somewhere else and he gets $220 or even $230, and he's still an elite defender in the NBA. The problem right now is with the Grizzlies, and there's a lot of questions to if John Morant is actually going to last there, if the Grizzlies are going to decide, hey, you know what, we don't want to deal with his antics, we're going to move away from him, we don't want to deal with it. That's an interesting reason why I believe they brought back Jaren Jackson Jr. Now, Jaren Jackson Jr. is an all-star. He's been an all-star for the last 2 seasons or even 3 seasons. He's a good player. He's a quality player, and he's a fan favorite. I just don't think he's a $250 million player. And that, to me, the free agent market. What were we going to say?
Errol, there was some breaking news about him today that Speedy didn't get down. Right after he signed this deal, he had a non-affiliated with the team injury. He has a bad turf toe injury. He will shut down for 12 weeks before they reevaluate him. If you don't know what turf toe is, that means you tore the ligaments in your big toe. That's what turf toe is, and you probably have nerve damage as well. You may never get that feeling back and the full range of motion in that toe. So that's not a great way to start the 5-year deal.
You remember the last player that got an injury like this and was never the same player? Remember Jacquin Noah? Remember him?
No.
Oh, yeah.
Noah.
We remember well.
Noah played for the Bulls. He had 5 great seasons with the Bulls, with Derrick Rose and that team. That was a good overall defensive and offensive team. Jimmy Buckets was there. And then what happened? He got turf toe, and after that, he was never the same player. The Knicks gave him an extension. He comes to the Knicks, and how many games did he play with the Knicks? He played barely any, and that was a Phil Jackson sign.
Oh, Phil Jackson gem.
So it doesn't work. I think this is a terrible injury, and I'm very surprised that they didn't have a physical. They didn't give him a physical before this. To give him
it was the next day. He did it the next day, like at some pickup game. It's unbelievable.
Horrible. Wow. That's horrible.
Unbelievable bad break.
Bad
for
luck
Memphis.
for the Grizzlies.
So, Speedy, I don't think you had him written in a great order, so I put him up here, Errol. The big news was the historic contract to Shai Gilgeous-Alexander as far as guys that weren't going anywhere. I have him split up. He's getting to have the highest annual value for a contract, getting $71.25 million on average over the 4-year, $285 max deal. Again, he wasn't drafted by the Thunder, therefore he's not eligible for the 5-year version of it.
I will say this. I think Shai deserves any money that gets offered. Every player. I don't attack any players making their money. $71 million a year is a little ridiculous. The last player that I remember got that kind of NBA contract was Dame Time, when Portland gave him a 2-year, $60 million a year. I think it was $122 million for 2 years. When I saw that number, I was like, this guy is making $60 million, and he's like 32, 33 years old. Shai is a young guy. He's 26 years old. He's not even in the prime of his career yet. He's already won his first NBA title. He's won his first MVP. This guy is electrifying. He's a great defender, all-around player. He's not a one-dimensional player. This guy is going to be around for a long, long time. And this is a cheap contract, because just imagine what it's going to be 2-3 years down the road, what these stars are going to get. You see him making 71, you're going to see the next guy make about 80 or $90 million a year. And we've been talking about this with the NFL. I mean, Patrick Mahomes is taking less money over the last couple of years because he wants better players and he wants this team to be a championship competitive team. Tom Brady, too. We've seen it. Shai Alexander, he's not going to take less money, but he is, with basketball, if you have a player of this magnitude and you can run your offense through him, and remember, they are a one-dimensional offense. That's what they are. Everything gets run through Shai and then everybody else. Shai is going to get you 30 to 32 points a game. He's going to do everything right on the defensive side of the ball. Is he worth it? Absolutely. If there's anybody in the NBA right now worth that kind of money at the age of 26, it's Shai Alexander. Congratulations to him on a great season and a great run in the playoffs.
Errol, hey, how about this breakdown? So 71.25 a year, 5.94 a month, 1.48 per week, 868,000 per game, 212,000 per day, 8.8 thousand per hour, $147.26 per minute, and $2.45 per second. He just made like $32 in the time I read that.
Well, listen, if he ever divorces with his wife, I'll hook him up with one of my sisters.
I might take him at that point.
Chappelle had a skit back in the day where he got like Oprah pregnant. It was like he pretended he won the lottery. A couple of other ones on here.
That is winning the lottery. That is winning the lottery.
It's a version of winning the lottery, that's for sure. Speedy, a couple of names that are a little bit more obscure. Jakob Poeltl got $104 million from the Raptors. So the Raptors
Reaching.
can have... the Raptors have been pretty bad. Speedy, can you give some rationale? Poeltl's been a pretty good player for a while.
Yeah, he's a solid, big man, traditional big man. Now, again, for that type of money for a traditional big man, maybe there's only a few teams that would have given it to him because, it's not as valued in today's game as more. I always liked him in college coming out of Utah. He was always never great. He was never a great shooter, but I always thought he was a good passer for a big man. And I think Toronto values that kind of thing. That's why they drafted him. He was a good bench player on that championship team, but again, really hasn't developed much since then. So a little bit too much, but I think, again, they had to overpay to keep him, I guess.
Toronto don't hold on to players. Over the years, they've had a problem holding on to players, as we saw one go all the way to the finals with Indiana. So it has been a big problem over the years for the Toronto Raptors. And again, I didn't watch a lot of Toronto basketball all season long, but I do know this kid. Is he worth $104 million? Nobody's worth $104 million. But with the NBA and the way they pay their players, remember, there's 15 guys on a roster. The money's got to be, evened out some way. And he's like, what, the sixth guy? I don't even think he's a starter. He's like the sixth guy on the Toronto Raptors, and you're paying him 4 years, $104 million. If I was the eighth guy, if I'm not mistaken, it was on Sacramento. Their 14th guy is making like $5 or $6 million a year, and he never steps on a basketball court. So I just think about that. You can't attack these players for what they're getting. They earn the right to play in the NBA. They earn the right.
And it's guaranteed.
It's guaranteed. It's not the NFL. The NFL is the only sport that the money isn't guaranteed. The only sport. And that's why I think the CBA and the NFL and the Players Union has to figure out how to make this work, because it's not fair to the NFL players. They're putting their lives, their bodies, and their heads on the line, and they're not getting guaranteed money except the signing bonus. And that's why all these players are asking for a big signing bonus when they sign their long-term deals.
Well, let's get through the other three, Speedy, and I really want to hear your take on Julius Randle in a second. But first, James Harden re-signed with the Clippers, 2 years, $81.5 million, ensuring that $40 million a year gets spread out amongst the strip clubs in Los Angeles. Great job for all those women trying to build on their future.
And his beard maintenance.
Beard maintenance companies as well. He obviously
Have you ever
has one
seen
of the
him
best
without
beards.
a beard?
When he first came into the league, he had no beard.
When he was drafted.
Brutal.
He was good in college, too.
He was great in college.
So that was Harden. The T-Wolves decided that they're going to go all in on the Julius Randle experiment. They traded for him. They got DiVincenzo and Randle for Towns. They re-signed Randle for 3 years, $100 million, $33.3 million a year, right? So I don't know. I find that to be an interesting deal, especially after he kind of really did the Julius Randle thing in the last round of the playoffs they were able to be in, and he really no-showed. I don't know why you give that guy money. That's what the problem was.
I can tell you why.
The Knicks did, but they kind of put them in this hole. Errol, you start with you. How do you feel about this Randle 3 years, $100 million deal?
I don't think it's a bad deal for the Timberwolves, because I don't think anybody's going to want to go and play over there. Nobody wants to play with Anthony Edwards. He throws his teammates under the bus. We've seen that over and over and over again. Do you think a superstar like Giannis wants to go and play with Anthony Edwards? He couldn't get along with Karl Anthony Towns. That's why he was traded. Jimmy Buckets obviously couldn't get along with him. He's had superstars play with him, and they're all gone. It doesn't work. Watch, Gobert is going to get traded too, because he can't stand Anthony Edwards either. He doesn't work well with teammates. Julius Randle, he can handle Anthony Edwards. You know why he can handle Anthony Edwards? Because he's the same type of player as Anthony Edwards, a crybaby bitch. That's what he is. He cries about things, and he believes that he's the best player on that roster. Now, he's taken a step back since he's gone to the Timberwolves. I believe he thinks that Anthony Edwards is the guy. He's the second guy. But nevertheless, when he was here with the New York Knicks, he thought he was better than Jalen Brunson. He thought he was the leader of the team. And that is why he's no longer a Knick. And he doesn't play well in big games. He's not a big game player, and either is Anthony Edwards, as we've seen over the last couple of years. So they're practically the same identical player. And Anthony Edwards and him are probably butt buddies. Who knows? They're probably screwing each other in the shower room. I could care less. By the way, Anthony Edwards broke up with his baby's moms. Did you guys see that? And the child support, he paid the child support up front to his fiance, whatever she was, just so he can get it out of the way and he doesn't have to deal with it in the future. Could you believe that? That's Anthony Edwards, ladies and gentlemen. That story came out a couple of days ago. I read it. I don't know if it to be true, but what I've heard is he broke up with his baby's moms and he paid her up front the child support because he doesn't want to deal with her in the future. That's Anthony Edwards, boys.
Yeah,
Anthony Edwards.
What a great leadership quality.
What an ass.
Oh, yeah.
What an absolute ass. Has a daughter, and that's what he does.
There was only one left, Speedy. Just quickly mention it. This is the guy that people were like, couldn't believe wasn't in the Kevin Durant trade. Jabari Smith Jr. Gets a 5-year, $122 million deal from the Rockets. I still don't understand how they were able to get Durant for as cheap as they did. This was the guy that the Suns should have been asking for. I guess they were told no. What do you got, Speedy, on Smith?
No, definitely. Obviously, top 3 pick in the same draft with Chet Holmgren and Bonchero. A lot of people thought he could have gone number 1 at the time. His offensive prowess, I don't think, has really been as good in the NBA so far on a consistency basis, but he's a good team player, could do a lot of different things. And I think for what the Rockets need with the identity they're trying to bring, especially with Udoka being that Celtics-type coach where they're stressing that defense, he's got a lot of different things, and he's 22 years old still. So a lot of room for him to grow. They're paying him early where the market will get up for those types of players later on, especially with the league getting younger as it is.
All right, time to talk trades. There weren't any huge trades, but the Nets made a little news, trading with the Nuggets for Michael Porter Jr., giving up Cam Johnson.
Love this move for the Nets. Love this.
That's interesting that you do. I was going to say I love this move for the Nuggets. I'd like to hear your take on this.
Well, Michael Porter Jr., I think, is a better player than Cam Johnson. He has been a journeyman since he's come into the league. Now, Cam Johnson is a two-way player. Michael Porter is an offensive player. And I do believe the Nets need a player that they can build their offense around. They don't really have that. They have Thomas there, but Thomas, I don't know, is the bright light guy that you're going to say, oh, we got Thomas on our team. I think a guy like Michael Porter, he's a known guy. He's a known commodity. He's won an NBA title. He's a winner. And I think he's quite capable of being a number 1 guy on a roster. Now, he is going to be the number 1 guy there. He's going to give you, if the offense is going through him, he's going to score 24, 25 points a game. He's capable of doing that. As a third guy on that Nuggets team, he was averaging 17, 18 points a game. Now he's the number 1 guy. He can absolutely win games in the Eastern Conference. And the Eastern Conference is so much more weaker than the Western Conference, especially when it comes to the back end of the Eastern Conference. So you're going to see Michael Porter put up numbers that we've never seen Michael Porter do. Cam Johnson, obviously the Nuggets are going with him because of the contract. They don't have to. Michael Porter's making more money. Cam Johnson's making less. And I think, swapping both players and getting a little bit more for the bang for the buck with Cam Johnson, because he could be a 2-dimensional player. That's why I think the Nuggets went with Cam and why they got Cam. And not make a move with another team and bring in another player in a trade to trade Michael Porter. So that's the only reason why Cam Johnson is cheaper than Michael Porter Jr.
Yeah, I think that is a big reason. We were talking about the Nuggets' lack of bench production last year, a lot like the Knicks at certain points during the year. And obviously that was a big reason why Malone got fired. And again, these veterans that didn't want to come back, like Russell Westbrook already said he had no desire to come back. He signed, I don't know if he's signed yet, but you look at now the collective, they got Bruce Brown as well as a free agent, which they probably wouldn't have been able to do if they kept Porter's contract. And the Nets also get a high upside type guy that they still could develop. They want to stay young all at once. If he could stay healthy, he's probably the best player that they have. And scoring wise, you're right, Fish, he doesn't do great defensively, but I think he's still better than a lot of the ones they have there.
He's going to average 25 points a game, Michael Porter Jr. That's
if
what
he could stay healthy, though. This is not a guy that's the picture of health. He came into the league with back questions. That's why he dropped originally in the draft. And then he sat out a year. This is the type of guy that, as you age, you worry. Well, you're right. I mean, because the Nets aren't close, right? Mm-hmm. But the idea is you don't realize they also got an unprotected first-round pick in 2032
which I don't understand
to get off of Porter. Because the league views Porter as much lower asset than Cam Johnson. Because Cam Johnson was a 39% three-point shooter last year. That's better than Porter. And Porter's supposed to be the offensive player. So I would honestly look at Cam Johnson as a better player going forwards. The age, I don't know if the age is as big of a difference, but Porter's been around for a long time. Everybody knows that he's not. It feels like he's not the same player as he was a couple of years ago when they were winning. Obviously, a lot of things fell apart there in Denver. We don't know the whole picture. It's very interesting that he gets a fresh start. I really like Cam Johnson. I thought Cam Johnson was at times the best player on that team for long stretches for the Nets. I don't think he's consistent enough to be a number one guy.
I think you're looking at Cam Johnson a little bit higher than you should be.
They just traded a first-round pick and Porter for Cam Johnson, and unprotected.
The reason why they did that, I'm going to tell you why the reason why they did that, is because Michael Porter is a little bit older than Cam Johnson. That's the only reason why they did that. That's the only reason why they did that. And Michael Porter is an injury-prone player. Cam Johnson, besides the couple of years, I think, when he was on the Suns, the Phoenix Suns, he's been fairly healthy with the Nets. And Michael Porter is an injury-prone player. If you were to ask me right now, you ask any expert, who's better, Michael Porter Jr. or Cam Johnson? I think a lot of those experts would tell you Michael Porter Jr., when healthy, is much better than Cam Johnson. But Michael Porter is never healthy, and that's the problem. And I think the Nets only brought him in to use him as a trade chip. If he has a good season, they're going to move him at the trade deadline to a team that's going to overpay for him if they need an offensive option.
Well, we know Michael Porter is definitely better because Nathan said that Cam Johnson was better.
Oh,
the Nuggets also added Jonas Valanciunas, the big center, kind of like from a bygone generation. Does hit the three a little bit. Traded him for Dario Saric, who I didn't even know was still in the league. So the Nuggets are definitely trying to retool a little bit. Nickeil Alexander-Walker sign and trade to the Hawks. The Hawks keep making moves, Errol. Yes. We saw it during the draft. They started with, before the draft, even with Porzingis. We saw them make the move in the draft to go back and add that unprotected pick next year, so they have a real shot at retooling. They're trying to build around Trae Young. I don't know if that's the wisest decision, though. That's where I'm at with the Hawks.
I don't believe that with the Hawks. I think that one way or another, they're going to trade Trae Young. If not this year, next year.
That makes no sense, though. Why are you adding like ancillary pieces like these guys?
Because this is an organization that doesn't do anything right. When was the last time they did something right? Okay? And Trae Young, he's the prototypical guy that he's going to give you, if he's healthy, he's going to give you 28, 29 points a game. There's going to be a team out there willing to overspend for him. And by the way, next year's draft class is much better than it is this past year. And I'm telling you right now, don't be surprised at the trade deadline that the Hawks just completely pull everything away and say, you know what, we're trading this guy, we're trading that guy. Oh, yeah, Trae Young, we're trading them here. We'll go trade them to the Golden State Warriors because the Golden State Warriors are going to give us their first-round draft pick. It's to me, this is just what the Hawks do all the time. Every single time they're a good team, they just trade them away. It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, the Hawks had a stretch, obviously, with 2008 to I think 2019, where they had the longest playoff success rate in the NBA. I think the longest streak.
By the way, I like the Valanciunas move. I love that move for the Nuggets. That is a great move for the Nuggets because this guy is great on the boards and he's a good offensive player in the paint and he's mean. He's mean like Jokic, and that's what you want. I think they're going to play an aggressive type of game, and Valanciunas is an aggressive player. So I like that move by the Nuggets. Great. That was a slam dunk move. I know it's not like something that really stands out to you guys, but you watch with him and Jokic playing back and forth with one another and working off each other, it's going to work.
Yeah,
it's going to work.
You always look at the depth of big man of being important in some facet when it comes to just the production on the rebounding end. And again, we saw that like accumulating depth-wise. Now, Valanciunas wasn't on the Toronto championship team. He was traded for Marc Gasol, but he still was valuable in certain areas to get them to rise to that point. And the Nuggets, too, the same kind of thing. You want to use Aaron Gordon more as the offensive type big man. He's not as good of a raw defender as somebody like Valanciunas inside that's been steady his whole career.
And Jokic loves to pass the ball, and this guy loves to dunk the ball. You're going to see a lot of highlights with Valanciunas. And like I said, he is mean. He's a mean player, hard fouls. He beats you up in the paint. And that's what you want to see from a player. Jokic is going to love him. These guys are going to be fun to watch.
Definitely the best backup center he's had to work with, in my opinion.
100%.
You gotta love those big Eastern European dudes, just like 7 foot tall in the
Yeah,
paint
just
there.
take up space and bang and know their job. They don't ever try and do too much.
Don't try to mess with them too much. It's
Oh,
pretty scary
hell no.
dudes. Obviously, guys, I wasn't here yesterday, and Job, I kind of wanted to hear your take first. I need to know what you think about the Malik Beasley thing, because the Pistons signed and traded Duncan Robinson to play basically the Beasley role. Now that we know that Beasley ain't playing basketball no mo. What was your take, boys, yesterday? Start with Jabba.
Yeah, it was interesting, and Jake brought up a great clip on just how, and I said it's like the tip of the iceberg. We only see so much, and so who knows how deep this really goes. Yeah, it was just interesting to see how quick it turned and how it got legs so fast. But it's also interesting. Errol brought up something why like the district attorney and stuff was involved, and you're just like, well, was he laundering money? Was he doing something? So and we were all kind of like interested in it, but we don't really know exactly like the whole story of what it is and why there's so many people involved in it. But the clip that Jake showed us was really, it was a 12-pointer. They were up 11.5, and he literally takes it, sprints down the court, and dunks it and covers. And so you're just like, oh, okay, well, nobody does that. Now it looks a little fishy. So this will be interesting to see how it plays out. But yeah, he ain't going to be playing for a while.
I like, first of all, I think players should be allowed to bet on sports, not their own games, but other games. And I don't know if he bet on his own game, but if the district attorney is
They're
involved,
saying he did. They're saying that he did, and it was like prop bets.
Fine. But why is the district attorney involved with it unless they were laundering money? Because it was legalized in Wisconsin. That's where it happened, right? It happened against the Bucks. So if it's legalized in Wisconsin, why is the district attorney involved with it? Nobody knows the true story, but everybody is saying, well, we're never going to see Beasley again in the NBA. That's a bunch of crap, if you ask me. And again, if you're going to come out and say, you're going to come out with these stories and you're going to say, well, this guy's involved and that guy's involved and the district attorney is involved. Why don't we know the whole story? Why do we have to wait? We knew all about the Ohtani thing when that came out. Why don't we know about this?
Do we really know everything about the Ohtani thing, though?
No, I told you. The MLB brushed it under the rug. We all know what happened. That's the facts. Fact that, Jack. And I don't get the Beasley thing. And if I were the Knicks, when Beasley becomes available,
get out of here.
He
won't be playing. He's going to be in jail. He's going to be in jail for point shaving.
We'll see.
He'll join Jonte Porter on Tim Donaghy's prison basketball league.
You got to prove it. So
Tim Donaghy's basketball league. That would be the place for it. Just a couple of signings before we get out of this, guys.
Yes.
We have to talk about the Bucks waiving Dame Lillard using that old stretch provision invented for who, Speedy?
Stretch provision.
Oh, the stretch. Who did the Knicks decide to stretch? That ruined them for years. They decided to stretch.
Miles Turner, spit it out.
No, not Miles Turner. No. I'm talking about years ago.
I don't care about the stretch in the Knicks. I care about
the stretch provision was like originally it was called like the Allen Houston rule, and they had to modify. They modified it. The Knicks, when they put it in as a rule, the Knicks decided to do the stretch position to Chauncey Billups because they thought if they did that, they'd have enough money to make a run, and it ended terribly. So the Bucks are pulling that move, taking the salary that was due for Dame, the big money, and stretching it out over 5 years so they could afford to go get Miles Turner on the 4-year,
this hurts
$109
Indiana.
million contract.
This hurts Indiana.
Certainly
they lost. Now you think about Indiana right now. They lost Tyrese Halliburton for the whole season with his torn Achilles. Miles Turner is a big man who can shoot the three. He could do so many things on the boards. And now you lose him to free agency. And you lose Tyrese Halliburton. Indiana went from one of the best teams in the East, probably falls to like 8 or 9. They're nowhere close to the team they were this past season, and that absolutely hurts them. So I didn't understand why Indiana allowed Miles Turner even to go to free agency. And again, it just tells you one thing about Indiana. They had a chance to get Giannis, and what Halliburton did and his father did after that series in the first round, probably pushed away or gave him no chances of getting Giannis if he becomes available, because he's not going to want to go and play with Indiana when the Halliburtons are there. So that's what would have made sense to me. Oh, we lose Miles Turner, we're going to get Giannis. It's not happening anymore. And Giannis is getting traded. It might not be right now. It might not be in the beginning of the season. Giannis, by the trade deadline, is getting traded. He's not happy with this organization. And losing Dame wasn't playing for the rest of the season anyways. He was not playing this year, especially at his age. He's 35, 36? He tore his Achilles. But Giannis wanted Dame to be there. That's why he decided to extend his contract. And now Dame is gone. Best believe.
Hey, Errol, yes. Do you think as the leader of that team and Giannis, do you think they even gave him the respect or wherewithal to talk to him and ask him?
No, he was surprised. He was upset and he was surprised.
I think that's when it came out and said he was upset. Like, I think if you make that effort to know like why he signed because he wanted that guy on the team. If you literally like just go and be like, hey, you know what? He's getting older and like kind of he may not like it, but at least he has to respect you for the fact that he was given the respect of like, hey, this is kind of the direction we're going. You can't really be pissed about that if they don't, do it behind your back and you find out via Twitter or somebody tells you, right?
Horrible. I think that's going to push Giannis out. And this is an organization that's been behind his family. They're the one that this organization moved Giannis's family from Greece to America, taking care of him, made sure that he was happy, gave him how many contracts? I think this is his third contract with the Milwaukee Bucks, and he's made a lot of money here in America. But now Giannis is at the tail end of his career. He wants to win another championship, and he knows he's not going to win it in Milwaukee. This team is old. There's no talent there, and I don't care if they bring in Miles Turner. Miles Turner is not a superstar. He's a good player. He's a quality player. He's not a star. So I don't know how this is going to work. I think Miles Turner is going to be Giannis, not as good as Giannis, but he's going to be playing the role of Giannis when Giannis gets traded.
And he's going to have to play the role as like a second option on offense, which you can get away with if you're the Pacers offense that had a lot of other good shooters around it. Milwaukee really doesn't have that right now.
They don't draft very well either.
Yeah, Milwaukee is a lot of similar style type bench players. They have a lot of defensive forwards type thing. And I think they even they re-signed Bobby Portis, but I think they lost someone else. Oh, they lost Brook Lopez too. So like it just they don't have a lot of depth. Obviously, we know Doc Rivers is not the greatest coach either, and you're going to run that team into the ground if the front office hasn't done enough of it already. And that's definitely going to make Giannis much more frustrated. Now, again, the rumors did not say that Giannis requested the trade officially, but it seems like it's leaning in that direction.
Well, if you're a Rockets fan, Jabba, you would absolutely have to be pumped up about this offseason. We already mentioned the trades. We mentioned the big move to get the big man Durant, not having to give up Jabari Smith and extending him. Look at what they also did. They got Clint Capella back, their old rebounder. They brought him back, 3-year deal at an older age, and they brought in another guy locally that we've seen for a while, Dorian Finney-Smith, on a 4-year, $53 million deal. As a fan, just in general, Jabba, if your team is loading up like that, how excited are you?
Well, I think they're filling holes and not spending a buttload of money, not just putting all your eggs in one basket. And when you go and see kind of where you need to fix, and not necessarily fix, but add and subtract, and to be able to do it and with good contracts that are good for obviously Capella being a little bit older and knowing his role, but get that 3-year, that comfort, and to fill those spots. And Finney-Smith with what he is able to do, I just think when they're filling spots and see that they're making an effort, you can only be excited about them trying to put that team in a position to win. So I think they filled some holes that they really, really needed.
And Clint Capella has been a journeyman for the last, 5-6 years.
I was going to say like 7-8 years probably.
Yeah, he's been a journeyman. He's a good player. He's a good defensive player. His offense is really he doesn't have much of an offense. He doesn't shoot very well for a 4. Sometimes, with the Hawks, he was playing 5 at some points of the season. So Capella is a good player. He's a good rebounder, but he's not a great player. So he's a good guy off the bench. That's what I would say Clint Capella is. He's not a starter anymore.
No, definitely not a starter anymore, but still a useful guy in the league. And we said the other team that's loading up is the Hawks. They also add Luke Kennard, a Dookie, Errol, an old Dookie, a nice sharpshooter, kind of a wing player. Doesn't play a lick of defense.
Kennard was on the Duke team that lost to South Carolina.
Got news for you guys. Most Duke players don't play defense when they come to the NBA. JJ Redick is another one.
Shane
Duke,
Battier played a lot of defense.
Yeah, Battier did. Grant Hill played he was a two-dimensional player. Kyrie Irving will play a lick of defense. I mean, if you go up and down the great Duke players that have played in the NBA, Jason Tatum plays defense, but very few of them that become good players in the NBA play a lick of defense. So that's very Coach K-esque, who actually preaches defense. So figure that one out. It doesn't make it.
That's true. At least the guys that play for him slam their hands on the floor trying to pretend like they're playing defense. The last guy I got here, Speedy, Gershon Yabusele goes to the Knicks. That's the guy from the French team. I guess he's like a 6'8" center, sort of. But he's an outside stretch guy, basically.
Right. He's going to be like a stretch 4 type thing, could do a lot of different things. And again, a good contract for a player well-rounded. You always like to see that when a player is just one type of specialist. Either you would use him in many different rotations. We were talking about the Knicks with Mike Brown, how he's going to play the bench to be a lot different. And that's, I think, a big key when you look at somebody like that. He's a perfect type of prototype. You saw him have a lot of those types of players with the Cavs when LeBron was younger, those types of rotational power forward types. And Sacramento didn't work as well, but I think it was more they just built the team that way because they were much more backcourt oriented.
And I will say this. What the Knicks are trying to do now is pretty obvious. They're going French. That's where they're going. They got 3 French players.
They're pushing for Wemby in 3 years.
I hope not. I mean, I'm not a Wemby fan. I know a lot of Knicks fans would be excited to have Wembanyama, but I'm not a fan of his. So those are one of the guys. I know everybody says, oh, you don't like, how could you not like Steph Curry? Why do you not like Wembanyama? I just think he was overrated when he came to the NBA. And anybody that wants to come out and say that this guy could go down as one of the greatest, or if not the greatest NBA player of all time, you're on drugs, because nobody's going to be better than Michael Jordan, no matter how many championships Wembanyama wins. And by the way, I'll be surprised if he wins more than 2. Okay? That's all I'm going to say about that.
All right. And guys, there'll be more stuff, I'm sure, in basketball this offseason. But for now, that was the first rendition of our free agent roundtable.
And I want to say something else. This is not Greg Popovich anymore. The Spurs, they brought in Dylan Harper. I love Dylan Harper. I think he's going to be a great player. And everybody's attacking me on TikTok right now saying, how could you say that De'Aaron Fox and Dylan Harper won't work? And it's pretty simple. De'Aaron Fox is 6'3". So what are you going to do? You're going to move Dylan Brooks to a shooting guard position where he's more of a point guard? You're going to play a two-dimensional point guard game where these guys are going to cross over and hog the ball and not give the ball to Wembanyama? It's not going to work. You're going to see it's not going to work. They're going to have to decide, and they're going to decide to go with the rookie, Dylan Harper. This has happened. The same thing happened in Sacramento when you had Haliburton there and De'Aaron Fox. They had to make a decision. Do we want to keep De'Aaron Fox or do we want to keep Tyrese Haliburton? Well, guess what? They made the wrong decision. As much as I like De'Aaron Fox, Tyrese Haliburton has been the better player over the last 2 seasons. That's the fact, Jack. Sacramento has not gone past the first round. Indiana has been in multiple positions to go far in the playoffs. As a matter of fact, before this year, they were in the Eastern Conference Finals when they got knocked out by the Celtics. And this past year, they're in the finals. Maybe next year. Well, not next year because they're not healthy. But you got what I'm saying. Haliburton is a game-changing player. Is De'Aaron Fox? He's not. And that's all I'm going to say. You got to decide who you're going to keep. And I know fans are not going to like it. It's going to be Dylan Harper. And by the way, Dylan Harper is a beast. He is a beast of a player. Defense, offense, 6'6". And his father, does anybody know who Ron Harper is? Well, go look him up. He played on those Chicago Bulls teams. He is a all-world defensive player. And if Dylan Harper has any kind of style of defense like his father wasn't a really good offensive player. Dylan does. You have an offensive player and a defensive player like a prototype of Ron Harper. Watch out. This guy could be as super as a superstar should be. So
Okay. Ron Harper, the guy that would hypothetically shut down the top 4 ball handler of all time, Steph Curry, according to somebody.
I'm gonna
What an
right
idiot! Hey, isn't it funny? Dylan Harper's rookie contract is more than his dad made in his career.
Yep.
That's accurate.
But when your father is Ron Harper, you think Ron Harper gives a crap? He's going to get a piece of that money. His old sonny boy will take care of his old daddy Dukes.
Oh, yeah.
And his mom, by the way, his mom was a good athlete too. So if you know the background of the Harper family, I think he has a sister that's a good athlete, a track and field runner. I mean, the family is loaded with talent when it comes to athletic ability. So congratulations to Dylan Harper. I can't wait to watch him play with Wembanyama. I'm not a Wembanyama fan, but I'm a Dylan Harper fan, and I will buy a Dylan Harper jersey because I root him on. He played for a New Jersey team. He's out here on the East Coast, and I love watching him play. So
I'm glad he's in the NBA, so I don't have to watch him beat our ass every year in the Big Ten.
They got 2 good. I'll tell you this: both Rutgers
rough.
are going to be stars. They're going to be stars. Now, one of them just needs to learn how to shut his mouth. Dylan Harper doesn't talk. He lets his game do the talking. We'll see what happens with the guy over there in Utah. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, our deuce of the day.
The deuce of the day.
You not a log. I don't have a log, but no.
Ladies and gentlemen, our deuce of the day. We were speaking about it yesterday. Thank you, Nathan, for reaching out to me and telling me, guess who's coming out of retirement? Yes, ladies and gentlemen, Darren Waller has come out of retirement and was traded. Yes, the New York Giants traded him for a conditional pick to where? Ladies and gentlemen, the Miami Dolphins. So what does that spell? Loser. Loser. Yeah. I have no idea why Miami even traded a pick. I don't even know what the conditional pick is. It could be a 4th, a 5th. It doesn't really matter. Darren Waller has been out of league for a year. He wasn't the same player when he went to the Giants. The Giants couldn't keep him on the field for 2 years, more than 12 games. The guy is a waste. The story is great. This guy was an elite tight end for maybe 2 years. And then after that, he's completely disappeared. And now he wants to come back. Why? Because he had to pay his wife some money after they had a divorce. She's one of the best athletes we've seen in women's sports. And she's not crying about it. But Darren Waller, his rapid career is completely over. So what is he going to do? He's going to come back to the NFL and try to make a statement with a comeback. But boy, oh boy, if anybody checked out his rapping, it is one of the worst.
Poop said it was really good.
He's horrible. He is horrible. Dame, if you want to hear an athlete,
he's good.
Dame's actually good. He's actually a pretty good rapper. He's been on with Jadakiss. He's been on with a bunch of rappers. This guy, Darren Waller, he has been absolutely putrid. Oh, it's horrible. His career was one and done. But I believe his comeback is going to be one and done. I don't think he's going to last the whole season because the guy can't stay healthy. So my deuce of the day goes to the terrible Miami Dolphins as they bring back the one and only Darren Waller. And maybe it's not such a deuce to the Giants because they got something back for a guy that they didn't think was going to come back. So our deuce of the day.
A 6th-round pick to throw at
We'll give him a clap.
Dart throw at a tight end.
That's our deuce. All right, ladies and gentlemen, when we come back, we don't have a guest tonight, but we have a lot of topics to get into. We're going to come back with King of the Hill and then sound it out. But first, our Sports Minute with the Fish.
This is the Jabba and the Mouth Sports Minute.
Okay, guys, Aaron Fishman here with your Sports Minute. Going to go through a few stories before we go into the baseball scores tonight. A woman has come out and accused Buffalo Bills first-round draft pick Maxwell Hairston of sexual assault stemming from an incident back in 2021. The woman, Rebecca Hendricks, alleges that when Hairston and her were in the same dorm in college at the University of Kentucky, that in that March, according to the lawsuit, Hairston went to Hendricks' room without being invited and followed her into her room after she declined to hang out with him. After Hendricks expressed her non-interest in engaging in sexual intercourse with him several times, Hairston forcefully removed her pajama shorts and sexually assaulted her. Hairston and his agent have not responded, and he is not charged with a crime. The Bills reportedly knew about this incident before drafting Hairston. At the time, Brandon Beane said that the team fully investigated an allegation of sexual assault from 2021 that Hairston was an impeccable kid, quote unquote, and it doesn't seem to be anything there. The Bills will have to hope their initial assessment is correct, as this case does not seem to be going away in the foreseeable future. Jake Paul is in the news once again to defend his boxing prowess against international political pundit Piers Morgan, who called Paul's unanimous victory over Julio Cesar Chavez Jr. on Saturday an unwatchable farce. Morgan continued that Paul is killing boxing with this boring stage BS against older fighters way past their prime. Morgan's post has more than irritated Paul and his camp at Most Valuable Promotions, stating that the comments are baseless and irresponsible, and not only undermines the integrity of the sport, but is defamatory and causes reputational damage to MVP, Jake Paul, and the commission. Enough is enough. We will be exploring all options, including legal action, to hold accountable those spreading such deliberate and harmful lies. While Jake Paul may be right, he may be a ranked boxer now technically, his threatening to sue people calling him out for the obvious is a little much even for someone who wouldn't watch Piers Morgan in a gazillion years. Maybe Paul will get to fight a current boxer and prove his case once and for all, but we all know there's less money in him doing that. Last story, Indiana Fever took home the WNBA Commissioner's Cup without star player Caitlin Clark. Natasha Howard led the Fever and took home MVP honors with 16 points, 12 rebounds, and 4 assists. Clark has missed time with a bad groin, but the Fever have learned how to win without her, taking down the mid-season tournament cup over the Minnesota Lynx. We have a resilient group, you know, Fever coach Stephanie White said. They're tough, mentally and physically. They pull for one another. I'm just really proud. We're going to continue to get better. Caitlin is a player who has a high usage rate, has the ball in her hands a lot. Learning to play without her, learning to make big plays in tough moments on both ends of the floor is important. The Fever, who are now sitting at 500, hope to get Clark back in the near future. Earlier action today in baseball in the first game of a doubleheader, completing yesterday's game. The Red Sox beat the Reds 5-3. The Nationals in an earlier first game of their double dip got blown out by the Tigers 11-2 in Washington. The Phillies lost to the Padres 6-4 in Philly. Another in the second game of that doubleheader is also final 5-1. Phillies and Padres. That was actually the first game today, so they split that double billing. The Mets lost the first game of their doubleheader 7-2. And in the current action right now, going to the bottom of the ninth, the Twins have a 2-1 lead over the Marlins. In the top of the eighth, the Tigers have a 4-3 lead on the Nationals, looking to sweep both games today. The Reds have a 5-4 lead on the Red Sox, trying to split their doubleheader in the bottom of the seventh. It's 2-0 Angels over the Braves in the bottom of the sixth. Also, bottom sixth, the Mets are up on the Brewers 5-3. Mizorowski got beat up by the Mets for the first time in this one. The Blue Jays are up 8-6 on the Yankees in the top of the sixth. It was 8-0. The Yankees are making a furious comeback, and bases are loaded as we speak. And it's now 8-7. 3-0 right now, and going to the bottom of the fourth, the Rangers over the Orioles. 3-2, the Guardians over the Cubs in the bottom of the third. And the top of the second, it's 2-0 Astros over the Rockies. Still to come tonight, Mariners, Royals, and the D-backs, and the Giants. Guys, we are streaming live on TikTok, Twitter, and YouTube on our Job in the Mouth handle, and on Facebook and Instagram under the Worldwide Sports Radio Network handle. Keep downloading on Apple Podcasts and watch us on Spotify, now in video. Make sure to like and subscribe to all our shorts, reels, TikToks, and longer videos that you see from us throughout the week. Now back to Errol, Jabba, and Speedy for our next segment on Jabba and the Mouth.
Any questions?
What is this? We're back. This is the Jabba and the Mouth Show.
My pinky is bigger than yours. This wears panties. Dodger. Snatch. My dog wants your pussycat.
631-672-3108 is the number to call. You're listening to Jabba and the Mouth. I'm your host, Errol Marks, my co-host, Jabba Chamberlain, and Speedy Petey. Our executive producer, Mr. Aaron Fishman, on the board. Ladies and gentlemen, Tommy Poops. This has got to be now a month and a half in for Tommy as our board op. And then, ladies and gentlemen, our interns, Jake, Aaron, Zach. They're all over here. They're all in here. No Nathan tonight. Goody's going to be joining us a little bit later in the show. Go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Check out all our shows throughout the week, including Jabba in the Mouth every single Mondays and Thursdays at 7:30 p.m. All you have to do to tune in and check out our local listings for all the shows is go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. I just want to say something, Jabba. Your face during that basketball, back and forth banter, and the way you got just aggressively angry, that was must watch. I mean, me and Tommy, when we went to break, we were laughing. It was one of the funniest things. And if I could rewind that and look at your face when you came back into the conversation, that was something that we definitely have to cut up and pop up, because that face was just endlessly funny. So I just want to let you know that. It would definitely stood out to me so far in this show. No matter what we talk about now for the rest of the show, your face was perfect. We got to cut that out, Fish, and put that up. That was awesome.
I know. It's sexy. I get it.
Ladies and gentlemen, we call this segment Sound It Out.
Big roll here. Jay Quellen. Where's Jay Quellen at? No Jay Quellen here?
Do you mean Jacqueline?
Let's sound it out.
What you call me?
Sound it out.
Welcome back, everybody, to another episode of Sound It Out. Phonics Schmonics. Errol's got it. Errol, the NHL draft took place on Friday last week. We got some names from the draft. Are you ready to sound it out?
All right. Peter Andreanov. Hold on. Andreanov. Peter Andreanov. What do you think?
I mean, I would say it's Andrianov, but we'll allow it. All right, it's Peter. It's Pieter. But it's Peter. You're not wrong. That's how it would be spelled for Peter. 1-for-1, Errol, on the NHL draft. Didn't expect you this hot out of the gate. Let's keep the music rolling.
Oh.
Our next name coming on up for you, Errol. Here it is. Sound it out.
Francisco Galeche. What is this? What is this?
First off, it's Francesco.
All right. Well,
Francesco.
Whatever. What is it? What's his last name?
Speedy, I don't know how to pronounce the last name. I know the first name was
He doesn't
wrong.
even know how to pronounce it. Go ahead, Speedy.
I gave this one to you guys yesterday. But
All right, so that doesn't help me.
So I get a half a point because you guys don't know how to spell it. I mean,
it's
you
certainly
guys
not dulce de leche or whatever you said.
Isn't that a cake?
It's a type of dessert.
I mean, come on. How do you guys don't even know how to sound it out, and you got to give me half a point for that. You have to. You guys don't know it. So that's half a point. It's one and a half.
Hold on. We'll find it out real quick for you.
Look at this. Ladies and gentlemen, we play Sound Out, and these guys make fun of me on how I pronounce these hockey names. These guys don't even know how to pronounce their names either. So how am I a loser on this game? I should be a winner every single
I think it's Delach. So not going to get that one. But 1 for 2 is batting 500. It's pretty good. We got one more. Tommy, get the music going. Here it is. One more chance, Errol, to sound it out. This one I saw all over the internet.
Okay. Ilias Magomed Sultanov.
Say it all together.
Ilias Magomed Sultanov. Come on. Oh, Magomed Sultanov.
All right. I don't know. I'm going to give you that one.
How do you pronounce
I'm going to give it to you. 2 out of 3. It's definitely Ilias. Okay. All right. Ilias. Magomed Sultanov.
All right. That's not bad. That's not bad.
I'm not sure if that's how it's pronounced. But I don't see how it could be pronounced something else. It's just the longest last name I've ever seen.
They so it's the second one was Francesco Del Elche.
Del Leche or Del Elche.
Yep.
Del Elche. That's a tough one.
Well, hold on 1 second. I wasn't that far off. Was I?
You got the first name completely wrong.
All right, but I wasn't. You made fun of what I said at
It
the
sounded
end.
like you said Dulce de Leche.
Whatever. It's still
Delicious,
not false from what
but
I was saying. Hey, listen, I'm thinking of food because I can't have it right now, so I might as well enjoy thinking about it. Anyway,
please don't complain to me about any of that.
Well, I could eat the stuff, but I'm trying to be a little bit more careful. I am not drinking any sugar drinks. I'm going to stay away from it for the next couple of months. But besides that, I should be allowed to eat whatever I want if I'm not drinking the sugar drinks, because that's my killer. Anybody that knows anything about sugar drinks, if there is any like crushed soda, crushed grape, or any of that stuff around me, I'm swallowing that bottle down. I like lemonade too. Love my lemonade. So I have to stay away from all of that.
Diet, dude. Just diet. You got to go diet.
Me diet of what? I'm not drinking.
Diet
I'll just
iced tea, diet lemonade.
I'll just drink it.
Has
I
no
don't want
sugar.
diet lemonade. I don't want diet freaking iced tea.
Welcome to being part of the anti-sugar world.
Well,
that's how it is, man.
I'm not going to stay away from sugar. I'm just going to stay away from sugar drinks. That's what I'm going to stay away.
You should try to stay away from unnatural sugar. That's the general thing they say. Like fruit and stuff like that's not terrible.
Refined sugar.
Well, I want to have some cake. Why can't I have some cake? I'm not going to stay away from that completely. So I deserve a little bit of sweet.
Get the ones that have the sugar-free or the no sugar added.
So I have to stay away from sugar completely? Come on, get out of here. I'm not that bad.
Errol, if you just say like, "Oh, I'm not gonna eat the soda, but I'm gonna eat cake," that doesn't change the fact that you shouldn't be having sugar.
I didn't say I was going to eat cake every day, but if I want to have
cake
once a week, I can have cake once a week. Why not?
I'm just saying the way that when I found out I was type 1 diabetic, and obviously you don't have that, but I just found a bunch of desserts that were similar to desserts I would want to have. And then after you don't have sugar for a few weeks, you don't really like miss it like that, and you just want to have a dessert. So you can have like a very low sugar brownie and ice cream and things like that, and it's not that bad. It really isn't. But it's a big change. It is, man.
I like I said, drink any sugar drinks, but I am going to have some cake, and I'm going to have the opportunity to enjoy my 4th of July, and then I'll go back to being garbage. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, we call the next segment King of the Hill.
And here's the King of the Hill.
This, Bobby, is the belt line. You never ever hit below that.
Not that kind of King of the Hill, you dumb. Ready? This is King of the Hill.
All right, where's the boys?
Everybody come on in for King of the Hill. You guys know the drill. It's everyone trying to dethrone the king. The king is Errol Marks at this time. We got music for this as well we can throw on. In the first round, it's a peasant fight, and it's going to be everyone versus everyone. The two guys that do the best, according to King Errol, will go on to the joust. And in the joust, they will battle it out to go to the final round to take on the king, and whoever wins will be decided by all of the king's subjects. See if he stays the king or we have a new king for next week's game. You guys ready to play King of the Hill?
Let's take a dump. Let's go.
All right, so I heard some criticism about this, so I changed some of the topics here real quick. We're going to go starting off round 1, best power forwards of all time. Had to be a power forward in the NBA. All right, now that's the rule, the old definition of what a power forward is. Let's get it into the camera angle. I'll be over here. The king is here, and we have 5 competitors. That's how we're going to do it from now on. We'll start it off. Let's get the interns don't like it when they go at the end, so we'll put them in the middle, and we'll start it off with Tommy Scoops, best power forward of all time.
I'm going to go with Tim Duncan. Pretty obvious choice as one of the best big men of all time. Basically, Tim Duncan was just that dude, basically the measuring stick of what a power forward should be for quite some time. And 5-time champion and really stellar player all around, 2-time MVP as well. Give me Tim Duncan.
All right, Jabba.
I'm going to go with my guy, good friend of mine, Charles Barkley. Played the position. Obviously, he had the nickname for a reason. Coming out of Auburn and doing what he did at his size as that position and kind of facilitating in what he was and how he was able to take over games and explosive and just one-of-a-kind personality, too. That's for sure.
All right. Aaron.
I'm going to go with Dirk Nowitzki. You could possibly say one of the best players in his era when playing with obviously LeBron James and Kobe and all those guys, winning in Dallas against LeBron James in the Miami Heat. You could really put him up there with any of the best power forwards, honestly, in the NBA for what he did and coming in with this such unique shot. But yes, I'll go with Dirk Nowitzki.
All right. Jake.
I'm going to go with the big ticket. I'm going to go with KG, Kevin Garnett. Probably arguably the best defensive power forward of all time. Also could, play some decent offense up there. Carried Minnesota for a long time. They got almost to the finals, didn't quite make it. Then he goes over to Boston, helps them win a championship with the original big three, Ray Allen and Paul Pierce. And KG, he was just a lockdown defender, probably the best shit talker of all time. So yeah, I got to go with Kevin Garnett.
All right, Speedy for 2.
All right, Fish, I don't know if this qualifies. I want to go with 2 of the same name, though, if that's the case. Moses Malone considered power forward or center before in that. Okay. All right, yeah. So I'm going to go with him to start. Obviously, I mentioned Julius Erving in our debate last week as part of that Sixers team. Malone obviously was the other big guy, great rebounder, one of the best of his era, defensively, and again, a tough group that they play against those Celtics teams and all over the year. So I'll go with him for one, and then obviously Karl Malone, not as great of a defensive player, but one of the best offensive power forward we ever seen. Call the mailman for a reason. And I think, again, we talk about era-adjusted guys, probably would be one of the better shooters in today's game if you were playing at that time. Would be a prolific scorer, holding a couple scoring records for a while.
All right, back to Jake.
All right, so for my next pick, I'm going to go with Pau Gasol. Pretty much was Kobe's running mate for the second half of the Lakers. He was great on offense, a great defender as well. He was pretty much a secondary scorer, and he was, always there for Kobe in those clutch moments. The shots didn't quite come up. He'd be there to grab rebounds and put shots back up, and he always was, helpful glue guy for Kobe whenever he needed it. So yeah, Pau Gasol.
Aaron.
Oh, I just had the name on top. Oh, I forgot. Sorry, lost my train of thought. Skip me. I literally just had it.
We'll skip you, but you might lose them.
Yeah,
Jabba.
that's what happens.
Hello.
Jabba.
I'm going to go, not a real sexy pick, but I'm going to go Horace Grant. His individual stats weren't great, but he was such a pivotal impact player and knew his role. He did make an all-star game. He won 4 rings, had a great career. And I loved that he knew what his role was and didn't care about the individual stats, because as we see, but I think there's an impact of what he did for the teams that he played on that makes him silently go down as one of the best.
All right. Aaron, you got anything?
Was Dennis Rodman considered a power forward or a center?
Power forward.
Yeah, so Dennis Rodman. I mean, honestly, you can say with the Pistons, with the Bulls, probably one of the best in his era, with playing with Michael Jordan, playing with Isaiah Thomas. You can consider him one of the best power forwards, at least in his era, getting rebounds, having those crazy stat lines. But I'm going to go with Dennis Rodman.
Who was your first guy, Aaron?
I think it might have been Chris Bosh, maybe. It was in my head, and once I came in, once I was ready, it
No, your first pick, he's saying.
Oh, my first pick?
Oh
my God. What did I say?
Did you say Dirk?
Yeah,
You said
Dirk.
Dirk.
Yeah.
All right, Tommy for 2.
All right, I'm going to go. Nobody went Charles Barkley, correct?
No, Jabba.
Yeah,
I did.
Barkley was one of the first ones taken, Tommy.
Let me go with someone like Sean Kemp. Sean Kemp for a while was known as one of the best dunkers in the league, pretty much. Pretty dominant defensive dude, pretty big guy who had to yam it down on people. And I'm going to go with Sean Kemp. And my number 2, this one might be unpopular, but I'm going to go with Giannis. I'm going to go with Giannis Antetokounmpo. Basically, very dominant player of recent memories. Very one of the biggest dominant defensive guys in the recent years of the recent NBA era. So I'm going to go with Giannis.
I wouldn't call Giannis a power forward. He's a
No,
center.
he's a 5. He's a 5.
He's 5.
All right.
I think Giannis is honestly more 4.
He never played
No,
4
it's
ever.
fine.
He doesn't play
He's
4.
a 5. He's a 5.
Yeah, but he doesn't really play like he plays more like a 4. I mean, but
You could say it's a 4. I would say he's more like a point guard as a center. That's why it feels like he's
maybe
more
you want
4
to
than
say,
a
if you
center.
want to say, like point forward or maybe like stretch 4 or 5. I'd say
It's just
that's-
defensively he plays 5.
No, I
you know?
understand, but I don't really think he's listed as a center. That's why they put Lopez.
You know, when you do like daily fantasy, it's like he's usually at like a center or like.
Well, he's like a
sometimes.
hybrid. Like it's power forward
He is.
center.
It's. I would say it's not power forward because I've never seen him listed there.
Dig deeper. Dig deeper, Mr. Tommy. There's a lot of good ones. There's a lot of good ones.
No, you
guys
can
are
take me
missing.
for now too. Then.
Ball don't lie still available.
All right, Fisher, I need to get confirmation. Pau Gasol, power forward.
He was already
right?
taken.
Who took him?
Already taken.
Oh,
He was taken a while ago.
Jake did. Jake did.
well, you know, I think I'm gonna have to go old school then. Do I go? I'm not going to crackhead. You guys know who I'm talking about. I think, you know, I'm gonna go. It's between two. I don't. Well, I'm not picking Lamar Odom. Shit, you serious?
Jabba, just give me one.
I'm gonna go Larry Nance.
Okay.
Obviously, high flying guy. Just would kind of like, I think was one of the initial electrifying athleticism at that position. Was a great shot blocker, protected the paint. Stylistically, I think was a guy that brought something at the power forward position before a lot of guys did. So yeah, I'm gonna go with my man Larry Nance, and his son dunked with his jersey on, which was dope.
I remember that. Aaron.
All right, I'm gonna go with Chris Webber. Chris Webber. I mean, honestly, again, in his era, probably one of the best in his era, playing against the Lakers in that early 2000 series with the Kings, bringing the Kings to relevance in those.
Now, guys, I'm sorry to cut you off. Remember who you picked, because we're gonna. Before I make my decision, I want to know who exactly you picked.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah, it's
Finish up.
Chris Webber. Again, one of the best in his era. Brought the Kings to relevance, at least in those early 2000 days, almost to the finals. But yeah, he's such a dynamic player, especially also what he did in the in college basketball. But in the NBA, I'm going with Chris Webber.
Jake.
I have to ask, will you guys give me Kevin Durant?
I
mean, I know he's small forward.
I would. Yeah.
You give me Kevin Durant?
Most of his career, he was a 3. I wouldn't say.
I'll make a different pick. If you guys don't want me, I won't pick Kevin.
I would say that's a stretch, but it's up to the king.
All right.
Yeah, I'll allow it. Yes.
Okay.
Kevin
All right.
Durant.
All right. Well, I'm gonna stick with easy money sniper then. Kevin Durant, multi-time champion, former MVP. Pretty much 6'11". You know, he plays like a guard at 6'11". Can shoot the lights out from pretty much anywhere. Was super clutch and going against Errol's favorite in the LJA, pretty much taking down the Cleveland Cavaliers all the time. And Kevin Durant, obviously in Houston now, he's going to be just a bucket. He's constantly a bucket getter, one of the greatest shooters of all time, as especially how tall and how big he was, and obviously underrated defender. So yeah, KD, my third pick.
And Speedy to finish it up.
All right, I'll go with the same name, different last name, Kevin McHale. There's 80 Celtics teams, obviously one of the better defenders, rebounders at that era. A lot of our guests say one of the most balanced eras when it comes to the dynasty teams. And that Celtics team, like Errol was saying a few weeks ago, definitely one of the best ever. And Kevin McHale defensively as an anchor, along with Robert Parrish. Big reason why for that.
All right, that's everybody. A couple of names we didn't hear were Rasheed Wallace, Dave DeBuscher.
I was going to say DeBuscher if someone took McHale.
Bob Pettit, should probably, if you're going to go old school, probably.
I thought about Elvin Hayes too.
Yeah,
that's a good one, yeah.
Jerry Lucas is another one. If you go all the way back, no one said Blake Griffin. If you remember, his peak was pretty nice there for a while as well. Errol, who's going on to the joust?
Tommy, who'd you pick? Your 3 guys.
I picked Barkley, Duncan.
No, I picked
You
Barkley.
didn't. You don't even know who you picked. Eliminate him.
No,
I didn't pick. Did I not pick Barkley?
no, you didn't pick Barkley.
Jesus Christ, Tommy.
Who's
You
the
picked
3
Tim
guys?
Duncan.
Who'd you pick?
Bro.
Tim Duncan.
I picked
Terrible.
Tim Duncan, and I can't even remember what I picked second.
You play to win the game.
I told you to make
Hello?
sure.
Or my worst play power forward.
Write them down.
Hello?
Write them down. All right, Jabba, who'd you pick?
I went Barkley, Horace Grant, Larry Nance.
Aaron had
Aaron?
Dirk.
Is Dirk?
Oh, hold on.
Um,
No. Don't say anything. I want to hear if he knows what he picked. Go ahead, Aaron.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I thought you were talking about. It was Dirk, Weber, and Rodman.
Okay. Nick, who'd you pick?
I had KG, Powell, and KD.
Edie?
And I had both Malones, Carl and Moses, and Kevin McHale.
Okay, so I'm going to take Speedy for short because he knows these guys. He gave me information. He's understands what these guys did in the league. So I'm going with Speedy. I really like Aaron and Jake too. So I'll let them all three of them move on to the joust because they all had really good picks. I was very surprised Tommy didn't realize, and the only reason why I didn't pick you, Jabba, is Larry Nance. Nah. Horace Grant I could see because at one point Horace Grant was a big part of those early Bulls championships, and I liked Horace Grant. I mean, with the glasses, but when he was traded, I mean, he wasn't the same player. But
Well, you know the glasses story too. He was legally blind, and that's why he wore them.
Yes.
But then he got LASIK, and he didn't wear them for a while, and he was getting letters from kids that he made the glasses cool, so that's why he kept wearing them.
That's true.
Don't forget about Grandmama either, as well, over at Power Forward.
All
All
right,
right, so we got a menage a joust going on right now for round two. Don't know how that would work in the
Tommy,
medieval times.
If you remembered your guys, you could have moved on. You forgot your guys. You got to write it down. You got to remember who you picked.
I mean, you should remember what you said.
I remember
like
it was
5
now. It
minutes
was
ago.
him and Giannis. I don't think Giannis was counted.
All right, let's move on to the joust. This one's a fun one. The biggest NBA draft busts of all time. Errol, who do you got? Let's get everyone out that's not in this one, and let's get back to our camera. And here we go. Start it off with whoever you want. Errol, who's starting this?
Let's go, Aaron, Jake, Speedy. Speedy knows his stuff, so Speedy has to be the handicapper because Speedy knows more than these guys.
All right, Aaron, biggest draft bust of all time.
Okay, I mean, off the bat, it's probably one of the biggest, but again, off the top of my head, Kevin Knox was one of them for me. Watching the Knicks pick this guy, I forgot what draft it was, what year it was. 2018, but I remember them picking him. Everyone was like, wow, you know how the Knicks go. They pick a guy, everyone thinks he's going to be great. And I mean, I believe he's still in the league somewhere else, but
yeah,
I wouldn't say one of the
Shai Gilgeous-Alexander
guy, but he's definitely not one of the best picks, and he's probably up there with one of the biggest busts.
Errol, you remember how much Matty Caps and Jeff both loved Kevin Knox out of the draft? It was like, oh,
Yes,
we got to see you.
but
Big deal.
Kevin Knox wasn't a bust. He wasn't the number one pick.
He was a bust.
He wasn't a number one pick. He's not one of the worst busts.
He was a
of all
top
time.
10 pick.
It doesn't matter. He's not a. If you're going to go with a bust, you go with the number 1, number 2, and number 3. That's where you go.
Well, if I were to tell you that he was taken ahead of his Kentucky teammate Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, is it still not a bust?
No, I don't. There's a
took the
lot of
rundown.
other guys. There are a lot of other guys that were
in that draft too.
There are a
Yeah,
lot
a
of
lot of guys. All right, Jake.
All right, yeah, this one's pretty easy for me. I'm going to go with number 2 overall pick, 2003, Darko Milicic. It's a pretty bad look when you get picked in the middle of 4 Hall of Famers, and one of them's still playing to this day. I mean, you just look at it like LeBron going; he's obviously going to the Hall of Fame. Carmelo Anthony, Chris Bosh, and Dwayne Wade, all Hall of Famers currently, and you don't even really know who Darko Milicic is now, and that's just a horrible, horrible look for the Pistons. So yeah, it's a pretty easy one for me.
Speedy for 2.
All right, so I'll go with number 1 overall pick. You mentioned LeBron, his former team, the Cavs, drafting Anthony Bennett number 1 overall in 2013.
Pretty bad.
One of those picks that
was bad.
That was never thought of even barely a top 10 pick. Nevertheless, the number 1 overall pick in that draft. Now, granted, a lot of the other guys in that draft didn't turn out very good either. But Anthony Bennett with a guy that was just tall and athletic, but had barely any skill on offense whatsoever. Yikes. So that's number 1. And then number 2, I'll go with the Memphis Grizzlies number 2 overall pick, Hashim Thabit, one of the other highly hyped big men at that time. So second overall. Now, again, ended up recovering nicely after that, getting Gasol and Randolph from Knicks at the time to build that Green Grind team, but drafting him did not help either.
Hashim the Dream the Beat. Jake.
All right, so for my second pick, I am going to go with a Michael Jordan draft pick himself, Kwame Brown, number 1 overall pick back in the day for the Washington Wizards. All you really have to know about Kwame Brown is this viral Stephen A. Smith quote: "This man is a bona fide scrub. He can't play. No disrespect, but this man cannot play the game of basketball. He has small hands. He doesn't really know what he's doing. He doesn't really have a post move or a jab or a move that he can do and put 2 to 2 together." So yeah, Kwame Brown.
Aaron for 2.
All right, so I'll go with Errol on this one. I'll go back to the year prior, 2017, with Markelle Fultz. That's a bust and a half. I remember when that happened, and everyone was really hyping this guy up, and the Sixers were within their trusted process kind of era. But he ended up being an absolute nobody, and I mean nobody. He really didn't do anything. I don't think he even, from what I remember, he was just hurt from off the bat and never really did anything.
He forgot how to shoot. He forgot how to shoot.
He never learned how to shoot. That's the real question.
Exactly. So I'll go back to him and say Markelle Fultz.
All right, and your last pick.
My last pick, who did I just have? Oh, we can honestly go to the 2003 draft and say Darko.
No, we already had that.
Oh, you did? Someone said that? Who said that?
I'll give you a hint. There's a guy that's still playing for the Nets right now, making a lot of money. Okay? There's one that stands out.
There's
Ben
one I'm
Simmons.
thinking of that no one said yet.
I know another one. I know a couple of them.
So you know, I'll throw out Ben Simmons. Ben Simmons again, another Sixers guy.
There you go.
Another Sixers guy who really, honestly didn't start off that terrible, but his career just really.
Dude, he was terrible. He's been terrible.
No, he was. But he was okay. Like it was promising.
Ever since that layup that he couldn't take. Ever since that layup.
But yes, 100% a bust. 100%. But I'll go with Ben Simmons.
All right, Jake.
I should say really quick, Aaron, you saying those Sixers picks, that really hurt me. That hurt me to my core, man. That just he's so forgettable, Errol. He's actually on the Clippers now. He's not even on the Nets, but whatever. Anyway, for my last pick, I'm gonna go with back to the 1984 draft. I'm going with Sam Bowie, another similar to Darko Milicic. Drafted in the middle of Hakeem Olajuwon and arguably the greatest player of all time, Michael Jordan. He only averaged about like 10 points, and he didn't even play that long. He never really had a very memorable career. And, looking back, obviously at the time before in the NBA, they thought centers were the meta, and that was kind of like you had to have a center or you weren't going to do anything. And looking at how now it's a guards game and how Michael Jordan was pretty much the prototype player for what the NBA would morph into, it's not a good look for Portland and Sam Bowie. So, yeah.
Classic. And Speedy to finish it up.
I'll finish it off with Adam Morrison, Charlotte Bobcats, Gonzaga, obviously power forward, high drive pick at the time, and never amounted to anything. Another one that everyone thought, like Anthony Bennett, could be overly skilled in the NBA at the position, trying to be that game-changing type like Chris Bosh was at his position. Definitely not the case.
You guys forgot about Okafor. Came from
There's a guy that I remember when I was a kid. He was drafted like late 90s. The Candy Man. Michael Olowokandi. Was he terrible? He couldn't play. Dead in the Cowboy.
You could also give Greg Oden a shout too.
Yes, true. Greg Oden with the
he wasn't
injuries,
a bust. He just had that injury that ruined his career. He wasn't a bust. He was going to be special.
Well, I mean, it's not because of his play, but like still, he didn't live up to expectations.
I mean, if you're going to say that, you could say Len Bias, right?
Yeah.
Never played a game, right? So.
Right.
All right, Errol, who's moving on to the finals?
It was really, really close with Jakey. It really was. And I can go either or, but I'm going to go with Speedy. Speedy was pretty much on target on 2 of them, and I was thinking of 2 of them. And, Jake, you weren't wrong about some of the first 2 picks that you went with, so it was very close. Very, very. I'm surprised that you knew as much as you did, but I'm going to go with Speedy.
All right, guys.
I will say that Last Dance documentary definitely did help a lot, but yeah. It did help a lot, but good luck, Speedy.
All right, everybody back in right now for the finals, for the voting portion of the finals. And we're going to go into this last stage, a chance to take on the king, Speedy Petey, with a chance to dethrone the king. Let's see what's coming up in round 3. It's going to be a good one. Errol, you're going to love this. Best fights of all time.
That's not fair.
This could be either UFC, it could be boxing, it could be Mike Milbury attacking fans with a skate. It could be whatever you consider to be the best fights of all time. Could be bum fights, whatever it is you decide. Let's see what you got. Errol, you want to go first or second?
I'm going to go first.
All right, Errol.
Number one, the Thriller in Manila, Muhammad Ali versus Joe Frazier in 1975. I remember that, and who doesn't remember that fight? One of the more realistic fights that we can remember in boxing history. Two of the best fighters, one from Philadelphia, the other one who doesn't shut the hell up, in Muhammad Ali, Mr. Tippy Toes himself, and it was a great fight. One of the greatest fights I've ever, well, I never got a chance to see, but I watched the replay of the fight. It's one of the greatest boxing fights I've ever seen. So I'm going to go with Thriller.
Yeah, so Fish, thank you for giving me ideas of how to be creative for this one. I'll start with a baseball fight. How about Nolan Ryan going after Robin Ventura and deciding that for all when Ventura, obviously with the White Sox, and Nolan Ryan with the Texas Rangers. Everything's bigger in Texas, as they always say. And you don't want to mess with a guy that is one of the greatest pitchers ever. And Robin Ventura, Mets legend, definitely learned that.
I love that pick. Errol.
I'm going to go Marvin Hagler versus Tommy Hearns in 1985. One of the greatest fights, back and forth. You're talking about two of the best fighters in their division of all time. When you talk about top 10 greatest fighters, you're going to put Marvin Hagler and Tommy Hearns. Great, one of the greatest fights in 95. And if you remember, if you watch any of the old movies or movies that they bring back, true stories, that fight always pops up in the movies because it stood out from all the rest. So I'm going to go Marvin Hagler and Tommy Hearns.
All right, well, where do we go with? We talked about it about a month ago. The Malice in the Palace. Why not go with that one? Pistons, Pacers. Ron Artest, obviously, all those guys instigating with the fans and really stood the test of time. And obviously, a lot of our guests have mentioned that too. Experience that they've had in the Malice of the Palace, still being talked about almost 20 years ago today with the Pacers and the Pistons, all the Wallaces, and Better World Peace, aka Ron Artest, whatever you want to call him.
I'm trying to figure out, but I'm trying to think of a fight, like a mixed martial arts fight, that really stood out for me over the years. I could go do a couple of them, but I'm trying to snap, because I know Jake loves mixed martial arts. So I'm trying to think of one that really, really, you know what, I'm gonna go with this one, because this is a fight I remember, and may rest in peace, Mr. Stefan Bonner. The Forrest Griffin fight versus Stefan Bonner. I don't know if anybody's seen this fight. This fight was a war. Forrest Griffin, who won the Next Ultimate Fighter, and Bonner, it was a guy. These guys were two friends. They got along on and off out of the octagon. They beat the hell out of each other in the octagon. It was one of the greatest UFC fights you'll ever watch. It was fantastic to watch. And Forrest Griffin, after that fight, became a superstar. So I'm going to go with that fight.
All right, I'll go with the one boxing that I can remember the exact matchup of, and that's Mike Tyson getting upset in the 80s by Buster Douglas. I do remember that, strangely, as much as I don't know boxing. I remember that one. It was considered the greatest upset at that time. So I feel like it has to have some water.
It has to have some water.
In a merit of, like, obviously the Thrill in the Manila is obviously the most thought of boxing one.
I've got one more that
I'm sure there's others. I don't know the exact combinations of the fighters, though, so it doesn't help as much.
I've got
Errol, give us your other ones that you wanted to say, because I'm sure this is a happy time for you.
Matt Serra versus the one and only, you know what I'm talking about. Go ahead, Jake. I'll let you give me his name, because I think he's one of the greatest UFC fighters. George St. Pierre. Go ahead.
I was going to say, GSP fight has to get in.
George Rush St. Pierre.
That fight really stood out to me from a lot of mixed martial arts and UFC fights. When Matt Serra knocked him out, and then when George St. Pierre came back, didn't really say much, and beat the hell out of Matt Serra. Those fights really stood out to me. I mean, the Nate Diaz fights versus, Conor McGregor, those fights stuck out to me. John Jones and what's his name? Daniel Cormier. Those fights were fun to watch. Two guys that couldn't stand each other, and one was doing steroids. The other one was just an all-around wrestler who really stood out as a championship wrestler at college, and actually an Olympic wrestler. Wasn't Daniel Cormier an Olympic wrestler? I'm not sure. That was Dan Henderson, but that fight stuck out to me. So those mixed martial arts fights really stood out to me from all the rest. Obviously. Also, there were other fights with George St. Pierre that really. How about the Nick Diaz, the BJ Penn, George St. Pierre fight? I mean, there's a lot of them.
In boxing, I was one of my favorite fight series was the Gotti Ward trilogy.
Oh, I got one. I got another one.
Wonderful fight.
I got one. Oscar De La Hoya versus Floyd Mayweather. That was another one that stood out to me. That fight really. Obviously, after that fight, Oscar De La Hoya was done. His career was over after Mayweather kicked his, ass. And by the way, everybody thought he kicked his ass, but the fight was a lot closer than people thought. So that might be the only fight you could argue Floyd Mayweather actually lost.
So I'm going to give my vote. I'm going with Errol. Although, Speedy, I do thoroughly enjoy both the Malice in the Palace and Nolan Ryan giving Robin Ventura noogies on the mound. I did enjoy that. You can't beat the Thrill of Manila is the rope-a-dope, Errol? Is that? I mean, that's the most legendary, strategic fight of all time.
George Foreman. That was a good one.
Yeah, I was gonna say if you get the Foreman fight, the way that he beat Foreman was incredible. It's hard to argue with that. You're a fight fan. I'm not gonna argue with it. And I disagree with the Tyson Douglas fight was in Japan. I believe it was 1990, not the 80s.
Yeah, and Tyson in 48 hours jet-lagged sex dad. I mean, the guy admitted he slept with 20 women in 48 hours. Okay, one thing they always tell you as a fighter: do not have sex your last month of training. That's what they tell you.
But he was so ferocious, Errol. He was so ferocious.
Boy, he was ferociously knocked out. So, I remember that fight very well. Actually, the night after, it was Saturday night's main event.
So, Aaron, what news just happened? You got all excited there.
I'm sorry?
Oh, judges tied the game with the score.
Oh, gotcha.
9-9. That's crazy.
Oh, and his number is 99. Pretty cool. All right, let's get to your votes. Aaron Judge. My name's Aaron. Your name's Aaron. Aaron, what's your vote?
I think I'm gonna go Speedy on this one, only because again, I know Errol did a lot more MMA fights, a lot more boxing too, but a lot more MMA. That's not my cup of tea. I don't really know a lot, and I didn't know a lot more of Speedy's, so I'm gonna go with Speedy on that one.
Jake.
I am going to go with Errol. I just respect the Speedy's picks. I think that the Malice in the Palace, it is such an iconic moment, and it's such a great fight, and it led to so much downturn for the Pacers and their franchise and how crazy it was. But with Errol, I mentioned some iconic, legendary fights from UFC, some boxing. I wish, like I said, it wasn't alive, obviously, for Frazier and Ali, but it stands the test of time. Everyone talks about the golden ages of boxing, and it's those fights right there. So yeah, I'm gonna go with Errol.
And Tommy.
Yeah, I think Speedy definitely held his own. Very surprisingly, Speedy definitely came out with some very sleeper picks of his own. I've heard of the Malice in the Palace. Not familiar with the first fight you mentioned, the baseball fight. Yeah, not entirely familiar, but like I said, you held your own, especially the very good surprise with Mike Tyson and Buster Douglas. But ultimately, you're gonna have to give it to Errol.
I had to roll with the theme because we were talking a couple weeks ago when Kevin mentioned all the randomly good baseball fights, so I figured I'd just throw one in there.
Listen, I not expect Speedy to even come close, so I give him a little bit of credit. He did pretty good. They were funny. That's what he did. He went the funny way, and you can't knock what his choices on the way.
There are a lot of good comedy fights in there.
Great effort.
Jake, you forgot about the best comedy fight that I brought up. I brought it up in What's That Smell? When Jabba knocks Kevin Youkilis.
That's true. Yeah, we still got to set that fight up.
Jabba said he would do it for free. So there we
go.
He did.
He did say he would do it for free. And also, Errol has to fight Jake Paul still.
I will, dude. If anybody,
be careful, he'll sue you.
He's mentioned that for 4 years.
I'll fight him. I have no problems fighting Jake Paul. I need 6 months of training. That's what I need. Because I need to get my stamina up. I'm in good shape. Dropping 30 pounds is not really hard for me. I've dropped 15 pounds in 48 hours. So me dropping 30 pounds. The hardest part is the last 5 pounds.
Did you have a kidney removed? What do you
No.
15 pounds in 48 hours?
It's very easy to do. I'll tell you how I did it. First of all I did was sip water for 24 hours, my last 24 hours. And I was in the sauna. I had a bike in the sauna. I would go in and out. I would do 30 to 45-minute intervals every other hour. And I was in there and I sweat. I wear a bag. I would wear, a black bag, and I would be in there just
so just like water weight, you're saying, like just
all no. After that, after you get to that, once you hit that bottom feed of the water weight, you gotta burn fat. So it was, there's a lot you have to do in the sauna, running, cardio to get that fat.
Sounds
away.
Unhealthy.
Did you fast at all, Errol?
Fasted, yeah. I fasted the last 24 hours. Sipped water. So and by the way, it always seems to happen. That last pound was always the hardest to lose. And by the way, when I was fighting in boxing, I was fighting at between 160 to 175, and in mixed martial arts, I was fighting between 170, 175. So I was walking at 190, 192. And I was cutting weight like that. And I always wait to the last week to cut that weight because I knew I could. But I knew what I had to do to my body, and it's the worst. And by the way, 24 hours before because what happens is you do the weigh-ins, and then 24 hours before the fight, you want to get the electrolytes and stuff like that. So a lot of guys just stuff their face and try to put that weight on. What I used to do is really simple. I didn't want to get sick, and you shrink your stomach for a certain amount of time. You don't want to do that. So what I used to do is I would eat food in increments. So I'm a sweets person. I would set up cakes. Okay. So I would have donuts. I would have cakes. I would have cookies, and I would eat them every 10 minutes to put on the fat. And I would not eat macaroni, starch, and electrolytes because it always seems to make you tired and wears you out before the fight. So I never did that. And my opponents always did that. So I knew that I had an edge. And everybody says, well, how could you eat all that sugar? And how could you eat all that, those sweets? Sweets are easy to burn off. Macaroni is not. So that's why I went that route. And people thought I was crazy, but it's easy to burn. So that's just my thought and my take on that. So I'm a sweets guy, and that's where I stand. I went with the sweets. So there you go. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we got to get into some NHL conversation. We're going to get Ashley Sarge on the show next week. He was with the Islanders today. He was at their development camps. They got to get a chance to see some of the young players that the Islanders drafted in this past draft. A++. We will get into that in just a few moments. The Maple Leafs signed winger Matthew Kynes, right? Nines. I always mess up his name too. To a 6-year, $46.5 million extension, and center John Tavares, which we were speaking about a couple of days ago. 4 years, $17.52 million extension. The Canucks gave forward Brock Besser a 7-year, $50.75 million extension, and goalie Thatcher Demko a 3-year, $25.5 million extension. I actually like that, by the way, the Canucks. That deal was definitely a deal that really stood out to me in this free agency market. The Islanders gave Alexander Romanov an 8-year, $50 million extension. Not a bad one. We will get into that in just a few moments. The Oilers gave defenseman Evan Bouchard, right? Am I right? A 4-year, $42.5 million extension. The fourth highest paid defenseman in the NHL. Not a good move as far as I'm concerned, even though he had a very good playoff and he had a very good season. The Panthers kept all three: Sam Bennett, who was the playoff MVP, Brad Marchand, and Aaron Ekblad. I think all of these deals were fantastic. This is a slam dunk for the Florida Panthers. 8 years, $64 million. Marchand got a 6-year, $31.5 million. And Ekblad, who is one of the more underrated players in the league, got an 8-year, $48.8 million contract. So let's go with the extensions first, then we'll go with the trades. Honestly, I think the Canucks slam dunk bringing back Brock Besser. I think he's very underrated. He's an underrated player. He's one of the more underrated two-way players in the NHL. He's 7 years, $50.75 million. You want to keep your own players. You developed him, and I think he's a guy that a lot of teams wanted. I remember when he was becoming available, the Islanders were very interested in trying to make a trade to bring him to the Islanders. They had no chance of getting Brock. Brock is a sensational player, big, strong, capable of playing two-dimensional hockey. And Thatcher is one of the more underrated goalies in the NHL. Young, talented, and the contract that he got, 3 years, $25.5 million extension, fantastic. So those – to me, them and the Florida Panthers, but I want to know your opinion first.
Yeah, I like it from the Canucks standpoint. They needed to lock in the goalies when he comes to Demko.
Cheap, too.
Yeah, a 3-year deal is probably because of his injury risk factor, because he's been like that his whole career. He came up kind of as the same as the two New York guys, kind of the same time. And I think that level of a goaltender Vancouver has not had for a while since when they had Luongo, and they had trouble going for it. Besser obviously was disgruntled with the whole JT Miller situation, so they had to make sure they sealed one of them. They traded Miller. They ended up keeping him. But with the Leafs end of it, John Tavares essentially gets a pay cut, which is a good thing for them because they needed to be able to shed some money. Obviously, they traded Marner. We'll get into that later, but they ended up getting some money to help other areas. Matthew Nyes is a good young winger, fast type guy, and they've been lacking a lot of the wing production for a while, so I think that's a good move. Bouchard is interesting because you're right, $10.5 million is definitely a little bit for a more undersized defenseman, but he is very skilled. One of the best offensive defensemen. He still skates well. He's not just not overly physical, but besides that, does everything else really well. And like you said, Florida, I'm shocked they were able to keep all three. I thought Ekblad was gone.
I'm not. The Florida Panthers are a smart organization. They've been one of the smarter organizations over the last couple of years. And landing Bennett, Marchand, and Ekblad, I mean, could you argue that this team is the Stanley Cup contender that is probably going to be favorites again to win the Stanley Cup next year? I don't think you can argue that. This team, we haven't seen a back-to-back-to-back champion since I think it was the Islanders, right? Or the Edmonton Oilers.
No, it was the Oilers were 3 in a row. Islanders were 4.
So it was the 80s, the last time, late 80s, early 90s.
When goalies were standing up.
Yes.
That's when it was.
Grand Fjord.
And they barely had helmets at that time.
And Billy Smith. Those were the two goalies, one for the Islanders and the other one. And that's for you young guys that when we were talking about goalies, Billy Smith and then obviously Grand Fjord. Both guys, Hall of Famers, sensational goalies,
and
both of them.
Before they had after they had helmets, they had the Michael Myers masks.
I can't argue that the Florida Panthers.
John Davidson.
Yes. Florida is going to be the favorites, and they have a couple of young guys that they're going to be probably calling up, playing fourth or third lines because they're loaded on their top two. I mean, I don't think there's a team that has more depth than the Florida Panthers do. And you can ask the Edmonton Oilers, where they have the two best players in all of hockey, Draisaitl and McDavid. They did all they can do, and they still couldn't beat the Florida Panthers. So I would say the Panthers 1, Canucks 2. I'm gonna go with the Islanders, bringing in Romanov. Alexander Romanov is still young, 4 years, $50 million for a guy that had a great season last year, and you're bringing all these guys. Yeah, he's 25, 26 years old. He's still very young, and he remember, what was it, 3-4 years ago? He was drafted by Montreal Canadiens. I mean,
he was good on that random cup run team, like kind of the
might have been 5
year
years, 5 years ago when he was drafted by. Yeah. But nevertheless, he's still fairly young. He had a great season. He stayed healthy. And now you're bringing in all these younger guys. What the Islanders need to do is they need to trade either Mayfield, Pulak, or Pelech. That's where they have to go. They're going to have to move one or maybe two of them because I want to see these young guys get brought up a lot sooner than later, and I expect them to do that now that Darsh is there.
I think they're going to trade one in the offseason. They'll probably trade one during the season. I have a feeling.
I think 2 out of the 3.
Okay.
I don't like what the Oilers are doing. The Oilers just got beat by a team that just signed their guys. Marchand averaging, look, Marchand's 37. He's not playing until he's 43. That's done for cap purposes. He's not playing 6 years on that deal. I'd be very shocked if he played till he was 43.
I got bubble guts.
But they're not paying. Bennett's making $8 a year. Ekblad's making 6.1 a year. Bouchard's going to be making over 10 a year. I believe McDavid's making 12, and so is Draisaitl. That doesn't win against a team that has depth of a bunch of $8 million players that can run you off the ice. We just saw that happen.
They're trying to go for the Penguins formula because it's the way they built with that type of, I guess, system. Obviously, Crosby, Malkin, McDavid, Draisaitl, it's the same kind of logic.
I will say this about the New York Rangers. I think it was a slam dunk trading out of that pick and taking the Pittsburgh Penguins first-round draft pick next year. Because Pittsburgh, you don't know what they're going to be next year. Sidney Crosby could be traded some part of the season. So could Malkin. This is an older team. Letang is another guy overpaid at his position. He's a great defenseman, Hall of Famer. All three of them are Hall of Famers.
Yeah.
Pittsburgh could be an absolute bust this year, and the Rangers could get a lottery pick because of it.
I think they didn't reveal the teams, obviously, but I think there was a source that said Sidney Crosby actually gave the Penguins 3 teams he would be traded. He would like to be traded. So
it won't be the Islanders, that's for sure.
No, I doubt it.
Let's talk about some of those trades. We had a whole bunch of trades in here. The biggest one you mentioned at the top was Mitch Marner. So Mitch Marner goes to Las Vegas. Immediately gets an 8-year deal, $96 million to play in Vegas. Let's start right there.
I love it. Mitch Marner going over to Vegas with the talent that they have over there. We talk about the Florida Panthers, the second team that has as much depth or second most depth now, adding Mitch Marner, is the Vegas Knights. I mean, you can't even argue with that. And now you have Reichel and you have Marner. Could you imagine them play on the same line? Scary. And Mitch Marner with the speed, and Reichel, who he could do everything. I mean, he's defense, offense, and they're loaded from top to bottom. They have 2 good quality goaltenders, not great goaltenders, but quality goaltending. And their defense is phenomenal. So
they've been great for a while.
Yeah, I love Mitch Marner going over there to Vegas. Shocked that Vegas was the favorites to getting him before he even became available.
Yeah,
So,
I was hearing he was the favorite. They were the favorites for a while. I was also hearing the Kings were trying to make a swing for it. There were a couple other Western Conference teams that probably had a little bit of less.
he wanted to go to the Heat.
He wanted to definitely go out there. And Vegas, probably since George McPhee's been there and since they became an expansion team, they've been one of those teams not afraid to make those types of trades.
Another Islander guy, McPhee.
Yes, George McPhee also was with Washington for a while, a guy that liked to make swings over there for those big veteran guys. And obviously they know Fish. They're another one of those teams that manipulates the cap very well to make that kind of thing work. And now a lot of those other deals look like bargains in addition to obviously the gems that they hit on in the expansion draft. And now Marner can become that type of really dynamic second scorer, with Eichel, and he'd be just as good, if not better than Eichel statistically during a year or two.
Yeah.
And again, you got all those wing depth to go along with it too. I would put them as my West favorite right now, honestly.
I got to talk about the Rangers. Rangers finally traded Keandre Miller, went to the Hurricanes, and the Hurricanes gave him an 8-year, $60 million deal right away. I could have sworn this was the same guy, Speedy, that couldn't play dead in a cowboy movie the entirety of last season. And every time they put him out there, they had him haplessly cover one of the better players on the other team, and it never went well, except for like 2 or 3 guys that he was just able to get the long stick on. Because let's face it, that was the Miller's best thing. He has the long reach with the left hand with the stick. Everything else with that guy, I'm happy to see him go. I can't believe he got that much money. And the Rangers got a first and a second for this guy.
I think they're doing it based, like, you always judge it, like, especially in baseball trades, but also hockey, younger players too. You're judging based on the talent that he does have, and I think Carolina knows that the defensive system that they have has still rebirthed other guys that were worse. So that's the logic they're going to go on. Keandre Miller still has a lot more overall talent and athleticism than Tony DeAngelo and guys like that they've tried to make work in their system. So maybe that's what they're banking on right now. Again, Don Waddell is a very inconsistent, overall GM. I'm not crazy about him, but I think they're still banking on the upside where they can say, all right, this is a bargain if it does work out.
Keandre Miller is 22, 23 years old. He's a young guy. Now, he didn't play well in Madison Square Garden. He didn't play well with the New York Rangers. He was a high draft pick. I think he was a top 10 pick.
25. He's 25.
Yeah,
He's been around for a while.
3 first-round picks.
So he was a high draft pick for the New York Rangers. Everybody expected. I remember when he played for the Badgers. We had Granato on the show. I was actually our hockey show, and Tony Granato told me that this guy's going to be a star. It didn't work in Madison Square Garden, but Carolina, they are a very good defensive team. They have 2 of the best defensemen in all of hockey. And now Keandre Miller gets to go over there and learn from 2 of the very best in the NHL. And I think a guy like I always mess up with Rob Brindamore, who's a very good defensive mind, an offensive player that preaches defense. I think he's going to get Keandre Miller to play a little bit better hockey. I don't know if he's worth 8 years, $60 million. I would say no, but he's a big body who can hit. If he learns a lick of NHL hockey, this guy could turn from a bust into a star. That's how good Keandre Miller was supposed to be. And everything that Tony Granato told us about him is he's a no-brain superstar in this league, but he hasn't become that. And that's because he played in Madison Square Garden in the Rangers. Very hard place to play.
I was always in on him up until probably the 2023 playoffs.
Mikey C loves him.
Yeah, I remember.
Mikey C still loves him. Says that you watch. He goes to Carolina. He's going to be an all-star.
I could see that just with the way that defensive system
He
has
loves
worked
him
over there.
He loves him. He tells me, "Oh, you don't know how good Keandre Miller is." I think, dude, Keandre Miller sucks. And the only reason why I think he might accomplish what you're saying he's accomplished because he's going to go to a team with two of the best defensemen in all of hockey on one roster. So that would be the only way, and he's going to learn from the best. And Rob Brindamore is a good coach.
Just a quick trade, a smaller trade. John Gibson goes from the Ducks to the Red Wings for their backup. The little goalie trade right there. Just quickly, Gibson, definitely an upgrade. How much of an upgrade, Speedy?
Enough where I think Detroit, they had flashes of good goalie play last year. Their offense was down at certain points. That was the reason they struggled in the first half of the season. They rallied back to, again, almost be a playoff team. They were in that cluster with the Rangers and the Islanders and the Canadiens at the time.
Their goalies choked at the end of the season.
Yeah, but they've always gone through this cycle. They've tried to make it work. They gave the big money to Nedeljkovic, who had that good year with Carolina, but he fell off. And this is the best chance that they have, though. Gibson actually played really well when the Anaheim core got old. If he played better at that time, they might have won a cup. It just, again, he's still a steady guy, though. I like it for Detroit.
I like it for Detroit, and Stevie Yzerman knows what he's doing. Even though I can't stand the man, I met him a couple of times. He's a nasty piece of you-know-what. He knows how to build a team. He's won titles over there in Tampa. He built that Tampa Bay Lightning team. I don't think he gets enough credit that he should deserve. I think he's going to help this Detroit team be a contender once again. They have a lot of speed over there, a lot of youth over there, have a very good farm system. And John Gibson is a very underrated goaltender. I would say you can actually put him in the top 10. I would put him 10 or 11 in all of hockey. I think he's a steal. I think he's gonna help the Red Wings.
All right, and last thing, I had to leave it for the end. Noah Dobson, I thought was supposed to be the future for the Islanders on the defenseman, on the blue line. They gave the money to the other guy that we just mentioned, and they decided to trade him for the 16th and 17th picks in the 2025 draft to Montreal, who signed him to an 8-year, $76 million deal on the spot. Errol, this came out of nowhere for me. What's going on with this deal?
I'll tell you why the Islanders did it, and it's pretty obvious. They were going with Schaefer no matter what. And I do owe somebody a dinner because I did not think the Islanders were going to go that route, but they did. They brought in – now, if it was anybody else besides Darsh, I think they'd go with Misa. Misa's going to be a star in this league just as much as Schaefer is. But as soon as we heard it was a no-brainer they're going Schaefer, I knew Noah Dobson was on his way out. Noah Dobson is a great offensive defenseman. He is not a good defensive defenseman. Is he a top offensive defenseman in the league? Absolutely. He's going home. He's going to Montreal. Montreal giving up a 16 and a 17 for Noah Dobson. I think that's a reach. I think the Islanders slam dunked this trade. They were trying to move up for James Hagan. There were stories coming out. They were trying to trade with Philadelphia. Philadelphia had no interest in trading with them. Hagens goes to Boston. But what a consolation prize bringing in the guys that they brought in. They brought one of the most underrated defensemen in this draft class, Canadian kid, who, how do you pronounce his name? Aitchison, who they think he hits like a rock, and the guy could score. He could do so many different things. You put him with Schaefer in the future, that's your first pairing for the future. Two very good young defensemen. And then this other kid who fell. He was, some people thought was a top 10 pick offensively. His brother plays for the San Jose Sharks. Yep. He's a great player. They're saying that this kid's better than his brother.
Yep.
So, I mean, if this guy turns into a 35, 40 goal scorer, it's a slam dunk for the Islanders. This class for the New York Islanders, people are saying could change the franchise. They didn't reach, They weren't playing surgery with any of this. They picked the best guys available, and they slam dunked on every single one of them. Every single one of the guys they picked in this year's class will be a part of that roster in the next 3 years.
Yeah, they were talking about, going back to Aitchison, they were talking about him. Obviously, Schaefer was the number 1 defenseman. The one Buffalo drafted at number 9 was thought of to be second, and like him to be third. And I think he was a top 10 possible value in that draft. And then they get Eklund, like you're saying, kind of a different type of player than his brother. They're both kind of smaller on the smaller side, but still definitely room to grow in their
speed,
body, too.
great hands, sees the ice very, very well. And they say, stamina-wise, this guy could play 1 and 30-second shifts and not be tired. When you have a player like that, that's what you need defensively. You need that offensively. That is why I think the Islanders, that first round was sensational for the New York Islanders.
Yeah, they were saying, comparing to his brother, too, like he doesn't have, I don't think the raw speed, but he's a better creator with the puck and with his hands than his brother is. And again, it's still a lot of time to grow in his body. And Tampa Bay, his
brother was there and said he's a better player than me.
Yeah, no, exactly.
So, I mean, his brother comes out. He's a couple of years older than him, and he comes out and says his 18-year-old brother is better than him already. That says a lot. I mean, he was a top 10 pick. He fell out to 16. The Islanders were not reaching on that one, guys. No. That was a great pick for the Islanders. Yep. So.
All right, let's finish this off. Talk about some free agent signings in new places. A couple of quick ones, some veterans. Corey Perry and Cody Ceci find their way to Los Angeles to play for the Kings. The Red Wings take Van Riemsdyk and Patrick Kane. So they're that again, smart moves with some veteran talent. Michael Granlund, 3-year, $21 million deal to go to the Ducks, who I don't expect to be good, but he's a good player and he got paid. Probably a little bit more than he was worth, but got paid, so the Ducks got him. And then there's the two big names.
How does Corey Perry still have a job in the NHL?
He was awesome in the playoffs.
How does this guy still have a job in the NHL?
Fish, place your futures bets now.
Do you forget what Corey Perry did? I mean, come on, guys. Don't be lost on this.
Scores goals. Like, what's his face for the Cowboys used to get to the quarterback. Didn't matter if he was doing stuff to women on a bed of guns. You know?
Doing other things, too.
Fish, place your prop bets now. Corey Perry's been 4 out of 5 Stanley Cup losing teams. Kings win the Western Conference and lose at the Stanley Cup.
Let's talk about the two defensemen and get out of this. Provorov to the Blue Jackets, 7 years, just under $60 million. And the Rangers decide no to Keandre Miller, yes to Vlad Gavrikov. Stepped up big last year, I believe, for the Kings. Doughty was out. He kind of took over the mantle, and now he got paid for his efforts. 7 years, $49 million.
I don't hate the move by the Rangers. I really don't. But Provorov is, to me, what the Blue Jackets got from him, Ivan Provorov is the better of the defensemen. All right. And 7 years, $59.5 million is a good deal for a top-line defenseman. I'm not doing this because I don't like the Rangers. I'm just doing it for what I know. The Rangers bring in free agent defensemen. They never pan out well. They never do. Go back and look at all the free agent defensemen they bring in. It doesn't work. So I wouldn't be surprised if they fall flat on their face with this. That's just my opinion.
Well, it's interesting because I think the types of defensemen that they've brought in the past, where they're going for more of the speed and offense. I think Gavrikov is a little more of the defensive type. He's a great shot blocker, which I think the Rangers have definitely needed for a while. I think that's where I think the Rangers did well with value. I just worry about the length when it comes to how injury prone he's been. He's 29 years old, and with Columbus, he was definitely very injury prone. It's funny because I wanted the Rangers to trade for him a couple years ago when he was with Columbus still, before the Kings got him. But I do think he's a great player for what they need.
He's a great player.
Because I think it's a good counter for that first pair with Fox, who wants to be more of that speed.
I'll tell you
guy.
this could seal the deal for Chris Drury if this doesn't work.
Well, yeah, I'm still not justifying that. Okay, Chris Drury's going to be still thought of as anywhere close to a good GM by any means.
But I'm going to tell you this: Chris Kreider going to Anaheim is a slam dunk.
Yeah,
I love the jerseys. Did anybody see their new jerseys?
The orange ones, yeah,
fantastic. I want to get a pair. I'll buy the jersey just because I love the way it looks. So.
Yeah. As far as Provorov goes, Provorov is an interesting one because he is a very physical defenseman as well. He's another guy that I think skating-wise has started to regress a little, but he's still young enough where I think they can still make the 7-year deal work. They probably had to.
He's a good player.
He's a good player. I always liked him in Philly. I think, again, he's trying to find that role with a new team could be hard. But, again, Columbus, they're right on the cusp. Last year, they were very close with a very good young team. Now they get a veteran guy to go along with a pretty young defensive core overall. And then obviously one of the best defensemen in the NHL in Zach Werenski, who had a kind of revitalized year last year after all the injuries he's had.
Look, Errol, I think you mentioned it earlier that the Rangers decided to give away the pick this year so they'd have the pick next year. Think about what Drury has to play with now. He's got 2 firsts and he's got 2 seconds going into the draft. Even if like that pick doesn't turn into a top lottery pick, he's got 2 firsts and 2 seconds.
Let me ask you a question.
Deadline.
Let me ask you a question. In all the drafts that Chris Drury has been there for, tell me one that really has stood out to be.
No, he's going to trade the picks. He amasses them to trade them on guys that we lose after 1 year, and then he has to do it all over again.
I will say he's smart because next year's class is an absolute slam dunk for offensive players. And the number 1 pick, we all know who he's going to be. He's the next Connor McDavid in the league. Everybody is going to want to be in that lottery to get a chance to land that kid. You saw the Islanders went from maybe a 12th or 13th spot to the number 1 spot. They got that Schaefer, who everybody thinks is going to be a star in the league. This guy is a home run, slam dunk, grand slam kind of guy. Everybody's going to want to be in that spot where they get a chance to get him. I know the Islanders aren't going to be good this year. They'll be right there, maybe, and they have 2 first-round draft picks next year, including Colorado's as well. So it's going to be interesting. And the Rangers have 3.
Yeah, maybe more than they could trade for with 2. And like you're saying, Fish.
Gavin McKenna is the kid's name.
Oh,
McKenna.
Dude, McKenna. I've heard so many stories about this kid. He might even be better than Connor McDavid going into the draft. That's how good this kid is. So it's sick.
Errol, listen to these stats from McKenna. Between regular season playoffs and Memorial Cup, McKenna put up 173 points in 76 games. 129 in the regular season, is 3rd amongst you under 18 players in the WHL in the last 35 years.
Yeah,
he had points in 54 consecutive games.
Mm-hmm. He's ridiculous. He's going to be ridiculous.
It is insane.
He's going to be better than Bedard. And when Bedard came out, he's been a bust. And if I was,
he had a bad second year.
If I was Chicago right now, if Bedard fails in Chicago this coming year, at the trade deadline, get as much as you can for Bedard. Send him somewhere where he can develop because they're not developing him right. This guy has got an unbelievable shot, and he really. Last year, what do you have? 23 goals, 25 goals? Yeah. This guy's a sniper.
He had a low point total overall.
Horrible. I mean, he's just like Peter Lafreniere. Alexis Lafreniere. I'm sorry. Alexis Lafreniere. He's the number 1 pick.
Lafreniere.
He's better. But really? Is he really? I don't know.
He's not the all.
He's got more promise at least.
Spots though too.
Not in Chicago.
All right, guys. That's hockey for now. I'm sure we'll have more news going forwards. That was the offseason roundtable.
I feel bad for Bedard because he's put in a really bad situation over there in Chicago. And ownership and the executives over there are betting on him to be the Patrick Kane or Jonathan Tames. He's not that type of guy. I don't think he's a leader. He's a quiet guy. Anybody that's checked out the documentaries about him over the last couple of years, you can see that he's not a big man. He is a decent skater. He's not a great skater. Unbelievable shot. But in hockey, you need speed. Hockey is different now than it ever has been. If you don't have the speed to keep up with some of these fast guys like the Connor McDavids, the Barzels of the world, and some of these younger guys that are just so fast, you're not going to be able to be that elite player that everybody thought you were going to be. But Bedard could fix that. John Tavares did. He fixed it up, and he became a better skater. I just don't know in Chicago if it's going to work. And he's still very young. All right, let's go to a sports minute. When we come back, Goody's bag of balls.
3, 2, 1. This is the Jabba and the Mouth Sports Minute.
Hey guys, Aaron Fishman here once again with your Sports Minute. Going to go through a few stories before we get into some baseball scores tonight. All right, early on Wednesday, the IIHF, NHL, NHLPA, and the IOC came to an agreement that will allow NHL players to play in the 2026 Milan Cortina Winter Olympics. This is the first usage of NHL players in the event since 2014. The door is also reportedly being left open for the usage of players in the 2030 French Alps Winter Olympics. the following Olympic event. Canada and the United States featured prominently in this year's successful Four Nations face-off, which Canada won. Canada would be looking for its first gold medal in hockey since 2014, while the U.S. has not won Olympic gold since the Miracle on Ice at Lake Placid in 1980. So long ago, I've regularly taught it when covering the Cold War in history courses for the past decade. Former world heavyweight boxing champion Tyson Fury has announced that he will be coming out of retirement in 2026. Fury, who's 36 years old, retired from boxing 4 different times since 2013. He lost his last 2 bouts against Alexander Usyk. There is still hope for a Tyson Fury-Anthony Joshua dream match that is going to happen a few years later than anyone wanted to on the table, but most fight fans will believe that fight when they see it at this point. His Excellency, Turki Al-Sheikh, announced earlier today that Fury will make yet another comeback. Turki tweeted, "The Gypsy King will be back. I talked with him, and I have his word to have him in Riyadh season in 2026. We have a rabbit to hunt. Saudi Arabian money is just as good as any other money, apparently, and Fury will take every dime he can while attempting to climb back to the top of the fight game as he enters his late 30s. And now a new mini-bit, Fish Fades Pop Culture. Sean Combs, a.k.a. Diddy, was found guilty of 2 charges of transportation of former girlfriends for prostitution, but was acquitted of the more major charges of racketeering and sex trafficking. While many in Diddy's camp are singing victory, I wouldn't be belting out "It's All About the Benjamins" just yet, as the 2 charges Diddy were convicted on are federal felonies and will likely to lead to jail time. For some reasons, prosecutors decided to charge Diddy like he was Scarface and not for domestic violence or sexual assault, which seemed far more likely to get a conviction. So in the case of Diddy do it or didn't he, Diddy kinda did, but Diddy didn't in the eyes of the law in 2025. Diddy. Some scores in baseball earlier today, all games that are final. We've got the Athletics falling to the Rays 6-5. The Pirates blanking the Cardinals 5-0. In the first game of a doubleheader, Red Sox 5, Reds 2. Twins 2, Marlins 1. The Yankees just fell to the Blue Jays after a big comeback 11-9. They were down 8-0. The Reds win the game 2 of the doubleheader 8-4 against Boston. The Braves beat the Angels 8-3. And we have the doubleheader split also between the Tigers and Nationals, 11-2 first game to the Tigers, 9-4 second game for the Nationals. The Padres had another doubleheader with the Phillies, another split there, 6-4 in the first game to the Padres, 5-1 to the Phillies in game 2. And 7-2 for the loss for the Mets, and a 7-3 win for the Mets in the nightcap. So all those doubleheaders were split. We got some active action right now. End of the 8th, Texas beating up on the Orioles 6-0. 5-3 in the bottom of the 7th, Cubs over the Guardians. It's tied at 2 in the top of the 6th in Colorado between the Astros and Rockies. 1-0 top 3, Royals and Mariners. And 2-0 top going to the bottom of the 3rd in Arizona, Giants, D-backs. 1-0 top of the 1st, White Sox and Dodgers. Guys, we are streaming live on TikTok, Twitter, and YouTube on our Jabba in the Mouth handle and on Facebook and Instagram under the Worldwide Sports Radio Network handle. Keep downloading us on Apple Podcasts and watch us on Spotify, now in video. Make sure to like and subscribe to all our shorts, reels, TikToks, and longer videos you see from us throughout the week. Now back to Errol, Jabba, and Speedy for our next segment on Jabba and the Mouth.
Any questions? We're back. This is the Jabba and the Mouth Show.
I had to take a shit. I got the bubble guts. You just made my nipples.
They call me the ladies' man and Mr. Stereo. The hot lady who wants to jerk me off. Give me that chicken. I am a legend. Yum yum. Look,
631-672-3108 is the number to call. Little Jabba, a little Nick, as we always do. You're listening to Jabba and the Mouth. I'm your host, Errol Marks. My co-hosts, Jabba Chamberlain and the Speedster, Speedy Petey. Go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Check out all our shows throughout the week, including Jabba and the Mouth, every single Mondays and Thursdays at 7:30 p.m. All you have to do to tune in and check out our local listing for all our shows is go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Behind on your mortgage payments? Well, game over unless you act fast. Sell that house before the bank takes it. The team at WeWannaBuyYourHouse.com will throw you a lifeline and pay cash. Don't wait. Type it right now. WeWannaBuyYourHouse.com. And this segment of Goodies Bag of Balls is brought to you by the one and only Ice Shaker. Speedy, do that for me one time.
Ice Shaker.
A little faster. A little
Ice Shaker.
A little faster.
Ice Shaker.
Oh, okay.
Ice Shaker.
I like that. It sounds like you're constipated. Ice Shaker. Go to iceshaker.com and shop all your official license collections from Star Wars to Marvel and so much more. Enjoy your free shipping when you spend $50 or more. Go to iceshaker.com and check out all their products and deals. And if you want your Goodies Bag of Balls Ice Shaker, well, you can get Nick Goody right on the back. Right on the back of the Ice Shaker. He's got a sweet beard, and maybe we'll just cut the eyes out and cut the nose out and just put the beard there. And then on the other side, you put Jabba's big-ass head on the other side for Jabba in the mouth. Why not get double of the trouble? You get Goodies Bag of Ball and Jabba and the mouth on one Ice Shaker. Go to iceshaker.com and get your very own custom Ice Shaker. All right. I like that one. And ladies and gentlemen, he's been winning baseball games, broadcasting with the Guardians, he's the bag of balls, Speedy. I mean, if you want to juggle him, you can juggle his. Speedy, you want to grab his balls?
I am not a good juggler.
Would you grab his balls?
No.
Why? What's wrong with
I wouldn't do that.
Who's
to Goody.
whose
I wouldn't
ball?
do that. To
I'm
Goody.
asking you a question. If you were to choose whose balls you want to juggle, is it Goodies or Jabba's? I mean, you got to pick one. Pick one.
Speedy.
I'm not a good juggler.
I got a big bag, Speedy. I'm sorry.
Yeah. It just perches on the beanbag all day for Jabba.
Jabba acquaintance with his dude wife, so maybe that'll be the answer.
Oh my God!
Goodness. Hot ladies.
I'm putting you on a leash now. Breaking news. Goody has no Woody. A lot of hot ladies.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we call this segment Goodies Bag of Balls.
My mom was going to wire a car battery on my testicles.
Trying to put Tiger Bomb on this jungle's nuts.
Goodies Bag of Balls.
That's how you become great, man. Hang your balls out there.
Wow.
That's a great drop. You can't lie about that. Speedy, look at those juggling balls that Goody's juggling.
It is a very impressive tactic.
Grabbing his balls would be a tactic.
No,
Wouldn't it?
Why
wouldn't it be a
not
tactic?
nearly as impressive as that?
I mean, he's got a beanbag, so you can grab
I don't. Yeah, but grabbing it is not more impressive than juggling.
Well,
Yeah,
what was your?
I don't think I would let you grab my balls, bud.
I wouldn't do it anyway, Goody. Don't worry.
Well, what was your favorite sport growing up, Speedy?
To play or to watch?
The play.
Play. I would say dodgeball was probably my favorite.
Dodgeball. Out of all the sports, he picked
in gym class.
He
It was always
picked
fun.
dodgeball.
In gym
Did you ever
classes, I
win?
did.
Did you ever win?
Yes, I've won.
Really? I'm surprised. Wow, you athletic enough to catch those balls?
I didn't catch them. I caught some of them, but I was good agility wise.
I'm sure you were.
I
You
know-
were ducking
I know
and
the-
weave those balls, right?
It's the 5Ds. You got to know that. Gotta listen to Patrick O'Houlihan.
The 5Ds. What are the 5Ds?
Stop, dick, dive, dodge.
And
Dodge, duck,
Dodge.
dodge.
Oh boy.
All right.
My
all
son
right.
used to love that movie.
That is a good movie. I can't lie. And my girlfriend loves Vince Vaughn. Loves Vince Vaughn. I don't know. She doesn't like Will Ferrell, but she likes Vince Vaughn, and they're practically the same person. I don't get it. I don't get it. Their comedy is practically the same. They're both stupid, and reality is they're dopes for real life if you ever meet them, and they're giants, absolute giants. When you stand right next to them.
Carl, I was pretty solid as a dodgeball player. I don't know. I can't attest for Nathan.
Could you imagine Nathan and Speedy on a dodgeball team? That, ladies and gentlemen, would be something I would pay to see.
Now, here's the real question. Are we going to have Nathan-oriented rules where Nathan gets to dodge it with his leash? And swat the ball away.
Duty Dodger. My pinky is bigger than yours.
I don't know how much a picky would be relevant for dodgeball, but you do need to get some spin on it.
Hat slicker.
Are you ready, Cody?
Yeah, I mean, I think so. I mean,
look at Niffin in the back. Niffin's in the private section over there, just cracking up because those takes are the best. You can't lie. Niffin.
I don't know. Would you have Nathan in the soundboard room for like what 3 hours, just ripping out sayings?
That would be Errol's next backup plan
That's
for a
called sex.
show.
That's called sex. Doesn't he look like Dracula?
No,
those are the new ones. Those are new ones. I would say Jabba's got some good ones here. And listen to this horse.
I had to take a shit. Yeah, I got the bubble guts. What about skid mark?
Bubble Guts is definitely the new best one.
Yeah, I got the bubble guts.
All right. You ready, Goody? Let's do it.
All right, let's do it. Ready? Are you ready?
Let's drive it, Speedy. Drive it. Show us your drive.
All right. Just recently, LSU is deciding to add advertisements to their jerseys. Don't know if you guys saw that or not, but what are the implications and the fan reactions? All right. And did you guys hear this or no?
I heard about it.
It's surprising,
Okay.
surprising with the deals.
Okay, so some implications. We have a revenue boost. So obviously with NIL sweeping the college scene, this could be a boost in money. So more money to add to the competitive resources. You see these quarterbacks signing for millions and millions of dollars. So to me, this would be almost like in the Mexican League where we had 45 different advertisements on our jersey via Tecate or, whatever the local margarita shop was. But whatever. It is what it is. The integrity of the uniform, LSU's uniform is historic in that they never change. Every now and then they'll have a different helmet or a color scheme, whether it be gold or the white unis they throw. But LSU's built on tradition. So I'm not sure how it's going to look and whether or not people are going to like that. The reaction, though, right now from the fans is mixed. I think they like the fact that more money will be brought into the program, meaning they can go out and get the better players and compete with like the Michigans and all the other SEC schools. Not that they're not competing now, but if you show a kid an extra $200,000 or $300,000, it might work, right?
Well, that convinced Brian Kelly to actually be a good big game head coach is another question, though.
Well, if they I can't speak on to Brian Kelly.
You guys are getting greedy over there. You guys have won every year. It seems like you guys been there every year. Now you just want more money to get all the best players. Damn, share the love over here, Goody.
They won 2 baseball titles in 3 years. They won a women's basketball title. They won, I think, a gymnastics title, I believe. So
in the last 5 years, we've won 5 natties in different sports: track and field, gymnastics, women's basketball, baseball.
Right.
Hey, we got one.
It is Natty U. What'd you get?
We got bowling.
Bowling.
Yeah. I don't like this because could you imagine the Yankees do that and sell out? The Yankees don't want to put your names on.
Yeah, but the Yankees have star. Don't they have the star written on their jerseys right now? So I mean, it is being seen in professional sports.
Yeah, but they're not going all out like what the LSU Tigers are going to be doing. I mean, seriously.
To me, it's college. It's college. To me, it's
but
college.
Is it going to be? Goody, you would know better, obviously, being close to it. And I read about it. Is it going to be kind of what has been portrayed with NBA where it's right here, with baseball it's right here? It's not going to look like a damn NASCAR jacket, is it?
I don't know. I don't think the fans would appreciate that.
Okay.
I don't think it's going to. Now, I don't know what they're actually
From what it sounded like, it didn't. It was going to be more of
it's probably more subtle.
Ad revenue based, but just not everywhere. Maybe different uniforms is kind of the way I took it. Each different uniform will have a different advertisement. Is kind of what
so if it gets too intrusive, like a European soccer team or the Mexican baseball team, for sure the fans will have there'll be some backlash from the fans because the
especially
fans are
your guys
traditionalists.
Your guys' fan base for sure.
Extremely traditionalist. To me, I can see a mid-major school maybe doing it, trying to get more revenue. But your LSU, you're already generating a ton of money as it is via all the national championships and the donors that are there. I think baseball this year spent upwards of $4 million on their baseball team, and that's not even the highest.
Okay,
Texas A&M spent $2.2 million on 1.1 on 2 players, so $2.2 million for 2 guys.
But you as a player and knowing the fan base and whatever, so if you just have this big conglomerate come in, and it
So like
takes them-
Tony Chachere's would probably be Tony Chachere's, the hot salt.
Yeah.
You know, you can go there. It's called Tony's. They're already a sponsor for LSU baseball, and I'm sure LSU just in general. So like if you have like the Tony's logo, I don't know, here or here, it's Louisiana based. So I don't think the fans bicker too much. But then again, if you have
Screw it. If they're going to have that, we might as well get our logo put on the LSU jersey. That would be big for us. Why don't we do that? Let's reach out to
what's the
Tigers.
approval though from the
I don't know the
NCAA?
approval.
Is it like a licensing deal? Like you have to pay into something, like obviously like major sports, but that was the kind of the thing that I wondered too, is like what are they approving? Is like, I'm assuming it can't be like booze, cigarettes, like which some of the biggest sponsorships back in the day were, but obviously
I don't foresee LSU having like a Yingling logo on their left sleeve. Like, you know what I'm saying? For sure not Bud Light or Budweiser, but I mean, they do sell alcohol at the game, but I don't think that they would have that. There has to be some boundaries put up. Otherwise it can get out of hand quick.
How about the NR hour? Let's get that up.
NR hour. Just put a nice little leash right here on this logo.
Absolutely, that would be.
I'm
awesome.
putting you on a leash now.
If there's ever it's a college sport involving leashes, that'll be the sponsor.
All right. Next one.
All right. My next one, we're going to shift to baseball here. With baseball, baseball is just in the swing of things. We're getting ready to have the midseason classic and the All-Star game. I think the All-Star lineups just came out recently, which I'm sure we'll cover here shortly.
Today.
Yeah, today. With the NL starters, NL and AL starters. Injuries are on the rise for starting pitching. My question is, will we see an MLB team use a 6-man rotation full-time either in 2025 or in 2026? All right. So strategically, teams are pushing these starters. I don't want to say they're pushing them harder because the pitch count has gone down, but starters in general are throwing harder. The average velocity of Major League Baseball has creeped up into, I think, 93, 94 it's got to be now for starting pitchers. And well, with that happening, the injuries are on the rise. We've covered this multiple times, but is a 6-man rotation beneficial, and could it become the norm in baseball? And the reason why I bring this up is because the reason why that this could be beneficial is for workload management, pitcher development, more time in between starts to hone in on certain things, go over video, cover if you're tipping pitches, which will be in my next segment, and obviously going over your analytics. And I think full-time, I think we've seen the Mariners and the Angels have dabbled with it just a little bit, as well as the Yankees and the Dodgers could go to it because the injuries are creeping up, but they're starting rotation.
I think the first team that's going to do it is Cincinnati, because a guy like Francona is always a trendsetter, and I could see Terry Francona being the first manager to actually pull that off and do that 6-man rotation. I don't even think it's going to be the Yankees or the Dodgers. I could see more with those small market teams, these teams that are up and coming, like Cincinnati, with the talent that they have in their farm system, the pitching prospects that they have. I think Cincinnati and Terry Francona would be the first to do that.
So like I said, the Mariners and Angels have dabbled with it, but like teams like the Tigers, the Reds, the Marlins with deep young pitching could be the teams that fully embrace it first.
Yeah, I was going to mention Seattle because they're kind of an interesting dilemma. They have a lot of really good top pitchers, so you want them getting more innings versus how can you keep them healthy type thing, because they've already had a lot of guys that have already been hurt this year. And I think that's the dilemma that like organizational structure wise, you want to be able to, because the concept works in favor, but you also want to like make it work where you have your top players and balance your roster out that way too, where you could have that depth go in other areas. Now, obviously, most of the depth of the rosters, the way it's structured right now with it 26-man rosters, want to have extra pitchers as it is anyway. It's rare that you see a 2021 Giants case where you have 6 guys on the bench hitting wise and make that kind of thing work. But in the case of the Mariners, it's definitely interesting.
So before I get to ask you a question, Java, well, I'll just ask you, if you're the GM or a pitching coach, do you sacrifice a few extra innings from your number one guy via like a Garrett Cole, or when he comes back, or a Corbin Burns, because you want them out there as often as possible? So you sacrifice extra innings from your number one for the potential health benefit and longevity and the performance?
I see it both ways, and I'll say yes, you obviously health is first and foremost. But now what you've created too, if you do that, and we've seen it throughout the year where you give a guy an extra day and you turn it into like a 6-day, but not like consecutive throughout the year. Obviously Japan, they're once a week.
Yeah.
Where I think it kind of can hurt a little bit, Goody, and I want to get your perspective on this too, is they've created to get to this point every 5 days. And their body has got to that point of, okay, I know this is my routine. This is my routine. This is my routine. Now changing that routine, does it help or does it hinder? Because now your body has to react in a different way of getting the extra day. Yes, it may be the extra day that you need in certain circumstances throughout the year, which they do. But now if you're going to do that for the whole year, you're taking away a roster spot. Realistically, you're taking away a bat, you're taking away defensive replacement, you're taking away a certain dynamic of. So I can see both sides of it. I just think when guys are so ingrained of every 5 days getting to the big leagues and that, so you have to change it in minor leagues too. Then because you're not going to go every 5 days, then you get to the big leagues and now it's like, okay, now I've got to add an extra day of what the hell do I do?
Yeah, I don't know how much of an adjustment that would be. I mean, we're talking about the top 1% of athletes in the world.
It sucks, bro. It sucks.
Yeah,
I've done it.
I mean, I know that you could do it. I know you'd probably have to throw your bullpen 2 days. Shoot, I mean, I don't even know how the schedule would work. I wasn't a starter in professional baseball. I was always ready every day for the other pen, which you have to do. But as far as starters go, I think if I'm a GM, obviously I want my ace out there. So in the minor leagues, they play for 6 days and then they have an off day every week. I think Monday's their off day. So in the minor leagues, like if you had 6 starters, you could do that and everybody pitches 1 time a week. But then again, the roster implications and then not having your ace out there every 5th day, like how does that look in the postseason? Now you go from 6 days to
earlier. I'm curious if any team would like plan for it earlier in the season on a more consistent basis with still having good pitching talents.
Yeah, these are all things that need to be discussed and have been brought up. But
that's the only way it'll be a setter, though, is what I'm saying. Like, because I think there is a dilemma. Do you want your aces out there and top end guys more?
All right. So do you keep your ace on a 5 day and everybody else go 6? Like, I don't know how it would work. I don't know how any of that would work, but
how about
make those decisions.
How about this? Having your ace pitch 4 innings and playing him 2-3 times a week. If he's able and capable of doing that, or maybe playing him 3 innings and having him pitch 3 straight and then doing that.
Now you're it's okay. So somebody like a Garrett Cole or Clayton Kershaw or whatever, Hunter Green, like what does that look like in terms of when he goes to arbitration? Hey, you only throw 3 innings every 4 days or whatever it might be. Like how does that affect his potential earnings? And then how does that also play into the fact if you have somebody who's as good to be a Hall of Famer? Like how does that rack up against the All-Star or the Hall of Fame vote?
Fish actually says, I think the ace on 5 days and like everyone else is on 6 days is very interesting. That's what he says.
Yeah. I don't know. We'll see what happens. But we'll see what happens. I mean, maybe it takes off, maybe it doesn't, but I just thought that'd be something good to bring up here as baseball season's coming along. And for my last ball in the bag, I got it. I'm just gonna say a stat line. I want you to tell me who it is. 0.1 innings pitched, 7 runs, 5 earned, 5 hits allowed, 2 walks, 0 strikeouts. ERA for the game 135.
Every Mets pitcher imaginable, it seems like recently.
Does that jump off the table to any of you guys?
The last time I heard of a stat line like that, it was
gotta be a
Montas's
big
rehab
name.
start.
It's got to be a big name.
If it was recently, I'm not sure offhand, but I know that was Montas's rehab start, allowing 12 runs.
Yeah, Montas got touched up there.
Oh, God.
Chase Burns. Chase Burns against the Red Sox on June 30th won a third of an inning, 7 runs earned, or 7 runs, 5 earned, 5 hits allowed, 2 walks, no strikeouts. Broadcasters on Boston's live TV booth immediately speculated he was tipping his pitches, noting that the Yankees sluggers were off on the side, as they were walking into the dugout after scoring, because it was like a damn merry-go-round out there. Telling us what he's doing, tipping his pitches on his slider and his fastball. So the Reds media said in a quote, that Chase Burns was not fooling the Red Sox hitters that night. Clearly he wasn't. Now, do you know what tipping your pitches is? Jabba, I know you can elaborate on this. Tipping your pitches, for those who don't know, who are listening or watching, explain to them what tipping your pitches means and how it can implicate you in your start.
Oh, it can be a lot of ways. It could be the way you hold your glove like this. You could be fastball. This could be a curveball. And it's just these little things that you see. The way your hand shapes. I got called out. Torrey Hunter was one of the greatest to ever do it. And he would always do this. Like he would do this and he goes, just watch the pitcher. You'll see something. And it really, really helped me. But I was a bad finger flyer. So when I would throw a curveball, my finger would fly. So I had to use a finger condom. So my finger wouldn't go up because I would tip every time that I would go to.
Yeah, it's a hood.
Yeah, it's a hood.
So it's what it is. It's what it is.
It's really what.
When
we design our gloves, that's literally what it's called, a finger hood.
Yeah.
But no, so yeah, and so it could be where your hands come set. You could be right here for a fastball. You could be right here for a curveball. But it's just those little things. And these guys are so good at picking up things like that. And everybody's watching it. And it's how you separate your hands. Where's your wrist placement? Like can they see it? Like there's just so many things where you can tip pitches. And, it's tough when you get into those kind of rhythms because, it's muscle memory. And so it's just kind of one of those things where you have to, for me personally, when I was doing, because you don't feel it.
No, I had Chase Headley came up to me in game against the Orioles and told me I was tipping pitches. I went back and looked. I wasn't. He went back and looked and wasn't. I just sucked that day.
Yeah.
Sometimes you just suck. But
it's
the
true.
fact that these guys right here were sitting first pitch slider. I'm talking about Trevor Story and Mayer were sitting first pitch slider and changeup and just absolutely taking monster hacks off them. When you see that as a pitcher, who sits first pitch slider? Everybody's taught to gear up for the fastball and adjust off speed. So immediately tell what they called Chase Burns out was his elbow is what I've seen all over Twitter. His elbow was just up and down.
Wrist.
Yeah. Yeah. His wrist. That's what it was. His wrist was doing whatever.
Yeah, it was like curveball and then straight on a fastball. And then
yeah.
down.
And now not to mention you have Alex Cora in that dugout too, who's pretty well known around the league for his time in Houston. So by the way, this isn't illegal to do. This is totally within the parameters of baseball. When you're giving a tip, I look for tips all the time against the pitchers we face, and there's a ton of them, but it sucks. It sucks. So
the only thing I'm tipping is when I look at Speedy when he's in the bathroom, right, Speedy?
Why are you looking at people in the bathroom?
I'm looking at you in the bathroom.
What are you tipping?
Speedy, tell him how you tip people when you're in the bathroom.
What psychotic thinking are you looking at right now?
You ever, show your thing to anybody in the bathroom? No.
My thing is this, dude. He pitched against the Yankees in his first start, punched out 8 in a row, and then he goes to Boston. Like the Yankees couldn't pick up the tip in the first game.
Oh God! You had to bring that graphic back. Oh God!
You're gonna need a Men in Black memory eraser.
Oh,
Seriously.
I haven't brought that one in for a while. I gotta find the one.
I know Nathan has too many good ones.
Evolution.
It is evolution. There's no question that it is.
We need Nathan on the remix of that one.
Oh, we got Ned.
Breaking news. I farted.
That's something more common in the bathroom.
Breaking news. Give me some pound cake.
Okay, does make this
Breaking news. I want to hit it.
I got this one.
Breaking news. I need a gin and tonic.
So now does Nathan
That's
fart,
the best one.
Now does Nathan fart after he eats the pound cake and drinks the gin and tonic, or before?
My pinky is bigger than yours.
Definitely possible, Nathan.
Carl plays with himself.
Carl getting beat up in the comments.
Doo-doo. Droba. Droba. My rear end is burning.
Oh, looks like he wants a sign, Java.
Oh Lord. Well, anyways, he's got a chance to learn here, and everybody in the league, I'm sure, is scouring over their videos. I don't even know if the people know who we're talking about. Still, it's Chase Burns, not Nathan. 1/3 of an inning, 7 runs, 5 earned.
That doesn't help the Ernie, by the way.
No, what left with the 1.35 ERA, and so and when asked about it, Burns kind of just shrugged, saying, "Couldn't really tell you." Couldn't really tell you. So I'm sure the pitching coach, I think it's Derek Johnson, and Chase Burns are going to be watching a ton of video. But I mean, with stuff like that you're showing on the screen right now, I mean, does it really? I mean, it just goes to show you that even the best hitters in the world, like when they know what's coming, they can hit it. Doesn't matter if it's going 100.
But some guys, like, did you ever run into guys at second, like, running into patterns where some guys would want to know, some guys wouldn't want to know?
Yeah, I played with Michael Brantley. He didn't want to know. He said it would screw him up.
One of the most underrated hitters in baseball in the last 20 years.
Very good pure hitter, yeah.
Yeah, he was. I thought he was the best pure hitter in the baseball for sure. Most balanced hitter, unbelievable. So
great fisherman too.
Yeah, I love Lisa Ann.
Goodness.
Now the real question: Who does Nathan love, Lisa Ann more, or does Jabba love Sophie Cunningham more? That's the real question.
Jabba likes my shrimp cocktail.
You see Sophie Cunningham twerk on live last night?
I'm sure Nathan was watching.
Who is that? Who is Sophie Cunningham?
She's on the Fever with Caitlin Clark.
Oh,
this is a grumpy old man.
Nice.
Lick it and stick it.
Oh God!
Glory hole.
Glory
really?
hole.
You have to do that one. You
All
just
right.
have to do that one.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was good. He's back.
Goodness, I need a cigarette after that freaking segment.
And a little Nathan.
Do you want to jerk me off?
Oh. Goodness.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, our next segment, Tick, Tack, No.
Morris, right in the butt. What? We get the prizes cheap because they're stolen. No.
Errol, I'm eating some custard for you since I know you're.
The cross-sexual action of cream.
You can't have it.
I guess that was better than the spicy pepper you were eating 2 weeks ago.
D1.
That was that burned me twice.
Look at Speedy dance. That is one funny son of a what.
All right, while you enjoy watching me
involving people's face.
While you were involved in watching me dancing, before I get to this, I'm going to read Wes did send some betting picks. Let's parlay. Could not make it in person tonight. Winnipeg Blue Bombers on the road covering -3.5 against the Calgary Stampeders. That's tomorrow.
I have zero interest in putting balls into a knot.
Hamilton Tiger Cats covering +1 on the road in a pick'em against the Toronto Argonauts. That is on Thursday. or on Friday, Montreal at home covering -3.5 against the BC Lions. And then he's got Edmonton, the poverty team of the CFL, covering at home +1.5 against the Ottawa Red Blacks on Saturday.
This is my favorite part of the show because I can use the sound for everything. This is great.
No, I'm not embracing it. I think. Oh yes. All right. Java's already changed his username to Bubble Guts.
Word shit.
That'll get some bonus points, I guess.
Well, that's a good one.
I got the bubble guts.
Oh yeah, easily the best new recent draw.
I can take a shit.
Oh boy.
That was a good. Don't worry, Goody. We're gonna get some of yours too. We gotta cut some of yours. So we got some new fish ones too. They're actually pretty funny.
Nice.
That's called sex.
That was a funny one.
I like that one. That was funny. Doesn't he look
Yeah,
like
he
Jack?
did. Fish did say do.
Oh, Nathan's the doo-doo man. I mean, he's all about it.
Doo-doo.
Where is Nathan?
Nathan's here.
He was here and then he disappeared.
Scoop
He's always
60.
moving and shaking.
My pinky is bigger than yours.
Oh man.
All right, let's go. Tic-tac now.
All right, so we're gonna start with some baseball. You were talking about the All-Star game earlier. Jacob Wilson becomes the first rookie shortstop ever to make it, and only the third in the last 21st century for the Athletics that have actually won a fan vote. Name the other two players.
Tejada.
No.
Alex Rodriguez.
Athletics players.
For the A's, stupid.
Athletics.
Well, I can't hear you when you're eating the mic.
Play with my.
Did you say rookie shortstop?
Cooch.
He's the first rookie shortstop to win the fan vote, is what I
Titties.
said. The question is not just rookie; it could be anybody. It's just two.
Bobby
A's.
Crosby.
I need a blow pop.
It was not Bobby Crosby. That is a good guess, though. I was thinking he would be one of them.
All right. I could have sworn it was going to be Tejada. That's crazy to me. It's not.
Let me see. Rookie, you're talking about.
No. Anyone with the A's.
Anybody
So-
with the
Popular
A's.
A's in the last 25 years.
A's has any A's hitters.
Hitters. Has to be a hitter.
Hitter, yeah.
What's his name again that played for the Mets? Who's the guy that played with the Mets? Who got ran by a pig or whatever. What was his name? What is this? I can't believe I forgot his name.
The guy who ended up as a closer?
No, hitter, outfielder. He got a big contract from the Mets. He was bringing all these different cars to spring training.
I know who you're
Oh,
talking
Jonas
about.
Cespedes.
Yoenis Cespedes.
It's not the answer.
It's a good guess, though. I've heard there's like crazy stories about that guy.
And it's just starting. It didn't have to be at shortstop, right?
Just
Any hitters. Any
A's
hitters.
hitters in the last
A's hitters.
in the last since 2000.
21st century.
Yonder Alonso.
No.
He was
Chris
an all-star.
Davis.
No. I guess so.
Oh, that's a good
Ooh,
one.
Chris Davis with a K. Good. That's a good one.
K-Riss.
I think his all-star was with the Brewers, not as much the A's. He was an okay
Uh,
hitter.
did Coco Krispies?
No.
Damn.
That's a good guess, man.
I got nothing. I don't even know like one A's player.
All right, so we got Jake.
Henderson.
I'm just gonna throw a name out. Brent Rooker.
No.
Hey,
The
what was
movie, Moneyball.
No. I got one more. The
Which might pick Tajaba? Is that allowed? Sure. All right, Johnny, go ahead.
damn, the left-handed hitter. Did he?
Hattiesburg.
No,
I was going to say, the movie would make you think Scott Hatteberg was one of the great players of all time.
Was it with the Astros or with the A's? Josh Reddick?
No.
Shit.
No, I don't think Josh was an all-star.
Was it Pena?
Carlos Pena? No.
Okay, Speedy, who is it?
No, you guys have multiple guesses with 2 people. So
Oh, I
I'm
didn't.
out.
I thought no. We only
I'm
get
out.
one guess. It's fine.
Okay, come on, let's go.
all right. So it actually was 2 future Yankees. One of them was Jason Giambi. The other was Josh
Stop with
Donaldson.
these tooth guys. You get one guy, one.
Well, I was
thing.
giving you 2
Oh.
guesses.
2 guesses. Come on, let's go. So where we
All
put it?
right, Speedy, where are you going?
All right, in the middle.
That's
He likes
funny.
it in the middle. He likes it in the middle.
There we go. All right.
All right, so let's go to some basketball now. So the year that that Mike Brown won Coach of the Year with the Cavaliers in 2009, they lost in the Eastern Conference Finals to who?
Magic.
No, that's the Celtics.
Wait, hold on, Goody. What were you saying?
I said your Orlando Magic.
That is correct.
Oh, is that the Howard year? That was the Dwight Howard year,
That's
2008.
Dwight. I think that was Kobe's.
So wait, didn't they? Wasn't it 3 times in a row the Lakers and the Celtics?
Nope.
No, it was 08 was Celtics Lakers, and then 09 was Orlando Lakers, and then 010 was Lakers Celtics rematch.
Yeah, I remember watching
I
that
thought it
game,
was
bud.
3 in a
That's when
row.
we had
Gap year.
Rashad Jennings or something. Rashad
Rashad
Lewis.
Jennings.
Yeah.
Rashad
Rashad
Jennings
Lewis.
played running back, bro.
Yeah, Lewis.
God.
Shardy Lou.
One of the shots.
Wasn't
We had
Pager
Jameer
on
Nelson,
that team
too.
too?
Yeah.
Pretty
right,
sure
we're-
Rashard Lewis got busted for steroids.
Yeah, go ahead. Put me up there, baby. Let's go. Top left.
All right, let's. Oh, goody, this is great.
Yes.
You haven't
I
even
know.
seen this yet. You
Yeah,
haven't
let's
gotten
go.
a chance to use this.
Yeah, blow that sucker up. Look at me. Gosh, dang. I'm a freaking TV star. Look at this.
Look
Coach.
at this. Where are you going?
Top left. Oh, if you got your stuff, go bottom left. That's fine. Bottom left. Make it big though. We want it big. Yeah, real big. I want the ladies to see it. Yeah, look at that. Yeah, suck it.
A lot of hot ladies.
Uh-huh. Drink it in, boys.
I gotta go back off now.
That's probably what he's doing right now.
All right, we'll shift to some football for this one. So, Minka Fitzpatrick is one of 3 Miami Dolphins who were all-pro players in the 20th century. Name one of the other 2 defensive backs.
You said Miami.
D-backs that were all pro, first or
Dolphins
second team.
defensive backs in the 21st century.
Xavier
Howard?
Xavier Howard.
is one of them. Yep. That is one of them.
Okay.
And there's 2 of them?
Yep.
Dolphins defensive backs.
All pro.
Oh,
And it wasn't Ramsey?
no.
It was not. It was not. He wasn't all pro. He was Pro Bowler with the Dolphins, but he was never all pro. He was all pro with the Jags and the Rams.
Okay.
I'm trying to remember. Trying to go back.
Hey, look, I got my one. You guys need to pick it up.
That's a hard one.
Hey, didn't
we have
Revis
on the
Island
show?
play down there?
We did not have him on the show. No.
No.
I thought Revis Island played down there.
Who was a
I don't
good
think
corner
anybody's
that
gonna
they
get.
had?
All right, I'll give you a hint. He has a tie with somebody currently in the NFL.
A tie?
Tie.
I
of
think it
what?
would be exactly what it
They
is.
wear the same tie? Like what?
I
the
will
hell
give it
you
away. No, he has I'll say connection. Is that a better word? I can't
Oh,
reveal
like-
exactly
You
what
mean
it
like
is.
you mean like a statistic, Speedy, or like he has a memory or a play or something?
A connection.
He's
that's
dating his
not
sister.
Much of a help.
This isn't analytics.
A current NFL corner. How about that?
He is connected to a current NFL corner. Oh, I know exactly who this is.
Who is it?
It's someone whose kid is in the league now, and it's Mr. Surtain.
That's correct. Yep.
Oh, look at that.
Son would give it away. I didn't know how to really do it, but yeah, I think that would be it.
We'll take it.
Wow, look at you, John Fishman.
John. No Johns in my family, but
You want the jerking off?
Nippon is so creepy in that. It's amazing.
I need Brittany also.
That's great. All right, we're gonna go down here.
I have no snack.
All right, so we'll go back to baseball for this one. Obviously, Aaron Judge.
I want
30
melons.
33 home runs right now is not far behind the American League record for most before the All-Star break. This player did it with 37 home runs in 2013.
2013, really?
2013.
You boys were playing that year, weren't you?
Yeah.
You said American, right? Not National
American
League.
League. American League, yeah.
37 before the break in the American League.
Oh,
2013.
He's taking me deep. It's Chris Davis.
Yeah, correct.
With Baltimore, right?
He took me deep in Texas on one of the 8 changeups I've thrown in the big leagues. That bitch has not landed yet.
Yeah, I was gonna say Chris Davis. That's the only guess I could have thought. And then
There
he
it
went on a
is.
sick tear.
That's it. We win.
And then, he ended up, he didn't file his TUE.
Yeah,
that year he hit like 50 something, and then he hit like 12 and hit like 160 and was never the same.
Yeah, I know. You gotta keep on the Adderall, but he also got paid. So, and I know he was. I heard he was an incredible person.
Yum yum. Give me some
So that was an interesting foreshadow with
Ram jam.
Aaron actually saying the
Two in the
Chris Davis
pink and
with a
one in
K
the stink.
earlier, and then it was also I had to bring it up because now he's actually getting the
Dildo.
same treatment as Bobby
Dildo.
Benitez, getting paid up until I believe his is
Cock-a-doodle-doo.
2037 with the Orioles.
Damn.
Duty Dodger.
Well, we won this time, Speedy.
Where's
You're gonna have to
Nick?
come back with some harder ones.
You need him.
Titties.
If Nathan doesn't come back, I get to use him in an
Pound
potential
me
analytics
up.
sentence. Pound me out.
Yeah.
I need a
It's probably like
Magnifying glass. Never brought that one back in a while.
strawberry jelly cream donut is what it is. Speedy, do you know what that is?
I have no Woody.
I don't know. You're talking about the Nathan terminology or the random intimate
Busy all
terminology
day
that
today.
Errol's probably.
No, your analytics is the Russian necktie for tonight. You know what that is?
We're almost there. We got one segment left though before the great analytics,
Yes.
Errol.
Ladies and gentlemen, we call this Inside Baseball.
Now let's go deep inside.
What? I am excited.
This is Inside Baseball.
Here we are, boys. Inside Baseball. We're going to go through a bunch of stories in baseball right now. And to start it off, we're going to have to get into the All-Star game, which just announced their starters at 7. I believe it was like a little before 8 o'clock it was announced. I have the list up here. I'm going to share my screen again with you before we get into the rest of this show. But here it is. We have the starters up right here. And if you take a look, American League starters, Cal Raleigh, Ryan O'Hearn at DH. That's interesting. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. at first. Gleyber Torres starting at second base. Jose Ramirez at third. Rookie Jacob Wilson at short. Judge in the outfield with Riley Green and Javi Baez. Let's talk about those American League starters for a second, boys. A couple of names jump out real quick. Javi Baez it was not on my bingo card for being an all-star starter this year. What do you guys think? What was the last time he was good, Jabo? Do you remember?
He's always been a swing and miss guy. It had to be was it the year before he left to sign with the Tigers? Probably the year or two before when he was with the Cubs. Other than that, it's been, so it's been a minute. It's been 4 or 5 years probably.
I like their infield, by the way. Gleyber Torres and Javi Baez.
Javi Baez is playing outfield, dog.
Yeah, he plays center.
Oh,
He's
well,
playing center. He's playing some second and third.
Pay attention.
He's playing right.
Plays some right.
I remember Javi Baez from either shortstop or second. That's what I remember him as. But
Well, he was so bad but then he started hitting. They're like, we got to find you somewhere. So he's kind of been like more of a platoon guy, really now.
if he's playing center field, that's even more incredible if you think about it. You move from the infield, second and short, and then you go to center
Yeah,
field.
but he's a shortstop. So your best athlete plays shortstop. They can catch the ball, they can field the ball, so you can really rotate them anywhere.
Well, I mean, Mookie Betts went the opposite way.
You know, I actually was listening to Buster Olney talk to somebody. Not Buster Olney, one of the Baseball Tonight guys. I think it was Tim Kirkshin talking about that. As soon as he stopped having to play short, the game got a lot easier for him because there's so much you have to do as a shortstop. And he had a bad hip for years and kind of tried to tough through it. He had surgery. He looks healthy, and they got him off short. He played some center while Meadows, the prospect, was out. I think he's playing more right field now. But that's the first name that jumps out. The one that I don't like is Ryan O'Hearn, who, as far as I understand, I don't think he plays every day as a DH. I think he platoons a lot. He's got good numbers, but I don't think he's an everyday guy. And Ben Rice was up for it. I know Ben Rice has struggled some. I thought he had enough to take that one. The DH in the American League is pretty weak, though. What do you guys know about O'Hearn? Speedy, let's start with you on this one.
Well, O'Hearn's always been a guy that's been a pretty steady hitter throughout his career. I think this was kind of the big breakout year. You're right. He doesn't have the eye-popping numbers. But again, the DH position, because a lot of them rotate, sometimes play the field, sometimes don't nowadays because of the universal rule. It's not really like you have a set stone type one anymore. But again, still a good, progressively good hitter. Just again, you're right. It's just a weak position this year, so it doesn't seem as good. It's not like you would say, all right, these are the 9 best hitters. You're not going to put them in there.
You know, like, Seiya Suzuki's so much better than him, but he's in the National League behind Ohtani at DH, so he's not going to see the light of day. The only other name that was surprising, we talked about it already, Jacob Wilson, the rookie, son of Jack Wilson. That one was a little, came out of nowhere this year. He's a contact guy. Doesn't walk a lot, doesn't strike out a lot for a rookie at all, for anybody really.
That was the closest race, 52-48.
And who did he beat out?
Bobby Witt Jr.
Yeah, and he beat out Bobby Witt Jr. And arguably, there's a guy we're going to talk about later who's had a better year than both of them. That's not on this list either. He's injured right now in Jeremy Pena. But guys, shortstop, really loaded position. Jacob Wilson was hitting almost as high in batting average as Judge for most of the season. So I got that one. Some guys we haven't. Go ahead.
Jacob Wilson's legit, dude. Jacob Wilson can play baseball. He can do it defensively. He's hitting offensively. He's good. He's got a nice little swing. Can run. I mean, beating out Bobby Witt Jr. is a freaking tall task, and clearly the people in Sacramento there love their Jacob Wilson. I think he's great, dude.
Their numbers were very similar. Obviously, it's funny too because nobody really talks about batting average now, and that was the only thing that he was better than Bobby Witt. Bobby Witt's 279, 11, and 45, and Jacob Wilson was 339, 9, and 40. So I mean, it's just the dude doing it as he, contact guy, doesn't strike out much, run, and obviously
it's a great story, man. It's
his dad, and
shortstop that's good. That
Mario
make him the face of the franchise over there.
So, Errol, if I'm counting, I see 2 guys that are Hall of Famers on there, in my opinion, on the American League side. Another guy that might be there. And one guy having one of the greatest years of all time. And if he could do that every year, he would be a Hall of Famer in the big dumper. But Jose Ramirez, quietly, has put up a Hall of Fame career. And he's still doing it. I know you guys are big fans of his that played with him. Errol, you tell me. Obviously, I'm mentioning Judge. If he's going to keep this up, he's going to the Hall of Fame. Vladimir Guerrero Jr.
By the way,
is a great player.
If Judge were to retire right now, he's a Hall of Fame.
Vladimir Guerrero Jr. is only 26. He's been
Riley
playing
Green's
for a long
my neighbor.
time. Yeah, I was going to ask you about Riley Green a little bit because he's always been a prospect that's had good bat and ball skills. And Speedy, we talked about this earlier.
This is second time
first. He's been an all-star, but now, I mean, especially in the last week, he is raking.
Yeah.
My goodness.
Yep.
I mean, we know how to breed him down here in Florida, bud.
Yeah, he's been rising for a while now, and
he is a perennial all-star, dude. He is a top-tier all-star, one of the better hitters in baseball, extremely balanced. I mean, does it all. Does it defensively, does it offensively, can run, can throw. Hits for average, has power. Plays on the number 1 team in the American League Central right now. Maybe arguably the best team in baseball. And he is their leader.
Thickness.
Errol, where does the nickname the Big Dumper rank for you for power hitters?
I mean, Speedy, what would your answer be for that one?
Or, I'm not the one that's the dumping type. That's more Scoops' department.
That actually is Scoops' department. I don't know. That's a pretty cool name. We've heard a lot of cool names over the years in professional sports, but the big dumper definitely stands out from all the rest. So I'll grade it an A, not an A plus.
I think the National League's got a better roster, personally. I'm just looking at it. Got a whole bunch of Dodgers right at the top of that list. We got Will Smith at catcher, Shohei Ohtani DHing, Freddie Freeman at first base. Surprises to nobody. Ketel Marte has been really good for a number of years. He's been consistent. He's been healthy. He had that weird thing that the heck.
Kyle Tucker, a future New York Yankee.
Oh, well, talk about Tucker in a second. Manny Machado just keeps doing it. He's in his 30s now. Still power. He's a guy that, when it's all said and done, depending on how long he plays, they may be talking about him as a Hall of Famer because of the elite defense. The elite. I don't know if he's a Hall of Famer. That's an interesting question. How many more years does he have to do it to be a Hall of Famer? That is my question. Because if he can, I think it might be 4 or 5 years. I think he's 33. Can he get there? Because that defense, especially when he was younger, I mean, he made plays nobody was making. Like, he can get a guy out from the tarp, man. I mean, he used to be able to. I've seen that guy do some shit. It's just crazy how good he is. It's when you put a shortstop at third and
he's a Hall of Famer. He doesn't need to do much. He has 355 home runs, batting 280, RBIs almost 1,100, stolen bases. I mean, slugging percentage. He's a Hall of Famer.
What's his WAR? You see his WAR?
His WAR is career is 60.2.
He's going to be in the Hall of Fame if he's over 60 already. I would imagine he'll have a few more years. He'll get to 70. Speedy, what's like that cutoff for the Hall of Fame with WAR? You know, they usually talk about it.
I know. They usually, I have to see the whole, like, era adjusted because I know it's different with the different eras. Because I know the modern
What does he go in as? How about that?
So it says the average Hall of Famer gets between 50 and 70 WAR, with the top legends that are like over 100. So he's right on pace. You're right. Because of that defense is going to get that WAR up there. That's the deal with him. So other guys, Kyle Tucker, Pete Crow Armstrong, former Mets prospect. Pete Crow Armstrong is having one of the best seasons nobody saw coming, playing center field, was always great defender. And now he's one of the top 5 hitters in baseball, playing in front of, I mentioned Seiya Suzuki. I'm sure he'll be on the All-Star team eventually. But Kyle Tucker having just an absurd contract season. He's got 21 stolen bases after tonight. I think he's over 15 homers. He's hitting with average power, lots of doubles. Errol, where's that? How much money is Kyle Tucker getting next year? He's going to get paid. Oh, no, is he stuck? Oh, no, I think the studio is stuck again, boys.
Oh, Lord.
We lost the studio. We're going to keep going. They're probably going to tell us to stop at some point.
We didn't stop. We just kept going when they reset the internet. Me and Jake did yesterday.
All right, we're going to keep...
Kyle Tucker's legit. Maybe a future Yankee. Good swing. We'll see what happens. And Francisco Lindor, one of the best players in the game of baseball, Mr. Smiles. Fantastic.
Crazy. He's been there 5 times, but this is the first time he's ever started.
That is interesting. Who was he behind that he couldn't start over when he was in Cleveland?
Ooh, that's a good question. I don't remember who the starting shortstop was for them in that All-Star games. But I do remember he was
2010s, early 2020s.
Would have been, 20...
It would have been 2017, 2016, 17, 18.
Yeah, who would that be?
And 19.
Let's see. I'll try to find it out real quick. In real time, Carlos Correa.
That's who I thought it was going to be, Correa, but I didn't think Correa.
Xander Bogaerts.
Yeah,
but see, I don't think they're as good as Frankie. Frankie's
no,
dude. He's
no way.
Well, that's where it comes with the stupid, like, okay, yeah, he's in Cleveland, and yeah, they're great fans, but now you have a bigger market with a Xander and stuff like that. I mean, that's
why I think the fan vote is stupid, man.
I think it should be flip flopped. I think the fans should do the reserves, the players should do the starters.
I think the player. I mean, I like the fan vote because it, obviously I like it, but I think I like it in the fact that it gets fans talking about baseball and voting on the players. But like some guys that are in it, shouldn't be in it. You know,
Well,
like,
and the
because
crazy part this year, half of the starters, this is their first time ever starting an All-Star game.
Yeah. Well, okay, that's fine. I mean, that's crazy. But at the same time, there's guys that are hitting, 200. That'll be an All-Star.
How is James Wood not even in a conversation?
Well,
Well, I
mean,
think it's
somebody
because
has to go for
Acuna
one.
voted for. This is the votes, right? So Acuna, look, you can't say anything. He hasn't played the whole season, obviously. I don't know what the criteria was for games to be voted in, but everyone knows the season Acuna had.
There is no games. There was a year, Omar Infante, after the Royals won, he was hitting like 208, and he was leading the All-Star vote gets. And
that's what I'm saying. It's not real. Like, that's why the All-Star, it's whatever. It's just, it's like, dude, the pitchers are more true because the players vote for the pitchers. You get a list that comes out, your name is on the list, and you bubble in the guys who you want. And most of the time, like, there's great middle relievers that don't become All-Stars because they don't have the saves. So it'd be just, obviously when you watch the All-Star game, it goes starting pitcher, whatever. And when they get to the bullpen, if those guys actually want to pitch that day, it's like closer. Very rarely do you see like a setup guy make it with 40 holds or something. It sucks. But I think that's more true.
So I wanted to talk about another guy we know is going to the Hall of Fame, and Max Scherzer. Scherzer came back for the Blue Jays was that yesterday? Five innings, 7 strikeouts. The Blue Jays get the win. They obviously won tonight as well, taking 2 from the Yankees. We'll talk about the Yankees in a second, but I want to talk about Scherzer first. Just show you having this awesome 10-pitch at bat with Judge.
Yeah, Judge won.
He eventually won this one against Judge, but you love watching the great battles in baseball. And Scherzer, I guess he's 40 years old or almost 40 years old at this point. He's definitely a Hall of Famer. He still looks like he's got it. I think the better question is then about like this battle. It's how important is he going to be to the Blue Jays if they are going to make a run this year?
I mean, Max is a different dude. I've played against him and with him, since college, and there's nobody that puts in work like that guy. He'll definitely put the work in, and he has the mentality. It may not be 99 anymore, but he's going to throw with conviction, and he's going to go out and compete his tail off. He's fun to watch. He's a leader in a lot of ways, not so much the rah-rah shish kumbah. It's more of like about the way he goes about his business and how he prepares. And he was a fun one to have on your side, that's for sure.
I watched him pitch against Cleveland. I don't know, what was it? Thursday of last week, I think, or we pitched Thursday, I think. Yeah, or Wednesday. I think I watched him at the tail end on Wednesday against Cleveland. I mean, his stuff is fine. It's not what everybody sees now, which is 99 to 100. So, like, when you see a 93-mile-an-hour fastball now, you're like, oh, that's kind of slow, which is crazy. But he went out, he pitched well. I think he had 1 rough inning and still got through 5 or 6 innings and did fine. So, I mean, when you're coming up as a rookie and you're watching a veteran go about his business, giving up a lot of runs early in the game and still being able to go deep into the game, sets a good example, sets the tone. And I think the Blue Jays took 2 out of 3 from Cleveland. So he's a big part of them, man. It's him and Kevin Gausman and Bowden Francis when he comes back will be fine.
So I was looking up what I think it's fascinating. The Yankees have one of the best run differentials, Speedy. Yet I look up this stat that's called clutch now, and what they use is they use WPA and a bunch of different measurements to figure out both hitting and pitching, not just hitting, but who are the best and worst clutch teams in baseball. It's a very fascinating statistic.
Where are the Mets? They're not very high either because they can't hit with runners in scoring position to save their life.
I don't think they were super high, but the Yankees were embarrassingly low. They were tied for 3rd worst in the clutch analytics, and it's like by a lot. Like those 4 teams that are at the bottom there are pretty far below everybody. And it explains why the Yankees are now, are they 10 games over? Or are they 9 games over 500 now? Yet they have such a positive run differential. They're one of the worst clutch teams in baseball. For years, analytical guys like you, Speedy, have told us there's no momentum, there's no clutch. Finally, a statistician came out with a clutch stat. I want you to tell us a little bit about the stat and what this means for the Yankees as well.
Well, it means you have a lot of guys that either do well just leading off innings, or you have a lot of guys like Errol was saying with Cody Bellinger that hit a lot of solo home runs. The circumstances are going to be different with the clutch is obviously magnified more in the playoffs as it is than it is throughout a whole sample in the regular season. So again, it's something that maybe it could change, like Josh Towers was saying yesterday, like can it change a 2-week span to have it just hit for some guys is another question, because those can be in a smaller sample, one of the more deceiving ones. Like even when it comes to like bullpen stats and certain types of hitting stats, those can be deceiving in the playoffs. Texas had one of the worst bullpens in the American League and made it work in the postseason. When you look at obviously the clutch stats of a team like the Royals, hitting wise the way they did when they beat the Mets, like their offense wasn't like a raw like offense on paper that you were like, all right, this is a good offense. It's not like the Yankees like offense in their type thing. So that's where it's tough to tell right now. But for the Yankees, you got to be a little concerned. Second half, good time to turn it around.
Jabba, how do you fix that?
I mean,
how do you fix not being clutch? How does that happen?
If I knew, I would. I'd write a book and make a buttload of money. Man, it's just. I think it's one of those things. I think you just have it or you don't. I mean, there's guys that you see that step up that you least expected to. You know, they're obviously good players, but some guys just have it. Some guys are able to slow the game down and not let it get too big. Others let the game get too fast and it passes them up and they can't slow the game down. I mean, everybody's different. Everybody handles that gene, that clutch gene differently. Some people embrace it. Some people run from it. Some people are scared of it. It's hard to quantify it. And the only way you literally do quantify it is by numbers. But also it's hard to quantify. There is a gentleman, he's like a super uber like scientist guy. We talked about this when we were in college. That's how far ahead of like he wanted to do this for like all of major sports. Like how can he quantify whether you buckle under pressure or you have that clutch gene? Like he was working on it for like, it was like his thesis for his PhD. And you can quantify it by numbers, but you can't quantify it by anything else. The numbers kind of prove themselves over time.
How about who's coming up in clutch situations the most for the New York Yankees? You've just put up a post about Volpe leaving 149 runners in scoring position. Like if it's the same guy coming up with runners in scoring position and not getting the job done, that's going to tank your clutch analytic. If Aaron Judge comes up with runners in scoring position, more times than not, then the Yankees are probably not tied third worst in clutch analytics.
Right. And it's just, I mean, sometimes you know how that goes. It's like, all right, this dude's going to get up. You know what's going to happen. Something's going to...
Judge is going to be walked in those situations these days, too. You see him getting...
So does that go against you or go for
I think
you?
it's going to eventually go against your clutch stats because he's not going to be getting those
you don't have
at-bats,
a chance. Yeah.
Right?
But is a walk in a clutch situation?
I think it would be like the same as an at-bat where it wouldn't count, but Speedy, you'd know better than me on that one. Errol, I have a finger to point on this one. And to me... when I've had teams, just coaching different sports as in the youth levels, some of those teams, they'll run through a wall for their coach and they'll work hard and they'll be extra focused because of their coach. I feel like in baseball, you said it, Goody, Terry Francona, I think everyone's focused in that dugout. Do you get that feeling with Mr. Boone?
Yes, I do. I think the Yankees, all the Yankees love him. You see him go out there, stick up for the players. He's out there screaming at the umpires. He's behind the players. I think every single one of the Yankees right now are behind him. That's why he still has a job. But like I said, I told Speedy, if the Yankees don't go to the World Series this year, they're the best team. Besides Detroit, they're the best team in the American League. If they don't win the division and go to the World Series, I mean, it's a loss. And I think Aaron Boone will be gone no matter what kind of extension he got. But the players believe in Aaron Boone. I think Yankee fans hate on him because he hasn't won anything, and they love Joe Girardi. But go look what Joe Girardi did when he left the Yankees. He did nothing. And he doesn't even have a job anymore. He works with the Yankees as a broadcaster. It's love or hate relationship.
He has a job.
Yeah, he has a job, but it's a love or hate relationship when it comes to Aaron Boone. I think Aaron Boone's a lot better than people say he is. It's just right now, these guys aren't hitting, and they're not a clutch team. They never were. They haven't been clutch since the 90s, honestly. That was the last time the Yankees were so very clutch, when the Yankees won like 4 out of 6 or 7? I mean, it's ridiculous.
We weren't clutch in 09. We had 14 come from behind, walk off.
I'm not saying.
From 96 to 2003, the only time the Yankees weren't in the World Series was 97 and 2002.
I think they were more clutch in the 90s and the early 2000s. I'm not saying that the Yankees weren't clutched in 2009. It was just...
I would have to look at the stats for that, Errol, but I just don't get that clutch feeling. And I sometimes think, like, the really good coaches, that crap doesn't happen on their teams. That's just how I feel about it. And I really hope they can turn it around. I think there's a couple of holes on that lineup, particularly in the infield on the left side, that need to be figured out. Not give away names, but also give them away at the same time. But we got another team in New York. They did just win, so this number is wrong. But the Mets are now 4-14 since June. Actually, it says 17th, June 14th. Their pitching is falling apart. They're having injuries. They're not scoring runs.
Soto's hitting 258. Done
Well,
deal.
he got hot while nobody else did, right?
What is he hitting right now?
Well, he was hitting like 220 for a while, and now he's up to high 250s. Look, he's not a 300 hitter, Soto, but he's going to be up there. Yeah, that's fine. 765 million to hit 257. That's fine. I guess we'll start with the Mets fan. Speedy, is this, because I thought it was fool's gold all along with the Mets rotation. I didn't expect it to fall apart like this. I don't think it's completely irredeemable, but it's certainly not a good look heading into the All-Star break.
There was going to be some regression at some point. I was just hoping it would never fall to this level. When you're allowing 9 runs to the Pirates and getting swept by the Pirates, you got to be really concerned at that point to get anything work. Where you need not one, but maybe 2 arms. Senga's injury since then really that damaged the whole rotation. David Peterson's looked good, but even he's started to regress. And then, like you said, 3 different bullpen injuries is definitely concerning. And then the young hitters, they're not hitting. We talked about it last week. Vientos, Beatty, all falling apart all at once. Not the veteran hitters, it's really everyone else.
Yeah. I mean, what happens like when you're in a competitive division? This is one of the most competitive divisions. The Marlins are ahead of the Braves. The Braves have had the year from hell with injuries. So the Mets are having to deal with these other 2 powerhouses. We got the Phillies, just got Bryce Harper back. Got hit in the face in his first game back. I'll show you that in a little bit. Did come out, hit his hand and hit him in the face. Not good luck for that guy this year. But they're getting healthy, the Phillies. And we know the other team. So how are they going to get past these other 2 teams in their division? Are they going to be able to be a playoff team? They're in a lot of trouble. They're sitting pretty, but...
Yeah, it's a lot of extremes when it comes to the Mets. When it comes to their bullpen went from top 5 in baseball to bottom 20th. In the starting rotation, they're just not getting enough length. And like you said, there's a lot of competition in the National League depth-wise that you didn't expect to get at the beginning of the year. NL West, I think especially, you're getting a lot of that. The Diamondbacks are still hanging tough even amidst all the injuries they've had with Corbin Carroll now. It's Corbin Burns being lost for the year. And the NL Central is getting a little more depth-wise, too, besides the Pirates. Really, everyone else is there.
Look, there's 4 teams I'm counting. And you tell me, Errol, which is the odd team out of these 4? Padres, Giants, Mets, Phillies.
It's not going to be Phillies. I think the Mets will figure things out. I don't think they're as bad as they're playing right now.
No, one of those teams won't make it. Which team?
I'm going to say Padres.
Okay. All right, fair enough. What do you boys think? You think the Mets have enough juice to make it? The way they're sitting right now, they're going to have to make a move?
remember, there's a lot of baseball left. I mean,
Well, I know, but we're at the halfway point of the schedule right now, right? So and the trade deadline's coming up, and I'm sure we'll be talking trade deadline in a couple of weeks, all day, right? And the Mets are gonna be in that position where do they go all in? Uncle Stevie likes to spend money. We know Uncle Stevie's going to open the pocketbooks. But what do they need? To me, it's an arm. They definitely need a front of the line arm. They don't have one. They've been piecing it together for 2 years with guys. I mean, last year was with Quintana. You know what I mean? Like the guys they added, Montas.
Why don't we reach out to Nick Goody and get him a year or 2 year contract and bring John back and then the Mets get their arms that they need in their bullpen. There you go. Game over. On to the next.
I think John was implying he would never pitch for the Mets. That's what
You got my answer. Get these two guys, get them back in the league and have them fill in some bullpen role, and I think we'll be in good shape. I mean, the Mets will be in good shape because no matter what the Mets do, their head's so far up their asses. Let's go on to the next one.
I've been to a lot of baseball games. I was at one this weekend. I saw a guy in a Jabba Chamberlain jersey, took a picture, sent it out to everybody. We got that guy a drink, took a picture of it. I'll post a picture in a little bit if I can figure out how to. But was a big fan, and I've never seen fans, other than in the World Series, those two guys with Mookie Betts, just want to interfere with games, let alone in the regular season. Apparently, there's been a fan that the Diamondbacks have that routinely gets in trouble for interfering in games. Like, he's just always sitting by the wall, and he's always interfering. Like, it's not been once, it's been a handful of times. So
I did this yesterday, Fish. He admitted he's already been ejected twice.
Like, he's done this a bunch of times. So, I mean, I didn't realize you guys covered this already, but look, I got to mention it. It's one of the crazier fan things I've seen. Do you guys have any stories from your playing days of just weird crap fans did to interfere or tried to interfere? Because I'd never done anything like that.
What's the dude who catches all the home runs?
Zach Hampel.
Yeah, I met him a couple times. Actually, I used to know him on first name basis, and yes, he caught all the home runs at every game any homer. I remember him in Baltimore. I remember him in Yankee Stadium. I remember he caught a homer in Cleveland.
He studies where their like home runs and everything goes. Like he has like a method to his madness.
Yes, and he has Sports Illustrated, somebody did an article on him, and he was sitting in his bathtub, like. It had all the baseballs that he caught.
He tastes himself.
Yes, he does. But hey, listen, that guy needs to write scouting reports because he's there.
All right.
Mine was a streaker. That was about it.
He tastes himself. What was that? Well, that's disgusting.
It's an interesting way to go about life.
I have tasted myself before, yes.
Yep.
All right, let's finish this up with the injury report. Spencer Schwellenbach, out of nowhere, had a 12 strikeout game last game out. Fractured his elbow. He's probably not coming back this year.
That was my fantasy gem this year.
I mean, he's been great. He's been ace-worthy on a staff with a bunch of aces on it that just couldn't be healthy all year. Strider's rounding into form now. Now they lost Schwellenbach. It's a shame. You know, they got Sale. Sale's not a young guy.
They just transferred Sale to the 60-day.
Yeah, he's gone. Like, what are they going to do? What are they going to do?
Pack up and try again next year.
It feels like it's time to punt. Are they going to be sellers at the deadline? They're not a typical team that ever sells. They get all their guys for long-term deals. So who do they even have that they might sell?
That's what's tough with them because they've never been in that position. They haven't had to be. They're such a stable organization. And like Java, you've mentioned, it's like, why aren't more teams doing what they're doing? But at the same time, when either the guys are hurt, maybe it makes the contracts less.
Here's a little of the downfall of that because you're kind of stuck dealing with, and injuries happen, but now it just kind of piles up, and now it's like, what do you give away at this point?
Yeah, it's tough to say. Just looking at their lineup, I mean, I guess Marcelo Zuna's like the guy that if you can move him, you do. At this point, You know, he's a little banged up though. You know, he's a great player, a great hitter when he's healthy. He hasn't been healthy this year. He hasn't been hitting very well in over a month, so I don't know if that's the guy. But everyone else on their roster is pretty much locked up long term. So I guess that's the one guy that might get moved. Yordan Alvarez has another setback on his broken hand. Houston has great pitching. We know Houston's got great pitching. They got Framber Valdez, who's been one of the best pitchers in baseball in the last 5 years. Hunter Brown is a Cy Young contender this year. If it wasn't for Skubal and maybe Crochet, he's the best pitcher in the AL. He's definitely top 3 right now. Maybe top 2. But Houston doesn't. They just lost Jeremy Pena as well with a broken rib or rib cartilage or one of those types of things where he's going to be out probably a month. They're in a lot of trouble because that's their offense. Alvarez is their power hitter. He's their DH power hitter. You can't hit for power if you got a broken hand, man. You just can't. He tried to play through it. They misdiagnosed it. They're in trouble. I don't know what Houston does, so I wanted to start off with Errol. Errol, your team has your 2 best hitters injured. What do you do with this trade deadline?
They're going to make a trade, but Alvarez will be back. If I were at the Astros...
They don't think so. They think he might not be back now.
He'll be back this season. He might be back at the end of the season. Save him for the playoffs. Make sure he's 100% healthy and make a run. There's quite a few other players that are going to be available at the trade deadline that teams are going to want to throw out there. They got a good farm system. I think they're a top 8 farm system. So they have pieces. They can move pieces to bring players in to fill in those spots. That's where I go. I'm not going to worry about Alvarez for the regular season. I'm more worried about getting him back for the playoffs. That's where I would go if I was the Astros.
Jabba and Nick, you know a guy's got a bad hand. You're throwing up and in or inside corner all day.
Oh,
right?
I'm staying at his hands all day.
All day, right?
Yeah, 100%. Like, especially with a guy like that. Anyways, that's what you're gonna do because you don't want him to get his arms extended. But yeah, if you know that, I mean, it's just you're gonna try and pound him in as much as you can because he's gonna be hesitant anyway. So he's probably gonna try and cheat a little bit because he knows that's gonna happen. So you're able to get away with a little bit more stuff, and that's where it's like, okay, pound him in. If you see his front side leaking a little bit to try to cheat so he doesn't get jammed, then you can go away and he can't get to it because he's trying to cheat to catch the inner third. So that's just the game you play with him.
Speedy, if I asked you who the top 3 players in WAR were this season as of like 4 or 5 days ago, you would tell me Aaron Judge. And you'd probably tell me the big dumper, Cal Raleigh, because we've talked about it on the show before. But the third guy, who would you say?
I guess you're leading at the fact that it's Payne.
It was. You know, it's a cumulative stat, so he probably got passed since then.
No, I know that,
But when he got hurt, Jeremy Pena was 3rd in Major League Baseball in WAR. Overall. Ahead of PCA, Pete Crow Armstrong. Ahead of Shohei Ohtani. Ahead of Bobby Witt Jr. Where did this season come from, Speedy?
Because he started wearing them tight pants.
I don't know enough about the explanation to judge that, but yeah, it's somebody you expected to take another step in
Breaking news. On my ass.
Was the biggest thing with him because he was always a well-rounded player. He obviously broke out in the playoffs in the year they lost to the Braves in the World Series, and then I believe won the MVP the next year. So, like, the hitting was always there at start, but never for a full season. Now it's there for a full season with the power. That's the thing that concerned me was the lack of lineup depth, though, you were talking about at the start of the year, where they might win the division, fine, but are they going to actually be a force in the playoffs to get it to work? But like the Braves, they've always been that well-oiled system that they get it to work. It's just a matter if they go away from their trends.
Gucci Dodger.
Well, we will talk about different Dodgers next time when we come back and go inside baseball.
Well, there's not going to be any analytics tonight because the show is gone and gone and gone. So we'll do analytics next week. I had a pretty good word, a pretty good stumper for the dumper himself, Mr. Speedy P.
Oh, Cal Raleigh's going to come on and play analytics?
No, it'll be you. But again, we didn't have any guests on tonight. We had a lot of content. I hope everybody enjoyed it. We will be back on Monday next week. We will be doing Monday and Thursday next week. After next week, we will be moving to Wednesdays. So it'll be Monday and Wednesdays for all the fans out there tuning in, and that will stay like that moving forward into the NFL season. So stay tuned for that. I'd like to thank all the fans on Apple, Spotify, TikTok, Instagram, all of them, X, YouTube. Thank you. Keep following us. We'll be back next week. But have a good weekend. Happy 4th of July to everybody. Enjoy your 4th of July with your family and friends. Eat a lot of food, and don't be pre-diabetic like me. Anyways, good night, everybody.
It's the Worldwide Sports Radio Network.
This is Mario Andretti. You know me as a race car driver, but I'm also a Meals on Wheels volunteer. I've raced against the sport's biggest personalities, but I've never met more vibrant, amazing people than the seniors served by me.
All right, boys. I
F&A,
have
man.
to eat before I starve to death. I haven't eaten anything really all friggin' day. All right. I had to speed this up, and analytics would have taken another 30, 40 minutes. So the way everything has gone, but it was a good show. It's great content. Everything from each segment was great. We just gotta, I think, with Inside Baseball, speed it a little faster. It does tail a little bit too long. But besides that, everything was great. All the content was great. Jabba, you were great. Nick coming in the way you did, you were great. Everybody was great. It was a really